Immortal cultivation begins with gaining a superhuman constitution. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 New Kung Fu. What? Junior brother Su has a special physique, Ling Xingsu asked curiously. Great Gu Yang nodded and said, haha, even if I didn't save him, these low-level corpse key wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. With his physical strength, even a mortal cultivator from this lower realm at the fusion stage wouldn't be able to kill him. What? Even a powerful cultivator at the fusion stage can't kill him? Ling Xingsu couldn't help but widen her eyes, looking at Su Poman with disbelief. That's impossible, father. He's only at the key refining stage? Don't believe it. A teasing look crossed Great Gu Yang's face. He put his hands behind his back and, with a mere thought, the high-grade magic weapon hovering above Gu Chuanzi's had changed its owner. In an instant, it transformed into the size of a brick and slammed heavily onto Su Poman, who stared wide-eyed and unable to move. Mother, damn it. My father-in-law is hitting me with a brick. Is he taking revenge on me? He wants to use this opportunity to teach me a lesson? I accidentally tricked his daughter, but there's no need to hit me like this. Su Poman trembled internally, utterly terrified. This was, after all, a celestial immortal, whose combat power was unpredictable. If he unleashed even a tiny bit of his magical power during the attack, it would be enough to render him completely useless. The ability to save his life is imperative. He must draw upon the ability to infinitely resurrect to be considered safe. Under Ling Xingsu's astonished gaze, the small bronze coffin, a top-grade magical weapon, made close contact with Su Poman's forehead. Clank-crack, a shattering sound was heard. Su Poman's head was buzzing, and he thought to himself that his father-in-law had been truly ruthless, nearly giving him a concussion. Ling Xingsu's heart instinctively sank, but upon closer inspection, she realized that it was the bronze coffin that had shattered. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her delicate hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could he be so tough? With a body like this, he must be invincible in the kingdom of Nanayu, but he is forced to stay in a small place like Liang sect. Moreover, he pretends not to be very strong, which always makes people worry. Guang Great Shianzan showed a kind smile on his face, looked at Ling Xingsu lovingly, and explained slowly, the sect you reincarnated into can be regarded as the inheritance of my Guang Shianzan palace. Its skills can absorb the true fire of the sun for its own use, and his physique can absorb the true fire of the sun and become stronger. This can also be regarded as a coincidence. There must be a destiny in the dark. Furthermore, from my observation, this boy is relatively young, and his strength must have increased in recent years. His actions demonstrate his deep understanding of self-preservation. The world of immortal cultivation isn't as simple as you imagine. If he reveals his strength too soon, he could be in mortal danger. While those at the fusion stage wouldn't be able to deal with him, those Thunder Tribulation Sanksan or Mahayana cultivators wouldn't mind capturing him for study. Even if that proves useless, using formations to obliterate his mind and transform him into puppet or avatar would be excellent. His soul, while peculiar, has limited strength and shouldn't be able to withstand some of the larger soul-refining formations. Ling Xingsu nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. These words were meant for Ling Xingsu, but to Su Poman, they felt like they were spoken to him himself, a reminder not to reveal the extraordinary nature of his physique until he had sufficient self-preservation. Su Poman agreed. However, as long as he could draw upon abilities like resurrection, he could freely wander the world without fear of being targeted by higher-level cultivators. Your reincarnation on this planet of immortal cultivation was arranged by your father. This star region is relatively remote and safe, but your meeting him was beyond your mother's expectations. She had been planning to wait for you to return and personally choose a good husband for you. My mother wants to choose a husband for me. Ling Xingsu's eyes were a little confused, then she shook her head firmly and said, Father, I don't want others to choose a husband for me. I have to choose it myself. Haha, Zuier, don't worry, I'll do whatever you say. The Great Shianzan Guang didn't act like a big shot at all. He was like an ordinary father, obeying his daughter's every command. Ling Xingsu walked up to Su Poman and carefully examined his forehead. Noting no signs of injury, she looked at the shattered magic weapon with mixed feelings. Seeing this, Great Celestial Venerable Gu Yang reached out and touched the back of her head, saying gently, All right, Zuier, Don't worry about this kid. He possesses a physique of this caliber, knows how to protect himself. And his spiritual roots are quite good. I believe it won't be too long before you meet him in the immortal realm, Father. Isn't he just useless? Ling Xingsu frowned slightly. Great Celestial Venerable Gu Yang laughed heartily. This kid is really good at hiding his weaknesses. He has pseudo-chaos spiritual roots. As his realm rises, his cultivation speed will accelerate. Breaking through the tribulation and becoming an immortal won't be a problem. Ling Xingsu was speechless. She glanced at Su Poman, feeling deeply deceived. She raised her fist and slammed it hard on his shoulder. HMPH, what a liar, Father, let's go. Okay, Great Celestial Venerable Gu Yang and Ling Xingsu ascended the immortal guiding platform and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The world around him was still in a state of stillness. Su Poman stared with his eyes wide open. His heart was very complicated. I finally caught up with a girl, but I didn't expect her to run away like this. As he was thinking, the voice of Gu Yang Dashai Anzan sounded in his ears. Boy, I know you have just regained consciousness and can hear our conversation. I hope you will not let my daughter down in the future. This deity sees that you do have some potential, so I will teach you a set of exercises that will be enough for you to cultivate to the fairyland. I will teach you the subsequent exercises after you ascend. In addition, you kid, don't mess around in the lower world. If I find out, this deity will make you live a life worse than death. Su Poman stared with horror in his heart, and quickly replied with his mind, Junior, you understands, Mom, this thigh smells so good. The voice gradually faded away, and he quickly looked inward and found that a golden light was floating in his sea of consciousness. A slight touch of his thought caused a large amount of information to flow out. The technique wasn't recorded in written form, but rather in a more advanced format. The meaning was grasped instantly upon contact with the mind. Entitled Golden Crow Transformation into Sun Technique, it encompassed the entire range of mental skills from the key refining stage to the Yuanxin realm. Its greatest characteristic was its ability to absorb the sun's true fire for cultivation, simultaneously cultivating a golden crow dharmakaya, ultimately leading to the state of transforming into a vast sun across the sky. Both the purity of the spiritual energy cultivated and its efficiency in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the sun's true fire surpassed the scorching sun technique. This spiritual energy imbued all the properties of the sun's true fire, including burning, warding off evil, and extinguishing spirits. Each breakthrough in a new realm strengthened the golden crow dharmakaya. The three-legged golden crow transformed into the immortal sun, a vast sun across the sky, incinerating all demons and monsters. The immortal sun is a vast, eternal sun suspended in the void beyond the immortal realm. Its origins are untraceable, and even the most advanced immortal artifacts struggle to rival it. It's a star of a completely different order from the stars of the lower realms, like the difference between a regular planet and a white dwarf. The immortal sun can easily incinerate their mortals within a distance of 1,000,000 feet. As Su Poman was shaken, the surroundings gradually returned to normal in a flash of light and shadow. A gentle breeze blew, and the frozen wings of a butterfly suddenly fluttered, and the stream began to flow along its bed. Puff, Guchuanzi spat out a large mouthful of blood. He gazed at his shattered natal magic weapon not far away, his vision darkened, and he passed out. Everyone was still unsure of what had just happened. One moment, Su Poman was trapped in the skull, and the next, the arrogant Guchuanzi was vomiting blood and fainting. Even the bronze coffin, a top-grade magic weapon, shattered. What happened? Everyone present was shocked. They hadn't taken their eyes off the arena, yet now such a strange change had suddenly occurred. As everyone was stunned, the acting prodigy Su Poman's face became even more expressive, a look of surprise and confusion filling his face. He first felt his body, then glanced around in confusion. Why am I here? On the platform, the elders stood up, and the two Yinsha sect elders quickly flew down, anxiously examining Guchuanzi's injuries. What exactly happened? Did you break that magic weapon? One of the Yinsha sect elders demanded sternly. Su Poman quickly shook his head, saying, I only saw a flash of light, and then it turned out like this. HMPH, I hope you're not lying. If anything happens to junior brother Gu, the corpse Yin sect will definitely not forgive you, another Yinsha sect elder said unkindly. Su Poman shrugged, his face nonchalant, thinking to himself, you're threatening me with a corpse Yin sect again? Damn, sooner or later I'll destroy this sect. The Yinsha sect, being its subordinate, is definitely no match for them. After some treatment, Guchuanzi slowly regained consciousness. His face was pale with a slight yellow tint, and he looked extremely weak. He stared at Su Poman with resentment, saying weakly, "Just wait, I'll definitely kill you." Su Poman scoffed, looking up at the referee elder. "Elder Guan, why don't you announce the result? Su Poman of the Liang sect wins this battle," the thin, dark-skinned old man shouted in a dry voice. Guchuanzi stumbled and picked up the shattered pieces of the green coffin. His expression was extremely grim. "It was fine a moment ago, how did it suddenly shatter? A magical weapon of this level could only be destroyed silently by a powerful being above the fusion stage." Within the starry sky, as time and space around them returned to normal, the white-robed elder immediately used his spiritual sense to sweep across the entire planet, attempting to inquire about the origins of the person who had been escorted to the immortal platform. Soon, his expression shifted, and with a single step, his figure appeared above the five-element sect. An old, aged voice echoed through the minds of countless people. What unusual event just occurred here? The voice, like a dreamlike whisper, held a certain magical power that compelled them to reveal the truth. Su Poman's spirit trembled slightly, dispelling the strange influence that was affecting his mind, remaining unaffected. Aside from him, every cultivator present looked dazed, even the two giant stage cultivators on the platform. They all spoke, unburdened, recounting their experiences. Su Poman blended in, honestly recounting his experiences, but never mentioned anything about Great Celestial Venerable Gu Yang and Ling Xingsu. Upon hearing this, the white-robed elder glanced at Su Poman and Guchuanzi. He sensed the changes here were likely related to these two young cultivators. A flash of white light flashed in the sky, and a terrifying pressure descended. The cultivators were awed, feeling as if they were facing divine might. This feeling was unlike the spiritual pressure emanating from a master cultivator. It was an indescribable feeling, like an ant facing a higher being. On the platform, two giant stage cultivators reacted most quickly, bowing in greeting. "I wonder which senior has come to the Five Elements sect? Junior Peishi greets you, Five Elements sect Liang Feng greets you." Upon hearing these words, the other cultivators in the arena fell to their knees. Su Poman's supervision was astonishing, noticing something strange about the elder's body, as if formed from some kind of condensed vital energy. A startling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could this be a wandering immortal? He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the man, fearing the mystical qualities of his physical form would be discovered. After the white-robed elder arrived, he ignored the others. He hovered in midair and, with a casual gesture, sent the fragments of the green coffin flying from Guchuanzi's hand. After a careful inspection, he found nothing unusual. With another wave of his hand, he captured Guchuanzi and tapped his finger between his eyebrows, causing his eyes to roll back and pass out. In the arena, two elders from the Yinsha sect exchanged a glance, their eyes etched with worry. "Senior, Junior Brother Gu is a disciple of the Corpse Yin sect. If anything were to happen to him, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to bear the consequences." One of the white-browed elders spoke slowly, mustering the courage. Upon hearing this, another person, remembering the Corpse Yin sect's reputation, chimed in. "Indeed, Junior Brother Gu's master is a great cultivator in the divine transformation stage. He's now under the care of our Yin Sha sect. If anything unexpected happens, we'll hold him accountable." "Shut up." The white-robed elder's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, two flashes of white light appeared, and the two Foundation Establishment stage Yin Sha sect elders were reduced to ash before the horrified gaze of the crowd. Many cultivators couldn't help but tremble, and some even felt soaked. Su Poman laughed heartily, cursing silently. "What an idiot. How dare you use the Corpse Yin sect's reputation to threaten such a being? He's a loose immortal, even more powerful than a Mahayana stage expert. You're like looking for a lantern in a cesspool." After the white-robed elder finished reading through the memories, he casually tossed Guchuanzi, the corpse-like figure, to the ground. Then, his gaze turned to Su Poman. Su Poman quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. "Fuck. Why is that old monster looking at me? It's all Xingsu's father's fault for leaving such a mess behind. I'm in big trouble. If they search my soul, won't all my secrets be exposed?" Despite this, his body was snatched away through the air, leaving him no chance to resist. It's over. Su Poman was now terribly anxious. The purple source roulette only had a few tens of millions of energy points, far too few to draw any powerful life-saving abilities. He could only hope that the old monster before him wouldn't search his soul. "Senior, whatever you want to ask, I'll definitely answer you. Su Poman smiled flatteringly, but now he was a little frightened, his super brain working at full capacity, constantly pondering countermeasures. The white-robed elder shook his head expressionlessly. Then, he poked Su Poman's forehead with a finger and penetrated with a powerful and domineering spiritual consciousness. Chapter 227 Leader. Buzz. Su Poman felt a golden pinprick of light in his sea of consciousness vibrate, and then a phantom golden light emerged. Immediately, his mind went blank. High in the sky, the white-robed elder's expression changed drastically the moment his divine consciousness invaded, as if touched by a snake or scorpion. He immediately removed his finger. I can't afford to offend you. This boy actually has an immortal in his mind. It seems the previous changes are related to him. I can't investigate further. If I anger that master, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive the next loose immortal thunder tribulation. He was shocked, but his cold face instantly transformed into an amiable expression, like a Sichuan opera face changing. He smiled and transmitted his voice with his divine consciousness. I'm truly sorry, young friend. I was rude just now and shouldn't have forced your soul search. As a token of apology, I'll give you a token as compensation. With this token, the elders of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance won't dare to embarrass you. Huh? Su Poman had just regained consciousness, his face blank, completely unaware of what had just happened. A green token, resembling a command arrow, was thrust into his hand, and the white-robed elder vanished in a flash of light. Su Poman stood there, stunned, looking down at the token in his hand. It bore the inscription Yu Fang Hong. On the reverse, a towering tower was depicted, flanked by the words Xiu Xian Alliance, Xiu Xian Alliance. He frowned. To be honest, Su Poman had a poor impression of the alliance. The incident involving the demonic wielder Liu Chuanzong had caused countless casualties in Nanyu, and the Cheyenne Hendao sect was behind it. Several of the alliance's sky patrol guards not only failed to act promptly to eliminate him, but also colluded with the Cheyenne Hendao sect, bringing chaos to the entire cultivation world. However, this can be considered a trump card. If faced with a truly formidable foe, perhaps this token could prove useful. Putting the token away, Su Poman slowly walked off the stage. The cultivators present rose from the ground, staring at Su Poman in bewilderment, feeling he had become somewhat enigmatic. Not only did he possess a magical flying sword, but he could also elicit courtesy from the previously formidable white-robed elder. Even the two giant and stage grand elders had to carefully consider the implications of this. As the six-sex martial competition continued, the atmosphere grew somewhat quieter, as many reflected on the events that had occurred. With Su Poman's impressive performance, the ensuing battle seemed rather dull, and neither the elders on the podium nor the audience had much interest in watching. Soon, the top four were determined, and after an hour's rest, the cultivators began preparing for the second round. The battles for the remaining rankings in the other two arenas were also intense, attracting considerable spectator attention. Ling Xingsu's disappearance went unnoticed, and many of the male cultivators who had been watching assumed she had returned to her own quarters. When the 4th to 8th place qualifying match began, the referee in the third arena called out for a long time, but no one responded, and Ling Xingsu was automatically declared the loser. This result caught the attention of Elder Jia Feng and Fairy Baiyu, who immediately dispatched several female disciples from the Liang sect to search for Ling Xingsu's residence. After a thorough search, the female disciples found no trace of Ling Xingsu, and there was no sign that the protective formation at the mountain gate had been activated. This result surprised Jia Feng greatly. Missing, Fairy Baiyu frowned. Fellow Taoist Jia, you stay here and watch. Fellow Taoist Yao Qing and I will go look for her. Xingsu is senior sister Honglun's disciple. If anything happens to her, we'll be hard-pressed to explain. Jia Feng nodded gravely and said slowly, after this is over, I'll go look for her outside the Five Elements sect myself. Su Poman didn't bother to warn him. Less trouble is worse than more. Although he knew Ling Xingsu's whereabouts, he couldn't explain it. The more he tried, the more trouble he'd cause. And with Master Honglun involved, a serious argument wouldn't end well. Sometime later, the top four positions were contested in the second arena. Since there were only 4 players left in the final round, the referee announced that Su Poman would be the first to take the stage. His opponent was Monk Chengjing of the Fenian sect. As soon as the two took the stage, Monk Chengjing bowed to the referee and conceded defeat. The cultivators in the audience understood this outcome. After all, The power of the magical flying sword was far too immense for a key refining cultivator to withstand. Next came the duel between Liu Changzi of the Five Element Sect and Fei Man of the Ghost Spirit Sect. After a fierce battle, Fei Man of the Ghost Spirit Sect ultimately emerged victorious, relying on his strange evil eye spell. After an hour of recuperation, Fei Man's condition had returned to peak. Unwilling to concede defeat, he decided to challenge Su Poman for the title of leader of the younger generation of the six sects. The two faced each other in the arena. Su Poman shook his head slightly and whispered, "Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid you're no match for me. HMPH, you're too arrogant. A magical weapon is powerful, but it's not easy to wield. A true duel will reveal the true strength." Fei Man's dark gray eyelids were icy and ruthless. A ferocious expression crossed his face. He slapped the ghost-raising bag at his waist and shouted, "Night parade of 100 ghosts!" The howling of ghosts and wolves echoed through the heavens and earth. Amidst the howling wind, all manner of fierce ghosts continuously emerged from the ghost-raising bag. In a blink of an eye, the arena was filled with a myriad of evil spirits. Senior Brother Fei has actually cultivated over 100 fierce ghosts. How many yin stones must he have consumed? How generous! An ant swarm can kill an elephant. This round isn't certain to be won by the brother from the Liang sect. Indeed, Fei Man of the Ghost Spirit Sect's magic is quite strange. He seems to have mastered an unfathomably powerful technique that enhances the fighting power of fierce ghosts. Su Poman, disinclined to engage in a fight, simply opened his mouth and blasted out. The burning silence sword transformed into a red glow, piercing through all the ghosts that blocked his path, dispersing them in wisps of green smoke. Fei Man, startled, retreated rapidly, chanting incantations, attempting to unleash his secret technique. A groan. Suddenly, from the empty void before him, a magnificent flying sword, like a swimming fish, emerged. It effortlessly pierced Fei Man's protective spiritual shield and hovered just above his brow. If Fei Man dared to resist, the burning silence sword would pierce his head in a flash. Fei Man's face fell, like a deflated ball, and the magic spells in his hand dissipated. "I surrender." He lowered his head and raised his hands to retrieve the remaining evil spirits, feeling deeply aggrieved. A key refining stage cultivator using a magic weapon to participate in a martial arts competition is simply cheating. This battle, Su Poman of the Liang sect wins. The referee announced the result. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Poman followed the referee onto the podium. Su Poman of the Liang sect has won the championship of the six sects martial competition. Now, please welcome Grandmaster Liang Feng to personally present him with the award. Under the envious gaze of the cultivators, Su Poman received the prize for winning the competition, 20 Foundation Establishment pills, a low-grade spiritual weapon, the Flying Shield, and 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The generous rewards made countless disciples jealous. Even the Foundation Establishment elders felt their mouths dry at the sight of the prizes. However, for Su Poman, these were not worth celebrating. The only useful thing might be the 3,000 spirit stones, which could be converted into 60,000 energy points. Thus ended the six sects martial competition with a dramatic finale. After days of searching, the two elders and numerous disciples of the Liang sect had failed to find any trace of Ling Xingsu. This filled Zhang Kang with anxiety. Despite his injuries, he left a letter for the elders and departed from the Five Element sect alone to search for her. The loss of two sequence disciples caused great trouble for Jia Feng and Bai Yu. They lingered in the Five Element sect for several more days, searching hundreds of miles around. Finally, they gave up their plans for the time being, boarded the spirit boat, and returned to the Liang sect to reconsider their plans. Without Ling Xingsu, Su Poman didn't bother to go out on deck to tell stories. Instead, he stayed in his room, practicing his newly acquired Golden Crow transformation into sun technique. When the spirit boat reached the Huayan Mountains, Su Poman had just completed his transformation. His cultivation level had declined, relegating him to the 10th level of key refining. However, his immortal combat power had increased several-fold. His spiritual energy, imbued with all the qualities of the sun's true fire, was unparalleled and domineering. Though the quantity had decreased, its quality had vastly improved. Previously, the efficiency of the scorching sun technique in refining spiritual energy had severely hampered his progress. Whenever he practiced a technique, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would fill his meridians, forcing him to slowly refine it. Now, after switching to the Golden Crow transformation into sun technique, He could clearly feel its efficiency far superior, and the dilemma of being unable to maintain continuous practice was no longer a problem. Su Poman left his room, stepped onto the deck, and leaned over the railing to gaze down. Beneath a thick layer of thin clouds, the mountains undulated, their lush green covering the peaks. A massive statue of the scorching sun, shimmering with a faint red glow under the sunlight, stood out against the surrounding mountains. A dark silver spirit boat swooped down, landing at the Liang sect's mountain gate. The mountain roads within the Liang sect were now festooned with festive red lanterns. Disciples at the mountain gate wore red ribbons wrapped around their chests, and a joyous atmosphere permeated the entire sect. The spirit boat slowly landed on the platform. Two elders piloted their magical instruments directly to the main peak to report the results of the six sects martial competition. After disembarking from the spirit boat, the cultivators dispersed. Junior Brother Wang, has there been any happy news in the sect recently? Why are there so many lights and decorations? Senior Brother Liu, you've returned from the martial arts competition. You didn't know that a while ago? Senior Sister Hongluan, on a whim, broke through to the Golden Core stage, becoming our sect's Grand Elder. From now on, we'll be calling her Grandmother Hongluan. What? Senior Sister Hongluan achieved a Golden Core? That's fantastic news. Now, our Liang sect now has 5 Golden Core cultivators. Haha, yes, our sect's foundation has grown significantly. Sect Master Qi has been extremely happy these past few days and personally held a coronation ceremony for Grand Elder Hongluan. Overhearing the discussions of several disciples at the mountain gate, Su Poman pinched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Successful Golden Core at this time? What a coincidence. It seems Xingsa returned to the Liang sect before returning to the Immortal Realm. As he was lost in thought, a voice transmission appeared directly in his mind. Disciple, your master is back. Please come to the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Master. Su Poman's eyes lit up, his face instantly lit with surprise. He hurried towards the sword monastery with his feet swiftly. In front of the pentagonal black building, Zhang Yu seemed to have received the news long before. He stood at the entrance, gazing out. Upon seeing Su Poman, he hurried over to greet him. Young Master Su, you're finally back. Zhang Yu beamed as he walked. Master Yang also returned a few days ago. Now, just as you said, all the previous rumors have been dispelled. Su Poman smiled and nodded at Zhang Yu. Master just sent me a message. Young Master Su, how were the results of the 6 sects martial competition? With Master Ouyang's support this time, it doesn't matter if we don't make the top 3. Haha, luckily, we accidentally won first place. What? Young Master Su, you won first place. The two walked and chatted as they entered the 10,000 Swords Pavilion together. As usual, Su Poman activated a black sword order and ascended to the top floor in one breath. Seeing the wooden door open, he walked in and found Yang Hong seated at a low table. Disciple greets Master. No need for formalities, Disciple. Has the Chi Kid given you any hardship during my absence? Yang Hong fiddled with the tea set, his demeanor relaxed and unconcerned. Su Poman chuckled and said casually, not directly, but I previously beat up Tang Zhen and the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, and he's got a handle on me. If I don't place in the top 3 in the 6 sects martial competition, I'll have to give up your sword forging legacy. Huh? This fellow truly covets my sword forging skills. However, after I returned to the sect, he sent me half a phantom flower as an apology, Yang Hong said sarcastically. Su Poman scoffed and said coldly, he clearly possesses the illusionary void flower, and he knows Master needs it to heal his injuries, yet he's keeping it secret. It seems this great sect Master Qi isn't a good person. Master, if things don't work out, let's just leave the Liang sect. Being a free cultivator would be so much better, free and unconstrained. With your strength, you'd be treated like a distinguished guest wherever you go in a second-rate cultivation nation. Now that Su Poman possessed the Golden Crow transforming the sun technique, he no longer needed to rely on the Liang sect's lineage. The status of a sect disciple might even become a burden. It would be better to be a free cultivator. It would be more convenient and less restrictive. Then, he could ask Yang Hong to help look after Gadir, Ruzihu, and the others, and even guide Kongqi and the others in their cultivation. He could then travel elsewhere, slaying evil cultivators, wiping out demonic sects, and continuously accumulating energy points. Master has considered this path, but Qi's AIU probably still has 1 or 2 illusionary void flowers, Yang Hong said slowly, frowning. Due to his spiritual injury, he had his own considerations. After taking a sip of the tea in the cup, Yang Hong sighed slowly and said, "Let's talk about this later." Su Poman nodded and did not persuade him anymore. When he returned from Kaianfan's secret realm, Yang Hong would not have to be controlled by Chizayu. Chapter 228 Mountain Giant Ape. Disciple, what's going on with your cultivation? Why does it fluctuate? I heard earlier that you've already reached the 12th level of key refining. Yang Hong stared at Su Poman, his eyes filled with confusion. Su Poman couldn't find a suitable excuse for this, so he just casually evaded the question. Master, my cultivation was somewhat fortunate. I had indeed reached the 12th level, but then some unforeseen circumstances occurred. It didn't affect me, and it was all for the better. Hey, you may not have great spiritual roots, but you're blessed with great fortune. It hasn't been long since you started practicing, and you've already reached the late stage of key refining. It seems I don't have to worry about your future cultivation. Yang Hong smiled with relief, not pressing the point any further. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and there's no need to delve into them. He then changed the subject and asked, "So, what were the results of the 6x martial competition?" "Master, I was just about to tell you about this," Su Poman said with a guilty conscience. Seeing Su Poman's evasive gaze, Yang Hong began to suspect something. "Boy, you weren't showing off the burning silence sword, were you?" Su Poman could only nod awkwardly and force an explanation. "That kid from the Yinsha sect was being too bullying. I couldn't stand it, so I used the burning silence sword to teach him a lesson." "You're still young?" Yang Hong sighed. "Go back and reflect on the consequences of your actions. You're only in the key refining stage, and you already possess a magical weapon. It's a crime to possess a treasure. Stay at the mountain gate for the time being and don't go out." "Yes, Master," Su Poman replied reluctantly, figuring he could use this time to complete his foundation building work. The master and disciple chatted for a while longer, and Su Poman took the opportunity to obtain information about the illusionary sky flower. Then he excused himself and returned to his own courtyard. After spending a few hours with Kandir and Rizhu, it was already afternoon. Taking advantage of the bright sunlight, Su Poman flew to the training platform, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began practicing the golden crow transforming into sun technique. He exhaled softly, and the faint image of a three-legged golden crow appeared behind him. Then, the sunlight thousands of miles above suddenly dimmed, as if shrouded in a haze. It was a three-legged crow with black and red feathers, perched in the center of the crimson sun, surrounded by a golden glow, like a miniature sun. Boom! Strands of pure golden solar fire, invisible to the naked eye, converged and rushed towards the cliff-top courtyard. If the solar fire attracted by the scorching sun technique was a stream in the valley, then the solar fire drawn by practicing the golden crow transforming into sun technique was like a mighty river spanning tens of thousands of meters. It carried with it the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that threatened to transform into liquid droplets, pouring into Su Poman's body. Su Poman's superhuman Danshin, 1,000 times greater than that of an ordinary cultivator, filled at a visible rate at this terrifying cultivation speed. His superhuman body also benefited, its strength increasing 1,000-fold due to the surge of sun's true fire. Su Poman felt as if his silver superhuman body was beckoning him. At this terrifying rate of improvement, the time required to strengthen his physique to silver superhuman would be greatly reduced. The superhuman body facilitated the absorption of sun's true fire, which in turn harnessed vast amounts of spiritual energy to accelerate cultivation while also continuously strengthening his superhuman body. Through these intertwining forces, Su Poman felt his strength enter a period of rapid growth. The burning silence sword now hovered behind Su Poman, invisible and traceless, enjoying the cleansing and baptism of the sun's true fire, continuously enhancing the inherent power of the magical weapon. Time ticked by. With the help of the golden crow transforming the sun technique, the spiritual energy absorbed into his body was rapidly refined, transforming into golden and red high-quality spiritual power. Su Poman's Danshin slowly filled with spiritual energy. An hour later, a subtle vibration spread through his body. A sense of clarity, like a broken mirror, spread through his mind. Immediately, his Danshin began to expand, and golden and red spiritual energy seemed to boil. A vortex of spiritual energy swirled rapidly, and his consciousness grew stronger. 11th level of key refining. Reaching this realm again, Su Poman gained a deeper understanding of the cultivation of the immortal way, and his spiritual power reached an astonishing level. He slowly opened his eyes, catching sight of the sun hanging high in the sky, and exclaimed in amazement, "The technique my father-in-law gave me is incredible. This cultivation speed is like a cheat. Continue practicing, and strive to reach the 12th level of key refining before sunset today." Su Poman cleared his chaotic mind, closed his eyes, and continued his cultivation. 3 days later, in the clifftop courtyard, on the training platform, a startling aura surged into the sky, followed by the faint caw of a crow. Within the hazy formation, Su Po's robes swelled without a breeze, the three-legged golden crow phantom behind him becoming more solid. A drop of golden and red liquid emerged from the center of the spiritual energy vortex within his body. As the vortex rapidly spun, the surrounding spiritual energy fell into it like a young swallow returning to its nest. The round droplet of spiritual energy continued to grow, and a spiritual pressure unique to the Foundation establishment stage emanated from him. Su Poman opened his eyes and subconsciously touched his nose, a wry smile playing on his lips. "I didn't expect it would take 8 superior Foundation establishment pills to successfully establish my foundation. The initial state of this pseudo-chaos spiritual root is truly poor, but after entering the Foundation establishment stage, this pseudo-chaos spiritual root will be equivalent to a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots. At least it won't be as despairingly slow as a useless spiritual root. Coupled with a bonus to my superhuman body, my cultivation speed will definitely increase even faster. Next, it's time to visit the Kyanfan's secret realm. Now that I've successfully established my foundation, I can be considered self-sustaining in Master's eyes." Su Poman's face lit up with a smile. He stood up and leaped down, landing slowly in the center of the courtyard. "Young Master, have you successfully broken through?" Kahir asked with a smile. Su Poman nodded. "Of course, I've successfully established my foundation." "Wow, young Master. You're amazing. You've only been back a few days, and you've already become a Foundation establishment expert," Ruzu said with admiration, her eyes full of stars. Although they rarely ventured out, they had a close relationship with Kay Yaner, learning a great deal about the world of immortal cultivation from her. They were delighted that their young master had reached the Foundation establishment stage. After a brief flirtation with the two women, Su Poman left the courtyard. Foundation establishment cultivation qualifies one for the position of elder in the Liang sect, but Su Poman had no desire to remain there long, so he made no attempt to apply for the position. He headed directly for the Sword Monastery. On the top floor of the pentagonal black building, Yang Hong was overjoyed to see Su Poman successfully establish his foundation. He also agreed with Su Poman's plan to leave the sect. After all, in the world of Nanayu immortal cultivation, reaching the Foundation establishment stage was considered a formidable force, and with his magical flying sword at his disposal, he was generally safe from danger. So, Su Poman excitedly left the mountain gate, atop his flying sword, and soared into the air. The Kyanfan's secret realm, situated at the border of Qing and Xianpeng, was considered a formidable barrier for cultivators from both nations. Although it harbors numerous spiritual creatures, it is also fraught with danger. Aside from powerful cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage, lower-level cultivators avoid the area, daring not even to glance. This area is a vast forest, its terrain rugged and steep, its peaks and ridges striking. On the outskirts lies a grove of white birch trees, seemingly bare and white from afar, as if painted white. The myriad trees, nestled in the shade of the treetops, possess a unique beauty. Above the dense, interwoven branches, the sunlight barely reaches the ground. The little that does find its way through resembles vibrant insects, seemingly crawling across moss and pale reddish, withered fern hide. The Kyanfan's secret realm lies within the deepest reaches of this forest, within the Kongming Valley. This forest lies within the boundaries of a third-tier cultivation nation, blessed with abundant spiritual energy, nourishing numerous demonic beasts. Less powerful cultivators find it impossible to traverse it, forming a natural national boundary over time. Su Poman hovered high in the clouds. Glancing down, he saw numerous demonic beasts teeming among the mountains, rivers, and lakes. There were bizarre crocodiles the size of buffaloes, and giant white phosphorus pythons coiled around towering ancient trees. He had no intention of engaging these beasts. With his arms outstretched, he flew directly towards the Void Valley. Flying on a sword was impressive, but physical flight was faster for travel. The sides of the Void Valley were lined with gray-brown rocks, now covered in moss, and scattered gravel covered the ground. Su Poman descended, his supervision piercing the obstacles and catching sight of a cave at the deepest point. That was the entrance to the Cyanfan's secret realm. Despite the winding, branching caverns, this didn't deter him. Following his chosen path, he soon came upon the entrance to the secret realm, emitting a faint white glow. To be cautious, Su Poman enveloped his body in a bioforce field and then stepped into the secret realm. A flash of light and shadows flashed before his eyes, and Su Poman felt himself falling from a great height. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was also in a cave within a mountain. Looking back, he saw the exit to the secret realm hovering at the very top. Before him stood a tunnel about a meter tall. Dusty inscriptions were carved into the mountain wall above. To prevent the escape of the demonic beasts within the secret realm and the devastation of the outside world, this exit has been sealed with a small 5 elements formation. Our cultivators can freely enter and exit without restriction. The formula for this formation is, thousands of words flowed forth, essentially explaining that to prevent the escape of the demonic beast within the secret realm, a master cultivator had set up a formation here and had also inscribed on the mountain wall the method for entering and exiting the formation. Su Poman memorized the formula, and with the help of his super brain, he quickly learned the seals for entering and exiting the formation. After walking along the tunnel for a while, Su Poman sensed the vibrations of the formation coming from the exit ahead. Approaching the formation, he formed a hand seal and chanted aloud. Cheng Su Chime, Mu Q, Zixu Dark Lightning, inch-long rays of light emerge, formation activated, the seal flew out, landing within the flowing light of the formation before him. In a flash, a passage about 3 meters high appeared before him. The passage emanated a 5-colored light. Su Poman strode into it without hesitation, quickly exiting the tunnel and emerging midway up a mountainside covered in vines. Looking out, Su Poman was instantly struck by the scenery. Before him rose towering mountains, more majestic and precipitous than any other on Blue Star. If he weren't perched mid-mountain amidst a ravine, he wouldn't have been able to see the entirety of it. A shrill cry echoed among the mountains. Su Poman watched as a fairy tale green kite flapped its massive wings as it soared between 2 majestic peaks. Its turquoise feathers were strikingly beautiful against the dome's shimmering sky. Its long tail resembled a peacock's, its feathers terminating in eye-like spots. Its sharp claws clutched a green python, resembling a dragon. The python, a deep cyan, stretched out vertically, perhaps 10 stories tall. Its head was crowned with scaly wings, fan-like in its ridges. But now, lifeless, a bloody hole the size of a water tank had been pecked through the center of its skull. What a massive bird! It's even bigger than a passenger plane on Blue Planet. Just as Su Poman was exclaiming in wonder, a mountain-like, silver-haired gorilla leaped out of nowhere. It looked at least 2,000 feet tall, its head covered in a layer of frost and snow. It thrust its paws into the air and easily grasped the fairy tale green kite's long neck. Snap! The mountain giant ape ripped the fairy tale jade kite in two, the horrifying sound of bones snapping echoing throughout the fields. Blue-green blood rained down onto the mountain stream, quickly saturating a vast expanse of water. Within the stream, dolphin-sized, black-scaled fish scrambled to devour the blue-green demon blood. Roar! The silver-haired gorilla roared, shoving the giant bird's neck into its mouth. Then, squeezing its cavity, it squeezed, forcing out more blue-green blood, along with fragments of internal organs. Gudong, gudong. The silver-haired gorilla's fangs bared, its mouth and chest stained a bluish-blue. Like a hard-drinking man, heedless of his fur, it casually discarded the bird carcass and repeatedly pounded its chest with its fists, making a resounding thud. Simultaneously, it let out a deafening roar, as if declaring its dominance. The sound frightened the monsters within tens of thousands of miles, sending them sprawling and trembling on the ground. It leaped up and perched on the mountain top, like a small stool, slowly disappearing into the high clouds, blending faintly with the mountain. A moment later, the mountain shook violently, sending rocks flying through the air and rubble the size of houses tumbling down. Through the mist, the giant mountain ape leaped and leaped into the distance. The earth trembled, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Holy crap! Could I have come to the Kunbeast world? It's so scary. There's actually a white-haired gorilla as tall as a mountain, even bigger than King Kong. It must be the giant mountain ape recorded in the cultivation records. It's really huge, especially the thing between its legs. Wow, it's like a carrier rocket. No wonder Master said that anyone below the nascent soul stage who comes to the Cyanfan's secret realm is dead. This giant ape alone can easily crush a large number of nascent soul cultivators. Su Poman's mouth twitched, and then he stretched his neck to look into the distance. With the help of his supervision, the entire secret realm was revealed to his eyes without reservation. Fortunately, that giant mountain ape should be one of the several demon beast kings in the secret realm. If such demon beasts were everywhere, I'm afraid few nascent soul cultivators would dare to come here to explore. Chapter 229 Golden Spirit Overlord Eagle. After gaining a general understanding of the Kyanfan's secret realm, Su Poman spread his arms and soared into the air, heading towards the source of the phantom flower. He intended to complete his mission first, then thoroughly plunder the secret realm's spiritual objects. Within the desolate mountains and ravines, numerous enormous demonic beasts lurked, following the jungle law of the survival of the fittest. Every battle was bloody and brutal. From birth, every living being struggled for survival, dodging predators, scavenging food amidst dangers, and cultivating by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Small demonic beasts in the key refining stage were numerous, relegated to the bottom of the food chain within this secret realm. Even those in the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages were kept captive by powerful nascent soul stage beasts for their blood. These large nascent soul stage beasts were highly intelligent and possessed a strong sense of territory, leading to constant and intense battles for territory. In the outside world, a nascent soul cultivator would be considered a giant in the world of immortal cultivation. However, within the secret realm, life is precarious. One day, due to their lack of strength, they could be brutally slain by a monster of the same level that seeks to seize their territory. Humans, despite their smaller size, possess a potent spiritual energy within their flesh and blood, easily attracting the attention of powerful monsters. Therefore, even powerful nascent soul cultivators in the Kyanfan's secret realm must keep a low profile. Su Poman, utterly confident in his own abilities, soared through the air with unbridled confidence, oblivious to the dangers lurking around him. Due to his immense speed, the less powerful monsters had no chance of stopping him, and could only roar in anger as the light retreated further and further away. Every time Su Poman passed over a territory, he would be pursued and intercepted by nascent soul stage demonic beasts. These beasts were extremely powerful, relying on their innate abilities to easily injure or even kill cultivators of the same level. However, they encountered Su Poman. Even if a few exceptionally gifted speed-type demonic beasts managed to stop him with their teleportation, they could not stop him. Their claws and fangs, as powerful as magical weapons, were unable to break through the bioforce field defenses, and they could only watch helplessly as their escaping light entered another territory. Su Poman had no intention of engaging these demonic beasts for the time being. After reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, his superhuman physique had been further strengthened by the baptism of the sun's true fire. His physical body could fly at speeds that would be impossible for even a nascent soul stage demonic beast to catch up with him, not to mention even a spiritual transformation stage cultivator. Unless they used the great teleportation technique repeatedly, they would not be able to catch up with him. After reaching the nascent soul stage, cultivators gain the ability to teleport, leveraging the nascent soul's pure, ethereal nature to carry their physical bodies for short distances. However, these distances are limited, typically ranging from 10 to 100 kilometers, depending on the cultivator's strength and the amount of nascent soul ki consumed. Nascent soul ki is crucial for cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Crucial for their subsequent advancement. Excessive consumption can easily weaken the nascent soul and, in severe cases, even cause a regression in their cultivation. Therefore, unless faced with an urgent or crucial matter, nascent soul cultivators refrain from expending their own nascent soul ki for teleportation. The same applies to the great teleportation technique of the spiritual transformation stage, which is a much longer-range teleportation method, capable of expending spiritual ki to transport tens to hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a single breath. This is considered excessive for cultivators entering the spiritual transformation stage and is not a common method of travel. Unless facing an enemy determined to fight to the death, battles between nascent soul cultivators typically end in a decisive manner. If one initiates a teleport, the other will not use it to pursue unless there's a deep grudge or a compelling reason to kill them. This is similar to the flash, no-kill rule in MOBAs. This unspoken rule is also due to the formation cultivators. If someone sets a trap in advance, even if they were able to suppress the opponent and secure a kill, once they fall into the formation set by the formation cultivator, they become a prey. This is a common tactic used by formation cultivators. They feign defeat, teleport away, and then use the formation cultivators to trap and kill the enemy. There are countless cases like this. One such case was recorded in the records of cultivation observations. A cultivator in the nascent soul stage named Master Cheyenne Luo painstakingly studied formations to avenge the blood feud of his sect. He spent a lot of time and resources to set up a 9 Dragons Divine Fire formation. Then he deliberately went to the mountain gate of his enemy's house to provoke them, and successfully lured 5 cultivators of the same level into the formation. Relying on the power of the formation, he successfully counterattacked and killed the remaining 2 nascent soul stage cultivators using the same method. He fought 1 against 7, became famous in one battle, and finally successfully wiped out the enemy's sect and avenged his blood feud. The Kyanfan Secret Realm's foremost combatants are its 4 demon beast kings, each possessing combat power comparable to that of a cultivator at the divine transformation stage. Furthermore, rumors circulate that within Longting Lake, the deepest point of the Secret Realm, lies a Black Jade Flood Dragon King, comparable to a powerful cultivator at the fusion stage. Its power is terrifying, but it has not been seen in the past 1,000 years, leading many to suspect it failed to transform and was reduced to ash by the Thunderbolt. Su Poman once used his supervision to spy on the direction of Fulenting Lake, but some barrier seemed to obstruct his view in the water thousands of feet below. Su Poman was eager to test the limits of a fusion stage demon beast. After all, his immortal father-in-law had once said that a fusion stage cultivator would be unable to defeat him, so this would be a perfect opportunity to test the limits of his own combat power. A flash of red light flashed through the sky at astonishing speed. From the forests and hills below, giant beasts would occasionally leap up, only to catch nothing, unable to stop this uninvited intruder. The road was smooth and unimpeded, and after half an hour, Su Poman finally reached his destination. A cliff before him was covered with palm-sized indigo flowers, blooming on long, thin purple necks. A gentle breeze blew, and the phantom flowers drifted in the air. Su Poman roughly counted them, perhaps 40 or 50, and a smile crossed his face. That should be enough. Quack, quack. As he hovered in midair, the rapid croaking of frogs suddenly reached his ears, and a flash of purple light shot directly into the Nuan Palace. Within the spiritual platform, Su Poman's spirit was only the size of a fist, his skin incredibly solid, like the primordial spirit of a person at the spiritual transformation stage. The moment the purple light invaded, his spirit, in its figurine form, lazily opened its mouth, and the purple light was drawn in. Su Poman's gaze swept across the phantom flowers growing on the cliff wall, and he spotted a red-skinned toad, several feet tall, crouching at the foot of the precipice. Its skin was a light vermilion, resembling Gamabunta from Naruto. Its belly was bulging, its white belly gleaming with eerie purple lines, like a demon's eye. As the frogs croaked, streams of purple light continuously shot out from the demon's eye. This toad is actually a soul attack monster. How rare. It must be related to these phantom flowers. Near the cliff, Su Poman hovered in midair. A red light slowly shone deep in his eyes, turning them like red-hot irons. 2 laser beams, each as thick as his wrist, shot out from his eyes. With a swish, the red-skinned toad was instantly pierced by the 2 high-temperature rays, instantly dying. Its bulging eyes quickly lost their luster. 2 bottomless pits appeared in the rocky ground where it lay, from which molten lava slowly flowed, emitting a crimson glow. The air was filled with the aroma of frog meat. Su Poman took out the jade box he had prepared, stepped forward, and carefully plucked the phantom flowers. He then placed a sealing talisman on the jade box to prevent the loss of their spiritual energy. With the phantom flowers harvested, the most important task of this trip was accomplished. Next, he planned to begin scavenging the spiritual essences of this secret realm, centered around this cliff. Compared to the myriad insect secret realm, the Kyanfan secret realm was more than a level higher. Not only was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth even richer, but due to the long absence of harvesters, aged spiritual herbs abounded. Once the entire secret realm was plundered, the energy points on the purple source wheel would undoubtedly reach an incredible level. Su Poman extended his bio-force field, transforming it into transparent tentacles. He first scooped out the demon core from the red-skinned toad, then brought it to him. With a touch of his hand, it transformed into over 80,000 energy points. His bio-force field then encompassed an area of dozens of miles. With the dual protection of his divine sense and supervision, he would capture any spiritual energy-laden item, whether in heaven or on earth. Ordinary little grasses, about an inch long, speckled with starlight, large, brilliant red flowers with purple stamens, small, bowl-sized trees with wheel-like crowns radiating spiritual energy, even rocks buried underground, demonic beasts above the foundation establishment stage. Spiritual plants and trees were uprooted, and demonic beasts perished under the transparent tentacles, unable even to utter a cry. Towering trees had their cores hollowed out, collapsing to the ground. The creeping creatures beneath the ground, the spiritual fish in the pools, the demonic birds in the sky, were all transformed into energy points. The light screen of the purple source wheel was constantly refreshed, and Supo's face was filled with a bright smile. Ding, energy detected. Convert to energy points, conversion completed. You've earned 50,000 energy points, conversion completed. You've earned 80,000 energy points, conversion completed. You've earned 45,000 energy points. Not only giant and stage demonic beasts, but even Yuanying stage demonic beasts struggled to escape his clutches. The invisible and intangible nature of the biological force field captured them, then ripped them apart, dissected their cores, and converted them into energy points. The value of giant and stage demonic beasts converted into energy points ranged from 30,000 to 60,000 energy points, while Yuanying stage demonic beasts were worth between 3,000 and 6,000 energy points. Spiritual essences had varying values depending on their species and age. Within a few minutes, Su Poman was delighted to discover that the remaining energy points on the purple source roulette screen had exceeded 100 million. This invigorated him, and he shifted his position, slowly advancing in a steady direction. He recklessly harvested the lives of spiritual creatures and demonic beasts within the secret realm. Gradually, some of the more intelligent demonic beasts began to sense something was amiss. Within the Kyanfan's secret realm, any demonic beast above the Jindan stage develops a glimmer of intelligence, and the stronger they become, the higher their intelligence. Yuanying stage demonic beasts are already as intelligent as ordinary humans. Upon discovering this terrifying demon-devouring vortex, the demonic beasts began fleeing in droves, away from Su Poman, like a forest on fire. The Yuanying stage demonic beasts in the more distant territories, unaware of the situation, engaged in another fierce battle to defend their territory. As the vortex drew closer, some Yuanying stage demonic beasts howled and turned into bloody mist, prompting the fiercely engaged demonic beast lords to scatter, abandoning their own struggles and fleeing for their lives. Later, the Kyanfan's secret realm witnessed the largest beast tide in history. Ancient trees were flattened by the beasts, birds flew wildly through the forest, and dense swarms of key refining stage demonic beasts scurried beneath their massive paws. Dust rose in a clamor, filling the air as the forest and the earth rumbled. Wherever the beast tide passed, a devastating mess lay in its wake, leaving behind countless trampled corpses. Soon, the beast tide alarmed a great demon beast in the secret realm, the golden spirit tyrant eagle, one of the 4 supreme demon beasts of the Kyanfan's secret realm. Its golden feathers and wingspan obscured the sky, casting a shadow over 2 mountains, resembling the legendary Kunpen. Its sharp eagle eyes revealed a hint of human-like fear. Watching the rumbling beast tide above, the tyrant eagle felt its position challenged. The 4 supreme kings each occupied their own territory, and in this situation, it must have been the appearance of another creature of equal rank, posing a challenge to it. As the overlord of the skies, the tyrant eagle possessed a certain pride, fearless of any challenge. With a flap of its mighty wings, a massive storm erupted on the ground, instantly crushing any demon beast that failed to dodge. A tyrant eagle descended from the sky, its massive form obscuring the sun. Its enormous, wrinkled yellow talons, as large as a small city, swooped down upon the tallest nearby mountain. Instantly, the mountain shook, sending a shower of rubble tumbling down as if unable to bear the weight. A shriek echoed, its wings spread wide, its golden collar erected, as it assumed a fighting stance. Its wingspan stretched thousands of feet, casting a shadow over the 2 nearby peaks. Its amber-colored eyes, framed by pitch black, shone with a cold, murderous intent. Su Poman, who had been collecting spiritual artifacts, heard the sound and glanced off into the distance. A look of shock crossed his face. Holy crap! What a massive bird! The giant eagle before him resembled Rodan, the pterosaur from Godzilla. Set against the majestic mountain backdrop, it created an unparalleled visual impact, leaving Su Poman speechless. Is it declaring war on me? Su Poman's face lit up with an eager smile. I wonder if my current strength would allow me to slay the spiritual transformation stage eagle beast. Let's give it a try. Its demonic core must be very valuable. Su Poman paused his search, retracted his bioforce field, and slowly ascended into the air, landing on the same level as the tyrant eagle. His cheeks puffed slightly as he roared, "Big bird, come and have a good fight with your grandpa Su." Powered by Superman's breath, the voice boomed remarkably loud, the resulting sonic waves plowing the devastated ground before him. The tyrant eagle tilted its head, gazing intently at the ant-like creature before it, its eagle eyes filled with confusion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, New Ability, Resurrection. Was this tiny creature responsible for the beast tide? It's so tiny, it can't even fill a gap in someone's teeth. And the spiritual energy fluctuations aren't even significant, just like those low-level demon beasts. What a weak little bug. Though he was a little puzzled, seeing the power of the little bug's roar, the golden spirit tyrant eagle took it seriously. His sharp eyes were filled with an icy coldness. With a flap of his wings, the mountains crumbled as his massive figure vanished from the peak. The next moment, shadows obscured the skylight. Su Poman looked up and saw wrinkled yellow claws the size of a city descending like the palm of a Buddha. The sharp claws were dark black, emitting a cold light. Su Poman had no doubt that even a magical weapon would be crushed by such claws. The claws moved at such a speed that the air was compressed rapidly, producing a rumbling sound. Su Poman hovered in midair, the wind rustling his robes. A red light gradually gathered in his eyes, and the veins near his temples bulged slightly. This time, he was serious, unleashing his thermal vision with all his might. When the claws were only 3 feet away, 2 beams of crimson light suddenly shot up into the sky. With a swish, the high-temperature lasers instantly pierced the tyrant eagle's paws, then pierced through its body, creating 2 bowl-sized holes in its flesh, incinerating several feathers to fine ash. With a cry of shock, the tyrant eagle soared into the air, soaring tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. It cautiously dodged the 2 red beams, clearly startled by the powerful attack. Although the bowl-sized holes were like needle pricks to it and didn't cause serious injury, the deep stinging sensation made it feel the threat of death. What a vicious little insect! A flicker of fear flashed in the eagle's eyes, but as the overlord of the skies, it naturally wouldn't be deterred by such an attack. Facing such a scorpion-like insect, it had its own methods of dealing with it, at most exchanging wounds for wounds. As it planned its next attack, the red light shooting up from the ground suddenly moved, then swept back and forth several times in a flash. The red light flashed across the tyrant eagle's body in the blink of an eye. The eagle's eyes froze, as if realizing something. Then, with a mournful cry, a crisscross of red light emerged from the eagle's body. In an instant, it shattered into pieces. Chunks of flesh the size of small mountains, massive feathers, golden-rimmed wings that weighed down mountains, a dull half-head, viscera from its belly, and a turquoise blood began to pour down from the sky. The temperature in the sky was extremely low, and the blood slowly solidified into icicles. Between the sky and the earth, a turquoise snow fell, and the scent of blood permeated the entire world. At that moment, a blood-colored phantom eagle, clutching a giant demon elixir, cast a hateful glance at Su Poman below before vanishing into the sky in a streak of blood. Su Poman wasted no time to react, and when he tried to chase it, the blood-colored eagle had completely vanished. Damn! How could I have forgotten about this? Its spirit escaped. My efforts are wasted. The demon elixir is gone. Su Poman slapped his forehead, a hint of frustration crossing his brow. Then, his expression shifted as he gazed at the falling pieces of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of this spiritual transformation stage demon beast should be quite good too. It's definitely a tonic. Su Poman produced several storage rings, his physical body soaring into the air. He cut up each piece of flesh and stored it in his rings. Besides the inedible parts and feathers, Su Poman also collected a good amount of the cyan demon blood, quickly filling all 3 of his rings. After sorting and packing all the finest ingredients, he returned to his starting point and continued to plunder the surrounding spiritual essence. After defeating the tyrant eagle, one of the 4 great demon beast kings, Su Poman's confidence soared. He used his supervision to scan the secret realm, then stood there for a moment, pondering, before making a decision. He planned to stop midway through the plunder, leaving behind some of its essence. Centuries later, when the secret realm's vitality had recovered, he would return to harvest it, like cutting leeks. As he explored more secret realms, he could draw on the power of a clone and dispatch them to each one, plundering at regular intervals. Without the need for his original body to physically attend, he could harvest a harvest with a single click, thus earning a steady stream of energy points. With this in mind, Su Poman would carefully select rare species during his subsequent raids, preserving them and ensuring their numbers could thrive. Once this wave of raiding was over, a vast expanse of empty space would appear within the Kyanfan's secret realm, allowing these remaining species to thrive. With no one to compete with them for sunlight, rain, or spiritual energy, these species would flourish within a few years, providing a suitable habitat for low-level demonic beasts. In less than a few hundred years, the area would return to its pre-raid abundance. With this in mind, Su Poman exercised greater caution during his raids. When encountering unusual spiritual objects, he would avoid damaging their roots or only take half. As for ordinary spiritual herbs and materials, he would accept them all, transforming them into energy points. Several hours passed, and the energy points on the resource wheel had surpassed 700 million. This intensified Su Poman's excitement, and he intensified his search. He rampaged through the Kyanfan's secret realm, the beast tide expanding in size. All manner of demonic beasts scurried about, desperately trying to escape the invisible vortex of the demon devourer behind them. Besides the mountain giant ape, 2 other demonic beast kings in the divine transformation stage also fell at his hands, becoming the prime ingredients in his stored ring. Even their spirits could not escape, becoming food for the soul devourer. Nourished by 2 divine transformation spirits, Su Poman's once fist-sized soul devourer had grown to the size of an ordinary human, radiating a rich purple glow. His spiritual awareness expanded several times over. His eyes shone with a bright light, a sign of thriving soul energy. After a while, when his soul stabilized, he could subside these unusual phenomena. Beneath the transparent tentacles, the nascent soul stage demon beast let out a silent wail. Then, its demon core was ripped from its head, and it opened its mouth and sucked the spirit attached to the core into its mouth. Su Poman's soul-devouring nature allowed him to accept all that came his way. After devouring the 2 divine transformation stage demon beasts, he discovered that the spirits of demon beasts were typically hidden within their demon cores. Unable to manifest until they reached the divine transformation stage, they could be sucked out by the soul-devouring beasts. Left untreated, the spirits within these demon cores would be transformed into tiny energy points, a wasteful waste. Therefore, Su Poman began devouring demon beast spirits to strengthen himself, his spirit cultivation rapidly increasing. Su Poman felt as if his spirit had reached a state far beyond his previous cultivation, a vague feeling of wanting to escape his body and roam the world. This feeling grew stronger as he continued to devour demon souls. Could it be that my spirit soul is prematurely conceiving a primordial spirit? No, the primordial spirit is similar to the nascent soul, the products of a cultivator's essence, energy, and spirit. I possess a powerful spirit soul, but my immortal cultivation isn't up to par. What I've cultivated isn't a primordial spirit, but at most a yin spirit. Su Poman suddenly recalled the cultivation methods of the Yangshen world. His current situation was very similar. Although he hadn't practiced visualization, his spirit soul was constantly strengthening as it devoured demonic spirits. This could be considered another form of spirit soul cultivation. Concentrating the spirit, hatching, night wandering, day wandering, yin spirit, manifesting, possession, ghost immortal, thunder tribulation, Yangshen. I don't know what realm my spirit soul occupies in the Yangshen system. Could it be hatching? It shouldn't be that weak. After pondering for a moment, Su Poman decided not to attempt a soul-leaving body separation, as it was too dangerous. The giant mountain ape was quite intelligent. After learning of the demise of the other 3 demonic beast kings, it hid, giving Su Poman no chance to kill them. 2 days later, Su Poman stood atop a mountain. Behind him lay a shattered ruin, many areas bare of earth. Before him lay a vibrant jungle. It felt like 2 different worlds. A smile played on his face. After 2 days of relentless searching, he had finally cleared half of the Kyanfan's secret realm. 2 billion energy points. That should be enough to extract resurrection. Closing his eyes, Su Poman opened the purple source roulette and expertly immersed his consciousness in its light screen. He tapped the words click to draw with his mind. Instantly, 1.5 billion energy points disappeared from the screen, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the purple source roulette. Click, 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 the ancient and mysterious wheel spun rapidly, and rays of light and shadow representing different abilities flickered across it, constantly evolving and disappearing. Searching for the target confirmed the target for this extraction is undead forensic Dr. Henry Morgan. Establishing a link, extracting Ding, spent 1,500,000,000 energy points, extraction successful, gained a new ability, water resurrection. You have been blessed by the gods. After each death, you will be resurrected in full condition from the anchored waters. Both your body and soul will be restored to the state they were in a year ago. New abilities or increased cultivation gained within a year will be lost. No consumption, no cooldown, unlimited times. After the first death, if it has been less than a year, it will be restored to the state of the first anchored resurrection waters. Purple source roulette. Name, Su Poman. Realm, early foundation establishment, bloodline, bronze Superman body, 100%, abilities. 1. Bronze Superman template, possessing all the abilities of a Bronze-era Superman, can cultivate to the silver stage on their own. 2. Soul Devourer, reverse soul technique. 3. Water resurrection, the current resurrection waters are not anchored. If you change the location after anchoring, it will cost 10 million energy points each time. Energy points. 568,090,220, minimum 10 energy points required for one draw, available number. 0, 2 draws remaining this month, current draw target, none. A pristine silver pocket watch, shimmering with a faint light, sank into Su Poman's body. Mysterious vibrations penetrated his flesh and soul, gradually enveloping the innermost essence of his spirit. Su Poman opened his eyes, his face wide with surprise. This new ability is incredible. It's like Tesla. This is amazing. From now on, I can do whatever I want. Besides the loss of a year's cultivation, this is a life-saving skill. No one can kill me. Ho ha ho ha, he pinched his waist, looked up to the sky and laughed, his face a huge, unbridled grin, his voice echoing through the nearby mountains. For the first time since his time traveling, Su Poman felt safe. No longer afraid of anything, no longer worried of the old monsters in the world of immortal cultivation, he felt completely at ease. From now on, I'll slap anyone I want in the face. Those demonic sects, just wait for Grandpa Su Poman, ignoring the dust on the ground, simply lay down, his eyes fixed on the sky. He felt the beauty of this moment, and the sense of peace and security in his heart filled him with joy, but at the same time, he also inexplicably felt a little sleepy. The light in the sky gradually dimmed, and Su Poman lay on the mountain top, falling into a sweet dream. This sleep lasted for more than 10 hours, and he didn't wake up until noon the next day. What a good sleep. As a time traveler, although Su Poman's strength was much stronger than those around him in the early days, he had always been on edge. Now, he had completely relaxed, and even if he caused a big commotion and caused a sensation in the world of immortal cultivation, he was not afraid. When I used to read novels in my college dorm, I always thought the protagonists looked so cool when they were out and about. But after traveling through time and finding himself in the treacherous, ruthless world of immortal cultivation, I truly felt the suffocating pressure. Even ordinary pools of water could harbor ferocious beasts. Supernatural events unfolded in the mortal realm, demons slaughtered villages, and even more bizarre demons wreaked havoc. And then there was the human pale incident of the heavenly soul Deo sect. This all left Su Poman, who grew up on Blue Star, feeling a deep chill in his heart. He knew that only by staying safe could he have a chance to thrive. Until now, the shackles had finally been lifted from his heart. Su Poman stood up, gazed briefly into the distance, and said slowly, "It's time to explore Dragon Court Lake. I wonder if that black jade dragon is still there. The small 5-element formation can't trap a demon beast in the fusion stage, but first, we need to find a body of water to anchor our resurrection point." He set his sights on the easternmost edge of the secret realm, spread his arms, and transformed into a red shadow, disappearing into the horizon. Not long after, Su Poman arrived at a vast lake. This area, near the eastern mountains, was where meltwater converged, forming a body of water no less vast than an inland sea. Not only was the water vast, but it was also hundreds of thousands of feet deep. Furthermore, due to the clustering of mountains, cumulonimbus clouds frequently formed, bringing regular rain. Since the Cyanfan's secret realm's emergence, the waters had never dried up. Chapter 231 Fierce Fight. Su Poman arrived at the very center of the waters, closed his eyes, and gently tapped the water resurrection ability on the purple source roulette screen. A silver pocket watch flew out of his body and landed directly in the water. A white light flickered beneath the surface for a moment, then gradually returned to calm. It's done. Su Poman glanced at the roulette screen, finding the water resurrection ability fully functional, and he felt completely relieved. This kind of incredible resurrection ability is probably unimaginable. Next, I can go play in that black jade dragon's lair. Ideally, I can fight it to test my current combat prowess. With that, Su Poman stored his storage equipment beneath a boulder on the shore, then levitated and slowly ascended into the sky. Upon reaching a certain height, he transformed into a red shadow, piercing the air and punching a series of holes in the clouds. Longting Lake lies at the deepest point of the Cyanfan's secret realm. Within a 100-mile radius, no demonic beast dares to enter. Even though the Black Jade Dragon King has not appeared for a long time, the aura of the demonic king lingers in that area. Beneath the 1,000-foot-deep lake, a strange natural barrier seems to exist, impenetrable even to Su Poman's supervision. With a crash, a red shadow plummets from the sky into the lake, sending up a wave of water several feet high. The water is icy cold, devoid of any living creature, creating a sense of deep, eerie terror. As one descends deeper, the water pressure intensifies, and the light from above diminishes, plunging the environment into darkness. Only a faint light lingers in the distance above, like a beacon in the fog, sparse and weak. As the undercurrent surges, the remaining glimmer of light is quickly obscured. The complete darkness didn't affect Su Poman's vision. He continued to descend, and soon he reached a depth of 10,000 feet. The water layer here seemed to be separated by a transparent shield, revealing another world beneath. Su Poman had seen records of this phenomenon in ancient texts. Could it be a realm within a realm? The so-called realm within a realm meant that another secret realm existed within a secret realm, like a Russian nesting doll. Su Poman slowly extended his hand and felt it, discovering that the other side of this natural barrier was also a body of water, and the water temperature was slightly higher than the lake here. Without hesitation, Su Poman passed through the barrier and entered the other secret realm. He immediately scanned the surroundings with his supervision and discovered that this secret realm was a vast ocean. The area of this secret realm was only 1/3 of the Cyanfan's secret realm, with 90% occupied by ocean, with only dozens of islands dotted throughout the ocean. These small islands resembled Hawaii. Near the shore lay a white sandy beach, fringed by a few palm and coconut trees. Beyond, a vast, gloomy forest loomed. The sky was a deep blue, occasionally punctuated by white birds and demonic beasts. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was 3 times richer than that of the Cyanfan's secret realm. Many ferocious sea monsters inhabited the ocean, but their ranks were low, and those above the nascent soul stage were extremely rare. At that moment, Su Poman's expression froze as he spotted a figure on an island. He pierced through layers of water and leaped out, his entire body gleaming with a metallic sheen under the dazzling dome light. On a distant island, a short, thin, elderly man with a slightly green complexion lay on a bamboo chair. He wore a round hat and sported a mustache that, upon closer inspection, resembled the tentacles of a catfish. At that moment, the cattail leaf fan in his hand suddenly stopped, and his brow furrowed. After all these years, a fearless human cultivator has actually intruded here. Perfect. No one's been around to talk to me for ages. Let's capture him and have some fun. Hey, why is he flying towards me? That's not right. How can a young human cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage have such swift escape speed? Puzzlement crossed the old man's eyes. He lay quietly on the bamboo chair, waiting silently, wondering what special ability the boy possessed that allowed him to infiltrate this place with his Foundation establishment cultivation. A red shadow shot out from the clear sky, instantly arriving above the island. Su Poman landed gracefully and walked towards the beach where the old man lay. Senior, are you the only one in the secret realm? Su Poman asked from a distance. In fact, he already had the answer in his mind. This old man was most likely the reincarnation of the Black Jade Dragon King. The old man sat up, stroked his mustache, and squinted his eyes. Where did you come from, little brat? You've barged in here. Are you trying to kill yourself? Haha, this place might be a dangerous place, but it's not where I'll get killed. I didn't expect the Black Jade Dragon Emperor to be cultivating here. How enviable, Su Poman laughed, directly revealing his identity. The old man blew his mustache and said coldly, "Little brat, you're not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue off. Let me see how a Foundation establishment cultivator like you can survive here." "Hey, that's what I was thinking. Please teach me, Dragon Emperor." Su Poman smiled and extended his hand, making a gesture of invitation, then quickly distanced himself. "Well, since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish." The old man extended his right hand, and a 1,000-foot-long cyan dragon claw materialized in the air, slamming down on Su Poman's head. Su Poman was unable to evade such a large-scale attack. His face betrayed no fear, but instead an eagerness to fight. This expression was clearly observed by the Black Jade Dragon Emperor, who grew even more perplexed. Is this little brat mentally ill, having to come here to seek his own death? However, his movements were merciless. Even a casual strike could easily smite a cultivator in the spiritual transformation stage. A cyan light swirled around the 1,000-foot-long cyan dragon claws, their patterns crystal clear and imbued with a strange power that left the attacker helpless, unable to avoid the blow. Boom! The claw's shadow slammed down, sending the surrounding water surging, waves billowing up on the shore. A flicker of surprise and disbelief passed from the old man's eyes. "He's alright, Dragon Emperor. That little bit of force can't kill me." Su Poman, smiling broadly, flew out from the area covered by the claws. That claw strike had been incredibly powerful, but it only caused his bio-force field to vibrate, unable to break his defenses. This result naturally delighted him greatly, giving him greater confidence in his own abilities and a wider range of options after leaving the kingdom of Nanayu. The Black Jade Dragon Emperor looked at the unharmed Su Poman, stroked his mustache, and a look of shock crossed his face. "My goodness, am I the demon beast, or are you? What kind of freak are you?" As he spoke, he waved his hand again, and a massive stream of light instantly struck Su Poman. This attack was far more powerful than before, brimming with cyan demonic energy. Su Poman felt as if a small portion of his bio-force field had been torn apart. After the streaks of light faded, Su Poman flew back again. He hovered in front of the old man, a hint of disdain on his face. He said slowly, "It's still not enough, little old man. Can you do it?" The Black Jade Dragon Emperor's face darkened, clearly enraged. "Little kid, I'm going to eat you." As he spoke, the old man's clothes shredded, and tiny dragon scales appeared all over his body. His mustache slowly grew into dragon whiskers, and his head took on the shape of a dragon. Slowly, a peerless demonic aura spread out. A shocking and terrifying aura enveloped the whole area. The once clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, a strong wind blew, and a drizzle fell like a curtain of rain. Su Poman was secretly frightened. Under the terrifying pressure, he sensed a hint of danger, and a red light slowly gathered in his eyes. Under the dim sky, a multi-1,000-foot-long dragon hovered in the air, resembling a colossal mountain. Its head lacked horns, but two claws sprouted from its belly. Its scales shone a brilliant green light, as if cast from jade. The dragon's roar shook the earth. The immense sound waves continuously impacted Su Poman's bio-force field, causing it to tremble continuously. Waves hundreds of stories high rose from the sea behind him. The playful expression on Su Poman's face vanished. Not daring to delay, he struck first, the red light in his eyes radiating out in two beams. Zzz. At such high temperatures, even the specialized alloys of the alien warships would be instantly shredded, but now, upon the dragon's body, their power seemed to be lost. Smoke continued to rise from its scales, and the heat waves did not instantly penetrate them. Su Poman wasn't surprised by this result. After all, the artifacts of the immortal realm were inherently far superior to those of the mortal realm. Magical instruments were divine weapons in the mortal realm, while spiritual instruments surpassed the strength of most alloys. The magical treasures of immortal cultivators could utterly outperform even the most advanced specialized alloys, possessing incredible powers. Furthermore, demon cultivators possessed formidable physical strength. Even a divine transformation stage demon beast king who had fallen at his hands could easily withstand a magical weapon with his physical body, let alone this fusion stage demon dragon before him. A demon dragon was a true dragon-type demon beast, its body inheriting the characteristics of the dragon race and possessing immense fortitude. Normally, a demon dragon of the same rank could completely overwhelm a human cultivator. Being able to inflict damage on such a demon beast was beyond Su Poman's expectations, demonstrating that the strength currently developed by his superhuman body had reached the fusion stage. Ow! The Black Jade Dragon King, Sensing the burning sensation, cried out in pain, its massive form shifting sideways at incredible speed. Then, as Su Poman gazed in astonishment, it slowly shrank, ultimately transforming into a miniature dragon over 10 meters long. Its ferocious aura intensified, its scales becoming denser, its claws radiating a heart-pounding ripple, each movement creating a dark crack in the air. With a swish, its tail sliced through the air, reaching Su Poman's chest in a flash. Bang! The biofield was ripped apart, and Su Poman's body, struck hard, was sent flying backward like a cannonball, slamming into the surging sea. Cough, cough, cough. Su Poman's clothes ripped completely from his chest, and he felt a tightness in his chest, evidently suffering a minor injury. Ha ha ha, awesome. Dragon King, that tail whip is great. It feels so good. Come again. As he spoke, the slight injury he had just sustained had healed. Su Poman's face was wide open, and he rushed towards the over 10-meter-long dragon at an even faster pace. He unleashed a powerful punch, slamming into the dragon's torso, sending a shower of sparks flying. Such a tough body. I can finally unleash my full power. Let's see how strong I am now. Boom. 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 He unleashed a barrage of punches, his arms moving like light and shadow. The Dragon King, not to be outdone, lashed out with a fierce attack of claws, sending him flying with each blow. However, Su Poman possessed not only incredible defense but also exceptional recovery. He was sent flying again and again, only to charge forward again. Fists, elbows, knees, shoulders, even teeth, all became Su Poman's weapons. Like an invincible cockroach, he grew more and more courageous as he engaged the Dragon King in hand-to-hand combat. The Black Jade Dragon Emperor grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. Where on earth could this Foundation establishment stage warrior have come from? Not only was his body incredibly tough, but each attack was incredibly powerful, leading him to wonder if Su Poman was a true dragon cub who had escaped from the True Dragon clan. Man and dragon clashed constantly. The dragon unleashed powerful spells, but the effect was limited, unable to inflict fatal damage on Su Poman. He ultimately abandoned his spells and engaged in a full-scale physical confrontation. For the demon race, the physical form is everything. While humans cultivate the Deo and the primordial spirit, demons cultivate the physical form and the power of their bloodline. The Dragon Emperor's body vanished into thin air, reappearing behind Su Poman in an instant. With a single swipe of his claws, a faint black crack in space appeared, instantly ripping through the transparent bioforce field and sending Su Poman flying. Such a powerful claw would surely have shattered an ordinary divine transformation cultivator into bloody mist, but on Su Poman, it only shredded his clothes on his back and left 3 shallow scars. Su Poman's eyes flashed with lasers, and he constantly shifted his position, giving the Flood Dragon Emperor no chance to teleport. He simultaneously sought opportunities to charge forward and pound. The Flood Dragon Emperor roared furiously. Their fierce clash intensified, their fury building. Like 2 meteors, they collided rapidly, then separated, then collided again. From time to time, 2 beams of light streaked through the sky, rapidly vaporizing the seawater and shattering the island into pieces. The entire secret realm shook, and devastating tsunamis erupted everywhere. AWW bang. 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 Man and Flood Dragon struck from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground into the sea. The powerful aftermath devastated nearby islands, creating bottomless gullies on the seabed and countless massive whirlpools on the surface. Where the dark clouds gathered, a dragon gathered the clouds, coiled its body, and its eyes were full of murderous intent. In all his cultivation, this was the first time he had encountered such a difficult low-level cultivator. Chapter 232 Gishu Demonic Thunder. This boy must not be allowed to stay. A gleam flashed in the Dragon King's eyes, and he shimmered further away. A green light slowly emanated from his dragon's mouth, and the demonic essence within him was frantically mobilized. This attack was one of his most powerful weapons, difficult to withstand even for a cultivator in the late fusion stage. A tsunami erupted on the sea below, and dark cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Su Poman wanted to pursue and engage in hand-to-hand combat, but suddenly stopped, his body aroused by a sudden sense of danger. It seems the old dragon is serious, his expression stern, and he concentrated his bioforce field directly in front of him, forming a thick shield. His eyes were filled with a red light, tinged with madness. Come on, show me the power of a fusion stage demonic cultivator. Initially, Tiny strands of lightning emanated from the dragon's mouth, but in an instant, they converged into a green ball of thunder. Gishu demonic thunder. As the lightning ricocheted, the void shattered, as if it were a piece of fragile paper. The terrifying power eclipsed the heavens and earth, and the dome of light distorted and nearly vanished near the thunderball. The water demonic thunder, fueled by the dense water attributed demonic energy, possessed an extremely terrifying power. With a dragon's roar, a massive thunderball instantly burst forth, ripping through the void and descending directly before Su Poman. A cyan electric light illuminated Su Poman's features, highlighting his calm expression with uncanny clarity. Upon witnessing this, the Dragon King silently praised him. What a human youngster, unfazed by the crumbling of Mount I. If it weren't for our differing views, I wouldn't have the heart to kill you. Alice, you're no match for this attack. With a boom, the thunderball exploded, illuminating the entire secret realm with a blinding radiance that could be seen even millions of miles away. The devastating force instantly evaporated the seawater by hundreds of feet. Su Poman was hurled into the deep sea, his body charred black as charcoal, flashes of lightning intermittently flashing. This was the first time he had suffered such severe injuries since crossing over, and he was on the verge of death. His superhuman body's powerful self-healing abilities continued to take effect, healing his internal injuries. Cough cough, a few bubbles emerged from the sea. After regaining consciousness, Su Poman quickly enveloped himself in a bioforce field and quickly fled to the seabed, employing the ancient breath suppression technique to minimize his own aura. At that moment, a powerful divine sense descended. Little kid, you can't escape now, can you? An old voice entered Su Poman's mind. Su Poman shook his head, smirking contemptuously. Old Jiao, you can't kill me, really? Haha, the Jiao Emperor's eyes flashed coldly, and from his mouth, he condensed another Gishu demonic thunder, which pierced the void and crashed down. Su Poman saw the sky filled with cyan lightning again. The arcs of electricity easily tore through the bioforce field and pierced his body. Flesh and blood shattered inch by inch under a force powerful enough to annihilate the void, leaving only a brown skeleton. Then, his consciousness darkened, and his awareness gradually stretched. Isn't this death? The young humans are still too arrogant. Hey, why did the bones suddenly disappear? The voice gradually faded away. But in the Cyanfan's secret realm, in an inland sea at the easternmost part of the waters, a white light suddenly illuminated in the very center of this area. Bubbles gurgled and bubbled up from the water, and the next moment, a muscular and well-built body emerged naked. Su Poman opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Dongting Lake with lingering fear. The Flood Dragon King in the fusion stage is indeed extremely ferocious. At the last moment, although I released the defense of the biological force field, the attack of that demon thunder must have exceeded the attack strength of the late fusion period. However, this ability of water resurrection is really good. It is simply a must-have skill for home and travel. With a magical skill similar to the resurrection fountain, I will be the only player in the world of Immortal Cultivation. Although there are many bosses with extraordinary strength, my strength is also constantly increasing. I believe that one day I will be able to break through the world of Immortal Cultivation and then ascend to the Immortal world to continue traveling. Just thinking about it like this is really wonderful. If there is another storage space bound to consciousness, there is no need to hide the storage bag here. Su Poman flew to the shore. His naked body exuded a metallic luster under the dome of light, and at the same time exuded a strong scent of male hormones. His strong and masculine body was enough to make any woman unable to close her legs. Arriving above the boulder, Su Poman gently lifted a giant, transparent hand, materialized by a bioforce field, revealing a pile of storage equipment. The most conspicuous item was the jet black ring strung with a rope. I forgot about this ring. I'll study it after we get out and see if my foundation establishment strength can unlock its seal. Su Poman hung the ring around his neck, then reached out and gathered the storage equipment scattered across the floor. He pulled a white robe from an exquisite storage bag and donned it, then hung the bags, sorted by category, on the sash inside his robe. I'm leaving now. When I return to the Cyanfan's secret realm, I'll be feasting on dragon meat and drinking dragon blood. Su Poman silently glanced at the mirror realm where the Black Jade Dragon Emperor resided. His body slowly levitated, transforming into a streak of white light and disappearing between heaven and earth. Outside the Cyanfan's secret realm, within the Void Valley, 5 beams of light shot out, landing 3 men and 2 women. The leader, an elder with an ethereal demeanor and dressed in a dark Taoist robe, stood before the cave and spoke gravely. This time, As we enter the Kyanfan's secret realm, we must be extremely cautious. We must not be too ostentatious, nor use our spiritual sense lightly. Fellow Taoist Chu, this is your first time in the Kyanfan's secret realm, so you must adhere to the rules on the jade slips. This secret realm is fraught with danger. There are countless demonic beasts comparable to those of the Yuanying stage, and even 4 giant demons in the Shinho stage. If you encounter one, there's no escape. This time, I've brought a set of the 7 demon-slaying formation. If we work together, we might be able to find the elixir needed for the concentrating mind pill. Rest assured, Brother Lin. I've memorized the jade slips by heart and will not violate any taboos. The purple-clad man surnamed Chu hastily assured. The old Taoist in a black robe smiled and nodded, then looked at the man in green, shrouded in wind-attributed spiritual energy. After we enter, I'll choose a suitable location to set up the formation. Fellow Taoist Luo will then lure the earth-armored me beast over. We'll then combine the power of the formation to surround and kill it. Alright, the man in green uttered a single word before falling silent, his gaze averted, seeming rather withdrawn. The old Taoist in a black robe waved his hand to the 2 female cultivators behind him, saying, "Let's go. The entrance to the Kyanfan's secret realm is in that cave over there. We need to pass through a small 5 elements formation Changsa Chime, Mute Watchin, Zixu Dark Lightning, Inch of Light Pishin, formation Activate." Together, the 5 of them pass through the formation, passing through a corridor and, in a flash, entering the Kyanfan's secret realm. The scene before them stunned the old Taoist in the black robe at the front. The others behind them also noticed something unusual. Looking off into the distance, their faces etched with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Lin. Brother Lin, have we come to the wrong place? Is this the Kyanfan's secret realm? No way. How could this legendary secret realm, teeming with demonic beasts and spiritual creatures, be in such a state? An autumn breeze blew, stirring up a clump of weeds halfway up the mountain. The mountains were bare, and the stream was even more empty. The ground was a mess, as if trampled by pigs. The remains of several key refining stage demonic beasts could be vaguely seen. What on earth has happened here? The black-robed old Taoist frowned deeply, sensing something was amiss. The cultivator surnamed Chu opened his mouth, unable to resist the urge to ask, "Brother Lin, should we release our spiritual sense and try?" "Let's not do that. What if we attract a giant demon at the divine transformation stage? That would be disastrous." The girl in a pink dress and elegant palace attire shook her head. Though she looked young, her eyes betrayed the ageless vicissitudes of life of a weathered elder. Just as they hesitated, a nearby mountaintop suddenly shook. A massive, silver-haired gorilla, the size of a mountain, leaped and vanished into the distance. "Huh? That's a giant demon at the divine transformation stage? The mountain giant ape. It seems to have spotted us, but why did it run away? Perhaps it's full, tens of thousands of miles from the Void Valley." Su Poman paused on a low hill. He clutched the jet-black ring he'd acquired from the deserted island, his eyes closed, sensing the seal within. Through his divine sense, the subtle details of the ring revealed a series of mysterious formations, sealed within them a terrifying crimson spiritual energy. When he first observed this energy during his key refining stage, he had felt it was unfathomable, but now, at the foundation establishment stage, he found it less awe-inspiring. Su Poman attempted to refine the formation with the spiritual energy cultivated through the Golden Crow, transforming the sun technique. Strands of golden-red spiritual energy gradually infiltrated the sealed formation patterns. The terrifying crimson spiritual energy, sensing the provocation of this alien spiritual energy, instantly reacted violently. Upon contact, the 2 spiritual energies began to devour each other. While the crimson spiritual energy carried a formidable pressure, it was like a rootless water, relying only on its home turf to resist. Su Poman, overjoyed, decided to break the seal in one swift move, hoping to discover what treasures lay within the ring. Time ticked by, the spiritual energy within Su Poman's Danshan rapidly depleting. The tug-of-war within the ring's seal continued, the 2 spiritual energies clashing, each colliding and depleting a portion of their energy. Sunset approached. Su Poman sighed and returned the ring to its original position. The seal within this ring is surprisingly stubborn. I've exhausted all my spiritual energy and still can't dissolve it. It seems the owner of this ring must have reached the fusion stage in his lifetime. I'll work on it slowly, consuming a little each day. Sooner or later, I'll be able to break the seal. For now, I'll return to the sect and quickly heal Master's injuries. Then I can go out and play." Su Poman slowly ascended. Simultaneously, the golden crow transformation into sun technique automatically activated in the setting sun's afterglow, continuously replenishing the depleted spiritual energy within his danshin. He transformed into a white shadow, soaring high into the sky, bounding through the night towards the Liang sect. Liang sect. After nightfall, the mountain roads were bustling with activity, with numerous disciples from the lower Taoist academy bustling about in the night market. After returning to the sect, Su Poman didn't return to his own courtyard, but headed straight for the Wanjianfang. Along the way, many noticed Su Poman, dressed in his white robe, and most cast admiring glances at him. Su Poman's fame had grown over time, spreading throughout the sect. Many knew he had secured the title of Sixth Sect's leader for the sect, a prestigious honor for the younger generation of cultivators in Nanayu. This honor had made Su Poman something of a cult figure within the Liang sect. Wherever he went, he was greeted by numerous disciples. Su Poman nodded countless times, his smile now a little strained. Arriving at the Wanjianfang, he hurried inside, and without waiting for Zhang Yu to approach, he sprinted up to the top floor. "Disciple, didn't you go down the mountain to train? Why are you back now?" Yang Hong slowly opened his half-lidded eyes and asked with a hint of confusion. Su Poman chuckled, then a meaningful smile spread across his face. "Master, it's a bit inconvenient to talk right now. Please set up a formation first. I have a surprise for you." "Oh," Yang Hong waved his hand, and a gray haze suddenly enveloped the room. "Master, I want to see what you're up to, little brat." Su Poman's smile widened. With a flip of his hand, he handed over a jade box covered with talismans. "Master, please take a look at what's inside." Yang Hong glanced at Su Poman, frowned, and took the jade box. He peered inside with his spiritual sense, and his expression suddenly became vivid. Surprise, joy, confusion, and other expressions quickly changed across his old face, as if under some kind of spell. "Disciple, where did you get this phantom flower?" Yang Hong asked as he carefully opened the jade box. The indigo flower lay quietly inside, emitting a strange fragrance. He sniffed it gently and said, "Yes, this is a newly unearthed phantom flower." "Master, with this phantom flower, your injuries should be fully healed, right?" Su Po asked with a smile, not answering the question of where the phantom flower came from. Yang Hong looked at Su Poman carefully, with a gleam in his eyes, and asked in a stern voice, "You kid, you are not going to break into the Kyanfan's secret realm, are you?" Su Poman was very surprised. He didn't expect that Yang Hong's first reaction was not happiness, but anger. He shook his head like a rattle and said, "Master, I am only in the foundation establishment stage. Wouldn't it be suicide if I went to the Kyanfan's secret realm? I bought this from a market in the neighboring country." "Market?" Yang Hong showed a look of surprise on his face, and asked with some doubt, "Which market sells this kind of elixir? Is the stall owner a fool?" "Ahem, no, disciple was wrong. It was a private secret market. I exchanged it for some unknown materials." Su Poman made up a serious story. Yang Hong still had a look of suspicion on his face. He sat down and said slowly, "I searched many places in the past but never encountered it. You are really lucky. I guess Chizayu also got it occasionally through this kind of secret market." "Alice, this kind of opportunity is hard to come by. It is estimated that it will be difficult to encounter it once in hundreds of years. What a pity. If there were a few more flowers, it would be better for the master to recover his soul injuries." Chapter 233 New Form, Doomsday Zombie True Ancestor. Su Poman smiled when he heard that, patted his storage bag again, and took out more than 40 jade boxes with talismans on them one after another, and waved his hand to pass them to Yang Hong. "These are..." Yang Hong's expression froze. He stared at the jade boxes blankly, then immersed his spiritual consciousness into them, with an incredible expression on his face. "How is it possible?" Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Su Poman angrily. "You little bastard, you really did go to Kyanfan's secret realm without telling me. Are you trying to kill yourself by going to that kind of place?" "No, master. These were all bought in the secret city," Su Poman denied. Yang Hong pointed at Su Poman with trembling fingers and said angrily, "Do you think your master is a fool? You actually want to fool me? You, Alice, I must teach you a lesson this time, and let you remember it long ago. It's better than going out and risking your life." "Master, I'm telling the truth. How dare you talk back? It's really outrageous." "You little bastard, You're only at the foundation establishment stage, and you actually ran to that kind of place just for these few broken grasses. If you lose your life, do you want your master to feel guilty for the rest of his life?" As he cursed, Yang Hong suddenly felt a little sad. He recalled the scene of the demise of the Kaiansu sect and his filial and lovely disciples. He looked at Su Poman, sighed, and could no longer curse. After all, this bastard took such a risk for himself. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he risked his life. He never imagined that the casual move he made back then, leading to his appointment as an elder in the Liang sect, would result in him receiving such a disciple of exceptional character, not only exceptionally gifted but also deeply loyal and righteous. Looking at Su Poman, who smiled slyly, Yang Hong felt inexpressibly moved. He secretly resolved that once his spiritual wounds had healed, he would protect this young disciple and never allow him to be slain by the demonic forces as he had before. "Get out of here," Yang Hong shouted angrily, his face sullen. "Hey, master, I'm leaving now. Please recover quickly, and I'll visit you again later." Su Poman saluted with a smile, then turned and slipped out the door. "Don't ever go to that secret realm again." As he was walking up the stairs, Su Poman suddenly heard Yang Hong's voice transmission in his mind. He subconsciously nodded and replied, "Got it." After a while, he suddenly realized it, and his mouth twitched. He thought to himself, wasn't that answer just now equivalent to admitting it? My goodness, he is worthy of being an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. He is really old and cunning. Looking back at the top floor, he saw Yang Hong with a dark face and chest heaving. "Let's go. This stubborn old man. I gave him the elixir to heal his injuries, but he still got so angry. What a vicious person." Su Poman curled his lips and flashed back to the courtyard on the cliff top. Upon seeing Kair and Ruzu, he suddenly recalled his father-in-law's last threat. With a hint of guilt, he said, "These two are my personal maids. It shouldn't be considered an affair, right? Besides, having a maid as a concubine was quite common in feudal society." "Master, you're back." Ruzu, delighted, rushed forward and gave him a passionate hug. Soft, fragrant, and deliciously chewy. Su Poman clung to her, savoring her for a long time. Kair, not to be outdone, jumped up and swung from his arm, the three of them quickly becoming a scene. "Master, you mentioned before that you could keep me and me young forever. We mustn't forget that. We want to serve you forever," Ruzu whispered in his ear, her breath warm and sweet. Kair's eyes lit up with anticipation. In their eyes, their master was a godlike figure with immense powers. A goal that might seem absurd to others was not impossible for their master. "Well, let me think carefully about which method is best for you two," Su Poman said with a gentle chuckle, feeling a bit guilty towards the two women. He had just returned and would likely be out and about again in a few months. The two girls were looking forward to it day by day, genuinely afraid of their mortal status. In a few years, they would be old and faded, no longer able to face him. Monks have long lifespans, and a single retreat could last for years, but for a mortal, that's a significant portion of their life. 3 years after 3 years, how many 3-year periods are there in a short mortal life? Su Poman looked at the two eager women with a sudden pity, pondering what ability he could extract to grant them immortality. Vampires? No, with the exception of the original vampire ancestor, they are all restrained by sunlight and die in the light. They also have a strong dependence on blood, which conflicts with my superhuman constitution's ability to bask in the sun. Pass, the immortal species also has the corpse race, but that thing is equivalent to a mutated corpse, a bit abnormal, and the consciousness must be reshaped, so it has to be passed. In addition, the only ones who can bestow powers on others through physique are zombies. Feng Shui Yin corpses must also be excluded. That kind of people die first and then are reborn, with low intelligence, like wild beasts. Another system is the Pangu bloodline and my date with zombies. This is an excellent choice. The reason why mortals become monsters that live on blood after being bitten is because they lack energy and cannot support the physical body to evolve into a perfect Pangu person. They can only absorb soul blood to maintain their livelihood. Real Pangu people, such as Yang Chen, do not need to suck blood for survival and can also eat ordinary food, just like ordinary people. The only difference is that they have immortal lifespan, extremely strong body, and various extraordinary abilities that have been awakened after thinking about it. The bloodline of the Pangu clan in Zombie Agreement is more suitable for the current situation. I will spend more energy points, and it would be best if I can extract the bloodline of the first generation Pangu clan Zhang Chen. After making up his mind, Su Poman whispered to the two women, "I already have a way." "You wait a day, let me plan it." "Really? That's wonderful. Master, you're so kind to us." The two women practically leaped for joy, tears glistening in their eyes as they were overcome with emotion. "Alright, you guys go down first. I'll come find you once I'm ready." "Yes, Master," the two women beamed, bowed, and departed. Su Poman leaped onto the training platform and, with a wave of his hand, activated the isolation formation. A hazy green light enveloped the entire training platform, preventing anyone from seeing what lay within. Closing his eyes, Su Poman expertly opened the purple source wheel, immersing his consciousness in its light curtain. With his mind, he lightly tapped the words "click" to draw. The light curtain instantly lost over 500 million energy points, transforming into a streak of light that vanished onto the purple source wheel. Click, 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 the ancient and mysterious roulette wheel spun rapidly, and rays of light and shadow representing different abilities flashed on the wheel, constantly generating and disappearing, and constantly changing. Searching for the target confirmed the target of this extraction is the Zombie Covenant world, the first generation of Pangu people, the Zombie King, Zhang Hanzu, establishing a link, extracting Ding, spent 568,090,220 energy points, extraction successful, gain new ability, Zombie Covenant, first generation Pangu bloodline. You have obtained the Pangu divine body and awakened bloodline abilities, nether communication, levitation, formless form, telekinesis, instantaneous teleportation, dark vortex, lightning manipulation, defensive barrier, time stop, flying, moon gazing and swallowing flower. You can use bloodline energy to develop a second generation of Pangu people. The life and death of all descendants depends on your thoughts. Purple source roulette, name, Su Poman, realm, early foundation establishment, bloodline, bronze Superman body, 100%, Zombie Covenant, first generation Pangu bloodline, 100%, abilities. 1. Bronze Superman template, possessing all the abilities of a Bronze Age Superman, and can cultivate to the Silver Age on their own. 2. Soul devouring, reverse soul technique. 3. Water resurrection, the resurrection waters are currently unanchored. Relocating after anchoring will cost 10 million energy points each time. 4. Pangu body, energy points. 0. A minimum of 10 energy points is required for a single draw. Available number. 0. 1 draw remaining this month. Current draw target, none. A giant bat-like figure descended from the void and landed on Su Poman. Icy yin energy continuously flowed into his body, colliding with his original superhuman blood pulse. Roar Su Poman levitated into the air, letting out an inhuman roar. His eyes gradually transformed from black to blood red. Simultaneously, a golden energy within him suddenly emerged, as if resisting the changes occurring within his body. With a shriek, cloth ripped, and two wings resembling dragon wings burst forth from Su Poman's back. Simultaneously, a golden energy gradually eroded the two enormous wings, and the demonic pattern began to shift. The transformation continues. Su Poman roared again, his body growing taller and taller. His muscles bulged, his hair standing upright like steel needles. From a distance, he resembled a Super Saiyan with dragon wings. The wings behind him flickered slowly, a kind of energy that seemed to pierce the void. A sense of overwhelming power washed over Su Poman, a mesmerizing feeling. In this state, he felt as if he could smite the old dragon in the mirror realm to death with a single blow. Su Poman used his spiritual sense to observe his current state. His face remained unchanged, but he had grown to over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like a muscular giant, a radiant and violent aesthetic. His dragon wings waved behind him, like a demon descending upon the earth. At this moment, the sound of the purple source wheel echoed in his mind. Ling. Your Superman and Pangu bloodlines have mutated, granting you the Doomsday Zombie progenitor form. Upon activating this form, all of your attributes will increase exponentially, depending on the level of your emotions, including lust, anger, hatred, and resentment. You will also gain all of Doomsday's abilities, including regeneration, adaptive evolution, teleportation, and Doomsday spores, regeneration. Even if reduced to a single cell, you can slowly resurrect by absorbing sunlight. You can also choose to instantly resurrect from anchored waters, adaptive evolution, a passive ability. After enduring multiple fatal attacks of the same type, this form gradually adapts to them, becoming completely immune. Teleport utilizes the Phantom Zone to create a portal, allowing you to jump between planets. Since the Phantom Zone does not exist in the current world, this is temporarily unavailable. Doomsday Spore devours all surrounding life force, using their vitality as fuel for continuous growth. After its original form is destroyed, it can parasitize others, gradually devouring them until Doomsday is resurrected. Currently, Doomsday's form is incomplete, so this ability cannot be used. Upon seeing this message, Supo's face lit up with ecstasy, and he couldn't help but laugh. You've actually mutated into new form. What a pleasant surprise. His regeneration ability is fine, similar to Majin Buu's immortality, but this adaptive evolution is truly extraordinary. Combined with my resurrection ability, it's simply insane. You can never use the same trick on me again, ha ha ha. Because Su Poman was in his Doomsday Zombie progenitor form, his voice had become muffled and richer, and his laughter was reminiscent of some anime villain. While the name adaptive evolution might be unremarkable, its potential was undeniable. It was arguably the most buggy ability besides resurrection. The same trick can only be used once against a Saint Seiya. Su Poman struck a truly cheesy pose, then suspended in midair, clutching his hips and laughing. Fortunately, there were soundproofing barriers in place, otherwise, this eerie laughter would surely terrify the two women in the courtyard. Su Poman was absorbed in the resource wheel, and sure enough, he noticed a new form column among the rows of data on the screen. With a thought, he instantly emerged from his Doomsday Zombie progenitor form. Tisk, my new form looks so different from a human. If I went to the demon area, I'd probably be mistaken for one of the same kind, he thought, his laughter rising to his face as he recalled his undercover stint in the demon tribe. Su Poman changed into fresh clothes, then with a wave of his hand, closed the isolation formation and leaped down from the training platform. The moon was already at its zenith, and the two women in the hall were still awake, excitedly discussing something. Sister Gadir, how do you think the young master will keep us young forever? I heard Yenner mention that there is a magic pill called anti-aging pill in the world of immortality. After swallowing it, the user can keep their youthful appearance and live forever. Ah, there is such a pill. The young master may have started refining the pill. I'm really looking forward to it. Not necessarily, Ruzu. Although our young master has great magical powers, it seems that he has never been exposed to alchemy before. Huh? What could it be? Chapter 234 Second Generation Green Eyes. As the two women tossed and turned in excitement, Su Poman pushed open the door and asked with a smile, "It's so late, you still haven't slept?" Sir, I'm waiting for you." Ruzu rolled over from under the covers. Kadir also looked at Su Poman expectantly, extending her fair arms. "Sir, it's cold outside, come in first, okay?" Su Poman smiled and got into bed. "Women, what little devils you are." With a sigh, Su Poman lay flat on her back, her head resting on either side of his chest, her eyes fixed on his face. "This young master intends to pass on a magical bloodline to you. Although you may need to feed on blood in the early stages, you can evolve by constantly absorbing high-energy soul blood in the future, and then you will be no different from ordinary people, sucking blood for food. Isn't that the legendary zombie? Young master, I don't want to become a zombie. It's too ugly and hard, haha. Don't worry, this bloodline is not the zombie bloodline you know. Not only will it not turn into a rotten and ugly zombie, but it can also keep you young forever, gain unlimited lifespan, jump out of the 3 realms, and not be in the 5 elements. You can live more comfortably than those immortals, and use love and high-energy soul blood as a way to enhance your strength. As long as you can evolve into the Red-Eyed Pangu clan, you don't need to absorb soul blood anymore. Wow, that's great, being able to stay young forever, sister, sounds really good, haha, that's natural. After I bite you, you should become second-generation green-eyed Pangu zombies and will directly possess extraordinary powers. Not only will your physical body be invulnerable to swords and guns, and difficult to be hurt by magic weapons, but you can also awaken a superpower. You can experience it for yourself later. The Pangu zombies are divided into 5 generations. The most perfect are the red-eyed Pangu people. The next 4 generations have green, blue, gray, and white eyes. These Pangu zombies need to feed on blood because the energy in their bodies is not enough to directly evolve into Pangu people. Moreover, the later they are, the lower their strength. The weakest white-eyed zombies are afraid of sunlight and can be easily killed by a peach wood sword. In addition, you can also use the zombie blood in your body to develop loyal descendants. The one you give zombie blood to will be a 3rd-generation blue-eyed zombie, which also has decent strength. Next, Su Poman introduced the characteristics of the Pangu bloodline to the two in detail. Their eyes became brighter and brighter as they listened, and later their faces turned red with excitement. They couldn't wait to become Pangu zombies. "Young master, please bite me now." "I can't wait," Kanir said, her pretty face flushed, her eyes filled with desire. Ruzu's eyes rolled, as if she had thought of something. She whispered in her ear with a grin, "Sister Kanir, after becoming a Pangu zombie, your body will become stronger." "Young master can what?" Kanir was stunned, still not able to react. "Oh, sister, why don't you understand?" Young master wasn't very happy before Puff. Kanir couldn't help laughing, her ears red as blood. "You pervert, aren't you afraid of a spanking from young master?" Su Poman's face wore a wry smile. "Alright, you two, stop messing around. I'm about to begin the transformation ritual, okay, young master, bear with it for a while, it might hurt." With that, Su Poman's mouth erupted with two long canine teeth, his pupils instantly turning red. Although the appearance was somewhat uncanny, against Su Poman's handsome face, it accentuated a bewitching beauty. Kanir and Ruzu closed their eyes, raised their heads, and stretched their necks. Su Poman didn't hesitate. He bit down gently, his teeth easily breaking through the flesh, and blood immediately flowed out, leaving two bloody holes on their necks. Tick, tick. 2 drops of blood dripped into their mouths. An inexplicable force continuously transformed their bodies. The bloodstains on their necks disappeared after a few breaths, leaving no scar. Kanir was the first to wake up. She looked up and raised her hands to examine them. She felt her body undergo a profound transformation. Not only was her strength immense, but her bones, muscles, and flesh had been strengthened countless times. A gentle squeeze of her hands caused a sudden, explosive pop. "Master, I feel so strong." As she spoke, her pupils turned a dark green, and her mouth opened, revealing 2 small, white canine teeth. She looked adorable. A sudden sense of blood-based obedience welled up in Kanir's heart. She looked at the young master beside her, feeling as if she were facing a god. He was her own god, the creator of her own bloodline. At that moment, Ruzu also awoke. She didn't pay close attention to the changes in her body, but pleaded pitifully, "Young master, I'm feeling a little hungry." "Me too," Kanir said sheepishly. "Haha, don't worry, I have something delicious." Su Poman waved his hand, and a large wooden barrel appeared on the ground, filled with turquoise demon blood. This was the blood of the golden spirit tyrant eagle, a divine transformation stage demon beast. Besides some special nascent soul stage materials, he had also stored the bodies of the 3 divine transformation stage demon beast kings, filling 6 high-level storage bags with their flesh and blood. Su Poman's storage ring still contained many more barrels of high-level demon blood. Upon seeing the bucket of azure demonic blood, the 2 women didn't show any disgust or revulsion. Instead, they swallowed their saliva continuously, a strong desire rising within them. The Pangu clan were perfect humans who had survived the previous catastrophe. To leap from mortal to the perfect life form, they needed a vast amount of life energy to fuel their evolution. In the zombie world, those bitten by Jiang Chen became bloodthirsty zombies primarily due to insufficient energy. With no other substance containing life energy for them to absorb, they could only survive by relying on the souls and blood of ordinary people, relying on the power of love to evolve. But this was different. The blood of a demonic beast in the divine transformation stage naturally contained countless times more life energy than that of a mortal, and it also contained a surge of demonic energy. Su Poman sensed that this demonic blood would be of significant benefit to the 2 women's evolution. With a flick of his hand, he drew his 2 magical jade pots and, summoning his spiritual power, divided the bucket of azure demonic blood into 2 portions, each absorbing them. These 2 jade wine flasks, acquired from a cultivator who enjoyed drinking, could hold large quantities of liquid and functioned like storage bags. Drink. Su Poman placed the jade flasks before them. "Young master, I won't hold you back." Ruzu grabbed the jade flasks as they hovered before her, placed her cherry lips against the spout, and began to drink deeply. Kanir, without hesitation, also seized the flasks and began to guzzle. The 2 women's auras continued to rise. After drinking about 2 liters, they stopped, one after the other, and levitated across the room, their backs slowly sprouting 2 golden wings. Could this be the demonic energy of the golden spirit tyrant eagle? Su Poman frowned. No, this is the activation of its second form. They were originally bat wings, but now, Due to the tyrant eagle's blood, some unknown transformation has occurred. Su Poman stared intently at the two women floating in the air. The two golden wings resembled the legendary angels. After a few breaths, Katyr opened her eyes and looked at the wings behind her. She exclaimed in surprise, "Master, what's going on? Have we become monsters?" Beside her, Ruzu delighted in her newly grown wings, flapping them non-stop as she flitted around the room. "Haha, don't worry, this should be your combat form. You can hide it normally. Try to retract it with your mind," Su Poman reminded with a smile. A green light flashed in Katyr's eyes, and then her golden wings retracted into her body, landing on a large bed. "Master, it's true." Then, wings emerged from her back, and she soared into the air again. The two women laughed and played. In Zombie Contract, the protagonist, Kwang Xianyao, only awakens this combat form in the latter half of the story. Initially, he only uses his silver-haired form, which is far inferior to this winged form. If we ignore the protagonist's aura, any one of them would be able to defeat Kwang Xianyao in his green-eyed zombie form. Looking at the two naked women, resembling angels, floating in the air above the room, Su Poman felt a sudden surge of excitement. He said with a smile, "Stop playing. It's too late. Time for bed." Upon hearing this, the two women blushed, folded their wings, and obediently returned to bed. A night of dancing. The next day, the two women woke early to wash and groom themselves, and attentively helped Su Poman bathe and change clothes. Although transformed into second-generation green-eyed zombies, they felt no difference. They were still flesh and blood, aware of heat and cold, and able to walk in the sun, completely different from the legendary descriptions of traditional vampire zombies. In addition to the common abilities of second-generation zombies, they each awakened their own innate abilities. Katyr's ability was extreme speed, similar to Kwang Xianyao, allowing her to move at extremely fast speeds. Ruzu awakened the ability of her water elemental body, transforming her flesh into water, making her immune to physical damage and allowing her to attack using water currents. The three of them walked out of the hall together. The sunlight outside shone down like a stream of fire, making the two women feel so comfortable that they couldn't help but squint. "Sir, no wonder you like to bask in the sun. This sunlight makes me feel so comfortable," Katyr said with a look of enjoyment. Ruzu nodded earnestly, curiously asking, "Sir, is this also an ability of the Pangu clan's zombie bloodline? This sunlight is so comfortable, it's making me want to sleep." Su Poman's face lit up with excitement. He widened his eyes and asked, "Does the sunlight make you feel comfortable?" "Yes, it's warm. I'm even feeling hungry," Katyr answered seriously, opening her eyes. Ruzu smiled brightly, hugged his arm, and said coquettishly, "Sir, although we're not hungry now, the green juice in the jade pot is still delicious. We can still drink a lot, don't worry, there will be no shortage of that delicious drink." Su Poman rubbed her head affectionately, a strange look on his face. Could it be that my Superman blood, mixed with a zombie's blood, gave them the ability to photosynthesize? Since their bloodlines have mutated, my current body must have also undergone some unknown changes. Otherwise, my blood essence wouldn't have given them the ability to photosynthesize. The reason for this might have something to do with the two bloodlines. While sunlight continuously strengthens my Superman body, it also strengthens Pangu's divine body to a certain extent. Conversely, at night, I use my ability to gazing at the moon and swallowing flowers to absorb the essence of moonlight to strengthen Pangu's divine body. My Superman body will definitely benefit as well. This is like a perpetual motion machine. Sunlight during the day, moonlight at night, double the growth, double the happiness. Su Poman thought of this, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. He looked at the big sun in the sky, his heart bursting with joy. Entering the side hall, Su Poman saw Kong Ki and the other five still diligently cultivating. He stepped forward to offer some guidance, but he found this step-by-step cultivation path too tedious and boring. How could it compare to his own joy? Take Katyr and Ruzu, for example. They were once ordinary mortals, but after being gifted zombie blood by him, they suddenly became powerful second-generation green-eyed zombies, capable of easily slaughtering giant and stage cultivators and even holding their own against Yuanying stage cultivators. It was a true ascension to the heavens. In this world of immortal cultivation, a Yuanying stage cultivator was already a giant, a powerful being capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. They possessed an endless variety of magical weapons and techniques, and their combat power varied greatly. The strong could dominate second-generation zombies, while the weak were easily overwhelmed. While the figures of the zombie world boasted impressive figures, such as Pangu, Nuwa, and the Human King, their world was ultimately too small, and their depth and combat power could not compare to that of this world of immortal cultivation. Even in the war of world destruction, the existence everyone fought so hard against was merely a meteorite capable of destroying a planet. Nuwa, a power rivaling the Pangu clan's greatest attack, manipulated a meteorite to annihilate the world, while Kwang Xianyao and Ma Eling, together, shot an arrow to detonate the meteorite and save the world. This shows that the ceiling of combat power in the zombie world is, at most, around the void stage. Of course, this world also presents numerous contradictions. For example, the zombie king Jiang Chen possesses the ability to stop time, while Master Maishan can use formations to open a space-time portal, allowing everyone to travel back in time. These are beyond the reach of immortal cultivators. Even immortals in the celestial realm cannot interfere with the flow of time unless they have reached a certain level, like the Dalao Jinxin of the prehistoric world. Only at that level can they freely manipulate time. These contradictions arise primarily due to the varying levels of the world. Lower worlds are more susceptible to interfering with space and time. In higher and more complete worlds, timelines are hidden behind the Great Dao, making them extremely difficult to comprehend and, consequently, difficult to interfere with. This chapter was blocked when I posted it in the afternoon and the unblocking failed. So I posted it again and deleted a lot of it. Chapter 235, Treasure Appraiser. However, the disparity between worlds isn't solely about hierarchy, it's also about structure and dimension. This complex relationship, with time and space not the sole determining factor, makes it difficult to clearly compare the strength of the Pangu zombies to that of cultivators. Different methods and awakened abilities make it difficult to clearly compare the two systems. A true comparison of strength is only possible through combat. For example, even the weakest second-generation green-eyed zombie can easily slaughter an average giant and cultivator, but above that, the situation becomes uncertain, depending on the opponent's magical weapons and their own strength. Pangu zombies feed on blood and draw strength from resentment. Great love can cause them to explode, making it impossible to determine the specific level of cultivators they can defeat. Su Poman granted them his bloodline solely to grant them a long lifespan, not to train them for combat. Therefore, specific experiments are unnecessary to determine their true strength. However, after receiving the bloodline of the first generation of Pangu, not only did his physical body strengthen several times, but he also gained numerous new abilities. Aside from the rather limited levitation, the others possessed numerous useful abilities. Su Poman immersed his mind in the purple source wheel's light screen, examining the detailed descriptions of each ability. Ghost communication allows communication with spirits and gods, reaching down to the netherworld. Can damage ghosts and monsters by releasing energy, and can forcibly extract possessed alien spirits. Levitation, defy gravity, allowing the body to levitate. Shapeshift, can transform into bats, smoke, shadows, and other forms. Telekinesis, use your mind to interfere with everything, including its movement and surrounding force fields. Teleport, transmigrate instantly to the desired location through thought, within a radius of 10,000 miles. The distance can be increased as your spiritual soul grows. Dark Vortex, draws the opponent into a vortex of complete darkness, depriving them of their five senses and significantly reducing their spiritual awareness. Lightning Control, converts the energy within the body into lightning for attack. Defensive Barrier, transforms the energy within the body into a highly defensive barrier. Time Stop, halts the flow of time within a certain area. The duration of the pause depends on the strength of the character within the time stop field. The stronger the character, the shorter the duration of time and space stagnation. Flying, allows flight into space, allowing for easy escape to planet's core. Gazing at the moon and devouring the essence, consumes the moon's essence to strengthen its body. Later generations of zombies perform this zombie worship of the moon, opening his eyes. Su Poman saw a dead branch on the ground in the yard and attempted to activate his telekinesis. The branch floated up, slowly approaching him, then slowly bent, finally snapping in two. Just as it was about to fall, Su Poman uttered the word stop, and the branch froze in midair. Beyond that, everything in the yard froze, including Gadir, Ruzu, Kongki, and the other five, all huddled in a state of stillness. The clear spring on the rockery in the backyard seemed solid, its water droplets splashing onto the rocks suspended in midair. Wow, this ability is too insane. Su Poman walked through the completely still space and time, testing his other abilities. He discovered that his attacks were unaffected by the time-stop field. After about a quarter of an hour, a crackling sound echoed through the surrounding space and time, and the surrounding scenery suddenly came alive. This is similar to the immortal technique my father-in-law used when he descended to the mortal world, but the range of my time-stop is too limited. I hope to expand the range of the time-stop field as I grow stronger. After testing all his abilities, Su Poman leaped onto the training platform, intending to begin his training for the day. Although Su Poman was eager to go out and play, Yang Hong hadn't recovered from his injuries yet, so he had to wait a few days. In the meantime, he could practice the Golden Crow transforming into sun technique and improve his cultivation. Since successfully establishing his foundation, he hadn't practiced properly and hadn't yet experienced the effects of the transformation of his pseudo-chaos spiritual root. Su Poman sat cross-legged on the stone platform, slowly closing his eyes as his hands formed a strange hand seal. Ahem. A three-legged golden crow suddenly appeared behind him. A divine crow with black and red feathers crouched in the center of the crimson sun. Its long crest and domineering fiery eyes looked down upon all living things like a natural god. The outer edge of the crimson sun radiated a golden glow. Compared to its key refining stage, the three-legged golden crow's dharma body had become even more solid, a feeling of imminent reality. The sunlight 1,000 miles above suddenly dimmed, and wisps of pure golden solar fire, invisible to the naked eye, surged inward. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, the effects of the golden crow transforming into sun technique became even more potent. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly entered the body, transformed into golden red droplets, circulated through the meridians for a full cycle, and returned to the danshan. This efficiency surpassed even the most advanced foundation building techniques among the 9th-rank cultivation nation. According to conventional wisdom in the world of immortal cultivation, the higher the realm, the harder it is to advance. In the late key refining stage, it typically takes a decade or so to advance a small realm. By the foundation establishment stage, it often takes nearly 100 years of practice to achieve a breakthrough from the early to the middle stages. The difficulty of cultivation increases with each realm. Many cultivators, even until their lifespans run out, still haven't reached the late foundation establishment stage, barring them from even attempting dan formation. However, for Su Poman, the opposite was true. He felt his cultivation progressed at an even faster rate, even faster than during the key refining stage. After just one day of practice, he felt a significant improvement. At night, in the small backyard garden, Su Poman and the two women basked in the moonlight. The rich lunar energy was absorbed, split into two large and small pieces, and landed on each of them. Upon entering the divine body, the yin energy was absorbed by the Pangu divine body, transforming into a unique energy that strengthened the body. Su Poman vaguely sensed a significant increase in his physical potential, manifesting not only in the strengthening of his two distinct bloodline constitutions but also in the harmony of yin and yang. As the Taoist scriptures state, solitary yang cannot flourish, solitary yin cannot be born. Only when yin and yang are united can one reach the profound path. The superhuman body draws upon the extremely yang true fire of the sun to strengthen itself. Now, with the influx of the yin energy, Su Poman's body has achieved a perfect balance of yin and yang. The previous ceiling of his physical body has been broken by this yin-yang balance, allowing him to strengthen to even greater heights. His future combat power will no longer be limited to the strength displayed by a silver Superman. But that's all for later. For now, Su Poman's most profound experience is a calmer mind and clearer thoughts. Other benefits have yet to be realized. The three of them basked in the sun in the courtyard for much of the day, continuing into the late night before returning to the large bed in the hall to practice their second set of radial calisthenics. Their zombie physics granted the two women greater endurance and resilience, and because of this, the shaking of the bed didn't cease until dawn. After bathing and changing, Kahir and Ruzu grabbed their jade pots and drank some demon blood, their auras rising significantly. Seeing this, Su Poman, unfailingly generous, immediately took out 2 large buckets of demon blood and filled the jade pots. Well, drink as much as you want. As long as you can hold it, drink freely. Don't be stingy. He casually tossed 2 jade boxes to Kahir and Ruzu. He had a vague feeling that the two women's bloodlines might evolve, from second-generation Pangu zombies to true Pangu members. After all, This was the blood of demon beasts at the divine transformation stage. The life energy contained within it was simply incomparable to the soul blood of mortals. Even if he consumed the soul blood of billions of mortals, it wouldn't be as effective as the demon blood in that wooden bucket. I'm going out for a while. You stay home and familiarize yourself with your new abilities. Yes, young master, the two women replied happily, holding the jade pots in their hands. Su Poman smiled and nodded, then disappeared into the cliff-top courtyard in a flash. Outside Xiandu City, a man wearing a bamboo hat descended from afar. He exuded the spiritual aura of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. The disciples guarding the gates dared not attempt to stop him, but respectfully welcomed him inside. Senior, may I know what brings you to Xiandu City? I can show you the way for free, the sturdy man in a white robe inquired with a fawning smile. Beneath the bamboo hat, Su Poman said in a deep voice, I'm going to the treasure house. Please lead the way. Treasure house? No problem, senior. Please follow me. The man in the white robe bowed before them, leading the way. Soon, they arrived at the treasure house, a prestigious shop renowned in the world of immortal cultivation. Su Poman casually tossed 2 low-grade spirit stones to the leading cultivator and walked inside without looking back. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior, the man in the black robe beamed, bowing repeatedly as he held up the spirit stones. As expected of a Foundation establishment expert, you're so generous. Bebealao has branches in nearly every cultivation nation, its influence stretching far and wide, and its background is unfathomable. Su Poman's purpose in coming here was to dispose of some of the useless items he had acquired. He had 78 storage bags of varying grades, currently filled with items that couldn't be converted into energy points, such as cultivation manuals, spell records, low-level magical instruments, and magical instrument clothing. It would be a waste to throw these things away, so he'd sell them for spirit stones, which would yield some energy points. He also wanted to purchase some magical instruments similar to the jade pot to store some demon beast blood, to provide Kalir and Ruzu with a long-term supply. After Ouyang Hong's injury is healed, Su Poman will leave Nanayu Kingdom to travel around, destroy the magic sects, kill the evil monsters, and plunder the spiritual objects in various secret realms. Such a dangerous activity naturally cannot be taken with him. He can be resurrected if he dies, but if Kalir and Ruzu die, they will be really dead. After entering the treasure house, Su Poman was directly led to the private room by the steward and was not troubled by the ignorant servants. He will not be like the protagonists in some novels, who inexplicably hide their cultivation, and then be looked down upon by the servants, and then show their cultivation to show off. That kind of behavior is too low and not worth it. Even if you can pretend to be cool, it's still a waste of time to argue with a bunch of small people. Refuse to work meaninglessly over time. No, it's pretending. The chubby steward, with a very respectful demeanor, placed a pot of tea on the coffee table beside Su Poman and said with a smile, Senior, I heard you have something to sell. Could you show it to me? I'm not as knowledgeable as the old shopkeepers, but I can still estimate the approximate price. Yes, Su Poman said softly, then casually threw out a storage bag. It contains everything I have for sale. Take a look. I will obey your command. The chubby steward narrowed his eyes. He grabbed the storage bag and peered inside with his spiritual sense. The next second, his face changed drastically. He exclaimed in surprise, Senior, you mean to sell everything here? Yes, is that a problem? Su Poman asked calmly. The chubby steward swallowed hard. His spiritual sense had just revealed an entire storage bag filled with all kinds of items, talismans, elixirs, low-level magical instruments, and even a few spiritual instruments. My goodness, you've wiped out a small sect, haven't you? He felt his steps unsteady. In all his years as a steward at the Bebealao in Nanayu, this was his first encounter with a customer like this. Excuse me, Senior. I'm so uneducated. Let's wait for the master appraiser to arrive before we can do the appraisal. The chubby steward apologized profusely. That's all right. The chubby steward's name was Li Hongbao. Limited by his aptitude, he had no hope of ever reaching the Foundation establishment stage in his lifetime. Therefore, he joined the Bebealao as a steward. He learned the art of appraisal from the master appraiser, hoping to earn the title of treasure appraiser in his old age. He had hoped to learn some things today and broaden his horizons, but he hadn't expected the sheer variety of items to far exceed his current appraisal capabilities. Li Hongbao stood with his hands behind his back, his fat face flushed with embarrassment. He secretly glanced at the senior sitting upright on the chair. Fortunately, this senior has a good temper. If it were someone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep my position as manager. As his eyes turned, he noticed Su Poman's slender white hands. This senior should not be very old. Those who can cultivate to the foundation establishment stage at such an age are all the best in the sect. Could he be a disciple of the Liang sect? Not long after, the door of the private room was pushed open again, and a dark and thin old man carrying a birdcage walked in, followed by two clean-looking boys in green clothes. Although the old man walked a little trembling, he always had an arrogant look on his face. He didn't even look at Su Poman. After entering the room, he said directly to the fat manager, "Hong Bao, where is the thing? Give it to me to check. I'm still waiting to go back to walk the bird." "Greetings, Master Fang. The items are all in this storage bag. Please give me a price," the fat steward vowed before handing over the bag with both hands. The elder Fang possessed the strength of the 11th level of key refining, but he was already showing signs of weariness, as if his lifespan was drawing to a close. He took the bag and scanned it with his spiritual sense. His brow furrowed, and he asked unhappily, "Hong Bao, are you kidding me? Which of these items does this customer need to sell?" "Ahem," the fat steward coughed dryly, then said bitterly, "Master Fang, everything in this bag needs an appraisal." The elder Fang, "Are you teasing me, boy?" Seeing Master Fang still a little confused, the fat steward continued, "I've confirmed with the senior. Everything in this bag is for sale." "Wait," Su Poman suddenly interrupted. Everyone turned their gazes on him, and the thin, dark-skinned old man narrowed his eyes. The fat steward asked with a flattering smile, "Senior, are there any items here that don't need to be sold?" "No, I still have some things that need to be sold." As he said that, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, Su Poman placed the remaining 77 storage bags on the table one by one. Chapter 236 Soul Kingdom. The old man surnamed Fang was dazed, forgetting even to play with the yellow bird in the cage behind him. He felt half his body numb. "This is going to tire me to death." The two green-clad boys beside him nodded their heads repeatedly, carefully counting the number of storage bags. The fat steward was also stunned and said hurriedly, "Senior, please wait a moment. The amount of this transaction is too large and exceeds my authority. I will immediately call for Elder Ni, who is in charge of the shop." With that, he bowed and ran out with a swift thump-thump sound. Not long after, the door of the private room was pushed open again, and an old man in the middle stage of foundation establishment entered. He was dressed in the blue satin robe of Beibao Tower. His hair was carefully tied with wisps of silver hair, and braided with red thread, giving him a rather exotic look. "Nian Hanshin greets this fellow Taoist. I heard from the people below that you have many items for sale, correct?" A professional smile crossed his face, giving off a very friendly and amiable vibe. Su Poman smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, they're all in these storage bags." Nian Hanshin stepped forward, infiltrating them with his spiritual sense, his expression shifting constantly, his heart filled with shock. Could it be that this person went to a market to rob someone? He actually has spiritual weapons. This is outrageous. He came here to rob a cultivator of his own level? Impossible. I think he's only at the early stages of foundation establishment. He'd be lucky not to be robbed by someone of his own level. Based on this speculation, he might be a representative pushed forward by a certain force, who is specifically responsible for handling these goods. We must make good friends with him, and it would be best if we could also take over his future transactions. After figuring this out, Nian Hanshin gently put down the storage bag, with an even more enthusiastic smile on his face, and slowly said, "It may take some time to count these items. Please wait, I will transfer the other 5 masters from the Xiandu City shop over here to speed up. It will probably take half an hour." "Okay, no problem for me. Does Beibao have any magical instruments specially for storing alcoholic beverages? I want to buy a few of them. Leave it to me." "Hong Bao, why don't you go to the warehouse and get the magical instruments that this Taoist fellow requested?" "Yes, Elder Ni, I'll do it right away." After some negotiations, Su Po left the treasure house, feeling quite satisfied. The contents of his storage bags had been sold for over 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. He also purchased 11 magical instruments, such as jade pots and wine gourds, specifically for storing demonic beast blood. After disposing of these miscellaneous items, Su Po felt the sash on his clothes feel much lighter, free from the need to carry so many storage bags. He felt a sense of relief. He reached a deserted corner outside Xianti City. With a thud, he vanished from his spot, teleporting back to the courtyard gate. He flicked the J token and shook it, unlocking the gate's formation. He then entered the backyard and quickly removed buckets of demonic blood of varying colors, placing them into his newly purchased magical instruments. The combined blood of 3 giant demons in the divine transformation stage weighed hundreds of thousands of tons. Enough to sustain Kadir and Rozu for 10 years. After handing the magical instruments to the 2 women, Su Poman hopped back onto the training platform. He first converted the 300,000 low-grade spirit stones he had just acquired into 6 million energy points, then began to consider the issue of storage. In this situation, it would be best to draw from a soul-bound storage space. That way, even if I were killed, my valuables wouldn't be lost. 6 million energy points probably isn't enough, but it's the end of the month, and I still have one chance to draw from the purple source roulette. Might as well give it a try, to be on the safe side. He converted the remaining 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones that Ouyang Hong had given him into 4 million energy points, bringing the total to a full 10 million energy points. Su Poman rubbed his palms together, his face lit with excitement, like an avid gambler. May all the gods and Buddhas bless me, and I pray for the Ouyang Emperor to possess me. Closing his eyes, he opened the purple source roulette, expertly immersing his consciousness in its light curtain, and lightly tapped the words "click to draw." 10 million energy points on the light screen instantly emptied, transforming into a faint ray of light that vanished onto the purple source wheel. Click, 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 the ancient and mysterious wheel spun several squares, and rays of light and shadow representing different abilities flickered across it, constantly evolving and disappearing, constantly changing. Searching for the target confirmed that the target of this extraction is the devouring world, origin continent, King Jiang. Establishing a link, extracting Ding. Spent 10 million energy points, the extraction was successful, and you gained a new ability, Soul Kingdom, incomplete. Due to insufficient energy points, you obtained the embryonic state of the Soul Kingdom, Soul Space. You can open up the world in your soul, condense the soul into yin and yang, and derive the 5 elements. If your life is immortal, you will live forever. Purple source roulette, name, Su Poman, realm, initial stage of foundation building, bloodline. Bronze Superman body, 100%, zombie contract, first generation Pantangu clan bloodline, 100%, abilities. 1. Bronze Superman template, possessing all the abilities of a Bronze era Superman, and can cultivate to the silver period on his own. 2. Soul devouring, reverse soul method. 3. Water resurrection, the current resurrection water area has been anchored. If you change the position after anchoring, it will cost 10 million energy points each time. 4. Pangu body 5. Soul space, energy points. 0, minimum 10 energy points required for 1 draw, available number of draws. 0 draws remaining this month, current draw target, none. A flash of spiritual light exploded within Su Poman's soul. Turbid energy descended, pure energy ascended, yin and yang were separated, and the 5 elements were demarcated. A chaotic, multi-foot-long and wide space slowly formed within his soul. Microscopic clouds hovered above, and below, translucent brown sand and gravel gathered into soil. Beyond this space lay a vast void, devoid of any light. Soul Kingdom? I don't think I've heard of this ability before. And there's also the god King Jiang. Could he be a powerful being from the devouring world? It's less than 10 cubic meters. Let alone a kingdom of gods. It's less than the space of a low-level storage bag. Su Poman opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. This is a flawed ability. It seems I'll need a lot of energy points to extract it to its fullest state. With a flick of his hand, he pulled a deep cyan pill from his storage ring. With a thud, the foundation establishment pill in his hand instantly vanished, reappearing in the soul space. Since it's called a kingdom of gods, can we use nesting dolls? Su Poman muttered to himself, then pulled out a high-level storage bag, which contained the flesh and blood of numerous divine transformation stage demon beasts. With a thud, the bag in his hand vanished, reappearing in the soul space. Su Poman's eyes widened, his brows gleaming with joy. Tisk, 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 tisk. This is much more practical. It's not a big space, but I can store my storage ring and bag. 10 million energy points were well spent. With his storage problem solved, Su Poman no longer had any worries. He only had to wait for Ouyang Hong's spirit to recover before he could go out and explore. Half a month passed in a flash. During the day, Su Poman practiced the golden crow transforming into sun technique, and at night, while basking in the moonlight, he used his spiritual energy to refine the seal within his jade black ring. His cultivation had advanced rapidly during this period, and he was on the verge of reaching the middle stage of foundation establishment. He felt that with only a little more practice, he would easily break through. He had also depleted the crimson spiritual energy within the black ring by nearly a third, and was not far from completely breaking the seal. The Liang sect had been peaceful for a while, with no major incidents occurring. Su Poman left the courtyard and headed straight for Guangqi Peak, intending to see Nairongchuan before leaving. This time, Su Poman brought Kair and Rosu with him. They followed him on either side, acting like two young maids serving a young master. Due to their special status, they encountered no one who interfered along the way. The red flame battle robe of the Liang sect's regular disciples had been destroyed, and he now wore a white robe, standing out from the crowd. Reaching the stone house area, Su Poman activated a sound transmission talisman, sending it into Nairongchuan's residence. Soon, the stone door opened with a rumbling sound. No wonder I heard the magpie calling at the door today. Its brother Su, a chubby figure darted out from the stone door, his eyes narrowed slightly, a smile brightly on his face. "Hey, brother Nai, it's been a while. How are you?" As they spoke, Su Poman used his spiritual sense to survey Nairongchuan and immediately discerned his cultivation level. 4th level of key refining. This guy's cultivation speed is not slow. In just 2 years, his cultivation level has increased by 2 small realms. It seems that he doesn't slack off much on weekdays. Of course, there is no way to compare with him. After all, he is a cheater. It's okay, it's okay. It's just that cultivation is too hard. I have to spend time practicing secret techniques and spells. I feel like even if I split my time in half, it wouldn't be enough, Nairongchuan said with a wry grin. Then, he noticed the 2 women behind Su Poman. They poked him in the ribs and whispered teasingly, "That's great, brother Su. Now you have beautiful women by your side. Life is so full of joy." Su Poman smiled and shook his head. He pulled a black storage bag from his waist and handed it to Nairongchuan. "Brother Nai, I may have to leave the Liang sect for a while. Here are some elixirs and other cultivation resources that I won't need anymore. Please accept them." "I can't accept them, brother Su. Although you are a sequenced disciple, building your foundation will definitely consume a lot of resources. I absolutely cannot accept them." Nairongchuan's playful expression disappeared, and he waved his hands repeatedly, sternly refusing. Building foundation, Su Poman smiled at the words. His robes suddenly fluttered without wind, and a spiritual pressure spread out. Nairongchuan's eyes widened as he felt a powerful spiritual pressure. He stared at Su Poman in disbelief. "You've already successfully established your foundation? That's impossible. No news has spread within the sect. Now you don't have to worry, do you? Take it. You're my brother. You're only at the 4th level of key refining now. You need to practice diligently. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing." Su Poman shoved the storage bag into his arms and then produced a jade token. "This is the formation token for the Xianyang Peak courtyard. If anything happens within the sect, you can take shelter there. I'll have my master take charge there later, Master Yang." Indeed, the two chatted for over half an hour before Su Poman found an excuse to leave. Nairongchuan returned to the stone hut, a heartbroken expression. He hadn't expected the friend he'd casually befriended back then to become a foundation establishment expert. He was already at the foundation establishment stage, a figure wielding immense power within the sect. How can the gap between people be so great? Sighing, Nairongchuan casually closed the stone door and sat on the bed. With a strange expression on his face, he took out a black storage bag and probed inside with his spiritual sense. The next moment, his hands, holding the bag, began to tremble, and his expression shifted as if he had seen a ghost. He rubbed his face violently with both hands and said in disbelief, "What did I just see?" Then, he probed his spiritual sense again, only to find that the storage bag's space was neatly packed with jade bottles of elixirs. Among them were yellow dragon pills, ice vein pills, and marrow cleansing pills. There were also stacks of spiritual talismans, 3 high-grade magical instruments, and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The ice vein pills were, of course, the best supplementary elixir for practicing the scorching sun technique. By comparison, the marrow cleansing pills were even more scarce. Ingesting them, they cleansed the tendons and marrow, freeing the practitioner from impurities and increasing the chances of successfully building a foundation. Su Poman had also specially selected the 3 top-grade magical instruments, a defensive shield, an offensive gold brick, and a binding spiritual robe. When used together, they would possess considerable combat power. Nai Rongchuan's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving. He desperately wanted to shout, but was afraid to let others know about the wealth he had given. "Brother Su, you've given me too much." Suppressing his emotions, Nai Rongchuan couldn't help but probe with his spiritual sense once more. "Huh? What is this?" With a flick of his mind, he pulled out an unlabeled jade bottle. Pulling off the cap, he poured out a dark green pill with purple veins. A thin mist shrouded the surface of the pill, which was engraved with several elixirs. "Oh my god, could this be the legendary Foundation Establishment pill?" 1 Danwen, 2, 3. It's the top-grade Foundation Establishment pill. Nai Rongchuan's eyes widened, a distorted expression on his chubby face. The next moment, tears welled up in his tiger-like, soybean-sized eyes. "Wow, this guy is oh damn good to me. Could Brother Su be attracted to my tender daisy? How can I refuse?" Returning to the courtyard, Su Poman continued his cultivation in the sunlight. The golden crow Dharmakale behind him loomed, seemingly breathing. The burning silent sword also remained invisible, greedily absorbing the surrounding solar fire. The golden crow set in the west, and the moon rabbit rose in the east. After over half a month of preparation, Yang Hong decided to take the elixir refined with the illusionary flower at midnight tonight, when the yin energy was at its peak. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, 10,000 Caves Purgatory. Su Poman had already known about this. Glancing up at the moonlight, he felt it was about time. He leaped down from the training platform, spoke to the 2 women, and teleported to the entrance of Wanjianfang. After entering, he exchanged a greeting with Zhongyu and headed straight upstairs. While his chances of success were virtually guaranteed, just in case, Su Poman decided to personally protect Yang Hong. In the training room on the top floor, Yang Hong sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his hands placed before his abdomen, forming the nourishment seal. Hearing the movement, he slowly opened his slightly hazy eyes. "You're here, Master. I'm here to protect you," Su Poman replied honestly. Yang Hong shook his head and smiled. "No one in the Liang sect knows about this, so no one should come to cause trouble. Since you're so interested, just watch from the side." "Yes, Master," Su Poman nodded, saying nothing more. He silently walked to a nearby cushion and sat cross-legged, waiting for the arrival of midnight. Time passed, and the Wanjianfan continued its business as usual. The formations on the top floor of the 5-pointed black building were now fully activated, and colorful patterns of light and shadows flickered continuously. Under the huge moon, in the vast night, through the cracks in the top floor windows, a magnificent light different from the usual could be vaguely seen. Atop the sect master peak, Chizayu stood with his hands behind his back, looking out from the highest point. "What's that old fellow up to?" His red eyebrows slowly lowered, forming the Chinese character, Chuan, between them. His eyes, like a bottomless lake, murmured, "I hope there won't be any trouble soon. Mu Chen will be able to establish his foundation in a while. Then, I can take his place and rapidly build strength with the resources of this clan." He emptied the spiritual wine into his cup and slowly faded into the darkness. The moon was at its zenith. Yang Hong sensed that the yin energy between heaven and earth had reached its peak. He began to make continuous hand gestures, casting one talisman after another. Gradually, a formation space with a shimmering green light formed before him. Then, with a flip of his hand, he withdrew 5 purple pills concocted from the illusionary void flower. Spiritual power manifested in a large hand, and with a gentle squeeze, the 5 purple pills instantly turned to dust, raining down in midair. Woo! Suddenly, a suction force emerged from the formation space, sucking the powder from the pills in. Powder particles hovered within the formation's space, shimmering like cosmic dust, appearing incredibly mysterious. Next came the crucial step of restoring his soul. Yang Hong's expression darkened. He formed his right hand into palm and slammed it down hard on his forehead, shouting, "Leave the shell!" A beam of golden light appeared in his abdomen, rapidly passing across his chest and throat before reaching his shining acupoint. Finally, a small figure, clutching a giant cyan sword, emerged from above his head. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to Yang Hong himself. This was Zhu Yanghong's soul. Though no longer a nascent soul cultivator, it was still more transcendent than that of a typical giant and cultivator. The figure appeared to be in a less favorable state, its body covered in cracks. It glanced briefly at Su Poman before diving headfirst into the cyan formation's space. The cyan formation was a square space, approximately 30 centimeters long and wide, and looked remarkably delicate. As Zhu Yanghong's spirit entered it, the suspended nebula particle seemed drawn to it, descending upon his spirit body like moths to a flame. A clear, ethereal sound, like the sound of a flute, echoed. The nebula particles shimmered with light, rapidly repairing the wounds on the spirit figurine. The crisscrossing cracks were soon patched. After another flash of cyan light, a powerful soul force emanated from Wu Yanghong's spirit, stirring the soul-devouring being within Su Poman. Ha ha ha, after all these years, I never thought my injuries would be fully healed. The spirit figurine laughed for a moment, then leaped out of the formation space and returned to Wu Yanghong's physical body. Su Poman observed carefully with his supervision and observed a tremendous transformation taking place within his master's body. After the return of the soul, the formerly round golden elixir began to melt, slowly forming strands of golden liquid that poured over the slightly ethereal soul. Wu Yanghong's spiritual pressure grew stronger, now surpassing the late giant in stage and reaching the false infant stage. But the transformation didn't stop there. The golden liquid molded the soul figurine into golden-bodied arhat. A faint smile graced its face, and its golden hands repeatedly formed hand seals, skillfully forming one magical seal after another. Thousand casting secret technique, unite the three treasures, and forge my nascent soul, a voice heard only by the soul echoed, and then the golden figurine shone with a purple light. The spiritual altar was instantly filled with this light, even blocking Su Poman's vision. After the radiance, Wu Yanghong's spiritual pressure intensified. An invisible aura swept out, instantly breaking through a portion of the formation outside the attic. The original golden figure had transformed into a nascent soul, dressed in a simple robe and with skin as white as jade. It clutched the giant sword in its hand, its face a neutral expression. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged inward, and at the same time, floating mid-grade spirit stones suddenly appeared around Yanghong. With a frantic suction, the mid-grade spirit stones shattered, and the spiritual energy contained within them was instantly sucked into Yanghong's body. Yanghong's expression suddenly tightened. With a slight flick of his finger, tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones appeared around him. With a series of shattering sounds, the low-grade spirit stones crumbled into useless white powder. Seeing this, Su Poman hurriedly removed all the spirit stones he had. He had saved a considerable amount for this trip, not converting them all into energy points. After a flash of white light, all the spirit stones shattered, transforming into a vast tide of spiritual energy that filled the entire attic. Yanghong's entire body floated upward, the spiritual mist rapidly decreasing with each breath. After a long moment, his spiritual pressure suddenly surged, and a delighted smile appeared on his face. I never thought that this old man would have a blessing in disguise. After recovering from my injuries, I was lucky enough to break through to the middle stage of the nascent soul, as the spiritual mist dissipated. Su Poman was stunned. Looking at Yanghong before him, he felt that his face had become somewhat unfamiliar. The wrinkles on his face had completely disappeared, and his face was as smooth as a baby's. His once white hair had turned black, and the old age on his body had been swept away, radiating a vibrant vitality. How could this still be the old man half buried in the earth? He had become a handsome and charming middle-aged man. Yanghong's gaze dropped to Su Poman, then slowly lowered itself. With a genial expression, he said, "Disciple, this time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the breakthrough wouldn't have been so smooth." It's my due. Congratulations, Master, on reaching a new level of cultivation." Su Poman's face lit up with a bright smile, his heartfelt joy overflowing. "Now I can finally go out and have fun without worry." As he spoke, a flash of light and shadow passed over Yanghong's body. His aura slowly returned to the golden core stage, and his appearance returned to the same old, worn-out look as before. "Master, what do you mean by this?" Su Poman looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yanghong's face showed an indifferent expression, and he said slowly, Master is now tired of the fighting and killing in the world of immortal cultivation, and does not want to be involved in it anymore. Now I feel that it is good to stay in a low-level cultivation country like Nanayu. After my injuries are healed, I will have more time to study the way of sword forging. Qianzhu sect has been destroyed, and Qingjiang country has no old friends now. The enemy has also fallen. There is no point in going back, okay? Su Poman nodded, and he also understood his current mentality. Master, I would like to invite you to live in my Xianyang Peak courtyard. The disciple may go out to gain experience for a while, and I want you to help look after it. I have seen that you are a person who can't sit still. Okay, you can be the boss and I will take care of the rear for you. As for the one Jianfang, there is no meaning to exist anymore. Let Luo Bingai continue to run it. That girl has a good character and will not do anything out of line. Yang Hong seemed to have seen through Su Poman's thoughts a long time ago, and he agreed and made arrangements for the future development of Wan Jianfang. Su Poman chuckled and quickly bowed in thanks, saying, "Thank you, Master. I'll clean up the main hall in the front yard as soon as I get back and prepare it for you. Also, senior brother Zhang is quite good, let him sit in the hall." "Yes, that's fine," Yang Hong nodded. He then looked at Su Poman carefully and asked seriously, "Disciple, where are you going for training this time?" I'm not sure yet, but don't worry, I won't go anywhere too dangerous," Su Poman promised confidently. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong narrowed his eyes and curled his lips. "I hope so, Master, since everything is cleared, I'll go back first. I'll come pick you up once I've cleaned up the yard, okay?" The next afternoon, under the reluctant gazes of the two women, Su Poman walked out of the Liang Sect's mountain gate, stepped on a flying sword, and shot into the clouds high above. This scene was also witnessed by Lu Yu, the captain of the guards at the mountain gate. His eyes were filled with regret, and he thought to himself, the nation annihilation plan is about to begin, and he's left early. Damn it. If it had been a little later, I could have avenged my previous humiliation. After leaving the Liang Sect's range, Su Poman unleashed his full speed, quickly escaping the borders of Nanayu. This time, he wasn't wandering aimlessly. His first destination was the Waku Kingdom. As a fifth-tier cultivation nation, its strongest sect was the Corpse Yin sect, a true demonic sect commanded by cultivators in the fusion stage. Furthermore, within the Waku Kingdom, dozens of other demonic sects, large and small, existed. The entire nation was dominated by demonic influences, and mortals lived in dire straits, constantly suffering from the ravages of demonic cultivators. Su Poman grew up under the influence of the Secret of Light. As a child, he often played Ultraman. Brightness and justice were imbued in his heart, and the purpose of light was to relieve suffering and save the people from dire straits. Of course, the main reason he chose to come to the Waku Kingdom was his previous encounter with the Corpse Yin sect, which had left him with a negative impression. After obtaining a rough map of the Kangayan continent in the market, Su Poman fled towards the Waku Kingdom. His speed was now much faster than before. His superhuman physique possessed the ability to fly, while his Pangu divine body also possessed the ability to soar and evade the earth. Combined, these two abilities greatly increased his flight speed. He soared through the sky like lightning, reaching the borders of the Waku Kingdom in just 6 days. As Su Poman slowly descended, he could clearly sense the spiritual energy here, far richer than in Nanayu. With a gentle breath, he could feel the spiritual energy flowing around him. At that moment, a foul odor penetrated his nostrils. He unexpectedly found himself in a mass grave. Amidst the rubble, corpses lay scattered in varying states of decay. Some were freshly dead, others had burst open, their bellies oozing a thick, yellow fluid. Beneath them lay piles of white bones. Fierce, fleshy maggots, the thickness of fingers, burrowed through the decaying corpses. Abridged, the corpses' appearances varied. Some were a bloody mess, like gourds of blood, smeared everywhere. Some were headless, abridged, some had gaping holes in their stomachs, their internal organs missing, while others were missing only their hearts. A wild black crow pecked at an eyeball, flapping its wings and flying off into the distance. The red-eyed wild dogs, their teeth streaked with blood, tore at the corpse relentlessly. Some of the impatient ones even burrowed directly into the carcass cavity, their upper bodies stained crimson with blood, their mouths emitting ferocious grunts as they protected their food. Su Poman's heart sank, his brow furrowed. What a hell on earth! Looking further out, low-earthen houses lay neatly scattered along the hillside, less than 100 meters from the mass grave. Coffins sat at the doorways of most of the houses, white lanterns hung above them. Paper money was strewn across the sidewalks, and muffled, feeble cries emanated from the dark rooms. The pedestrians on the road, their expressions numb, like the walking dead, seemed accustomed to the stench in the air. Without greeting each other, they trudged through the fields to forage for food. The children here were as pale as ghosts, most of them hiding in the caves beneath the earthen houses. Their expressions seemed slightly more lively. But deep within those hollow eyes, there was no hope. Then, smoke rose from one of the earthen houses, and the aroma of meat quickly spread throughout the village. This scene has been completely deleted due to excessive gore and violence. This is a traditional method of nourishing yin. It is said that children who grow up eating the flesh of the dead are imbued with the yin energy, making them ignored by the evil ghosts and zombies during the ghost festival, thus allowing them to live longer. This chapter has been significantly edited out due to excessive gore and violence, so please forgive me. Chapter 238 Seven Towers Demon Sect. Whether it's cannibalism, hiding children in underground caves, or the practice of nourishing yin, it's all about survival. From birth, the mortals of Waku Kingdom are indoctrinated with the idea of continuing the family line, viewing it as life's ultimate destiny. Death, for the people of this land, is a kind of liberation. A folk belief, similar to that of Catholicism, holds that after death, the soul returns to the underworld to enjoy bliss, but only if descendants offer homage to the deceased in the living world. Only then will they escape becoming a wandering ghost. Though passed down orally, this belief is widespread and has become one of the local people's motivations for survival. The ordinary people of Waku Kingdom are like surviving on a deserted island surrounded by wolves. Demonic cultivators frequently fly overhead, committing murder, looting, and other atrocities. Some, however, are ingenious, devising the method of digging underground caves and smearing the ceilings with foul-smelling corpse water, masking any remaining life force with a corpse's fumes to evade the clutches of these evil spirits. For this reason, countless underground caves lie beneath the land of the Waku Kingdom, interconnected by a maze of passageways. Whenever demonic cultivators arrive, mortals hide within, fleeing madly through the passageways. Those who fail to escape into the caves in time often face a tragic fate, most likely being captured and used for training. While the raiding demonic cultivators are mostly in the key refining and foundation establishment stages, as high-ranking immortal cultivators, they still maintain a respectable attitude and turn a blind eye to the rats escaping from the pits. It's not that they can't find the mortals hiding in the caves, but they find it too cumbersome. They don't want to go into the caves to catch rats, as that would make them look like rats themselves and lose their status. Because of this, the mortals of this kingdom have persevered, generation after generation, and the name Waku Kingdom has gradually replaced its original name. While the underground caves offer refuge from the ferocious demonic cultivators, they also present extreme dangers. Frequently, demonic beasts would emerge from the corners of the underground caves, ruthlessly devouring the humans hiding in them. Every so often, the caves of human settlements would be visited by demonic beasts, and upon such occasions, the humans would desperately flee to the surface. The suffering of life there was far beyond the comprehension of mortals from other realms. Su Poman could not bear to watch any longer, feeling a surge of suppressed rage in his chest. Although he had previously suspected the cruelty of the demonic cultivators, the scene before him still deeply shocked him. The executioners were cold-blooded and merciless, and the victims were horrifically slaughtered. Every cultivator in the Waku Kingdom had their hands stained with blood. In such an environment, good people simply could not survive. They would either be slain or assimilated. The entire land was permeated with a faint stench of corpses, and all that was visible was a desolate scene. Su Po's eyes were filled with frost. He glanced into the distance and instantly vanished, rapidly flying towards a sacred gate. The immortal sects of the Waku Kingdom were known as sacred gates or sacred sects. Distinctly different from the immortal gates of the Nanayu Kingdom. Across the vast, barren plains stood a majestic bone monastery. Beyond it stood a series of black stone buildings. Most of these structures were towering, one connected to the other, their spires inlaid with various objects. Some were human skulls, some tattered clothing or worn-out shoes, and still others, the skulls of bull demons. 6 small, round-bottomed towers surrounded a central, massive square tower. The smaller towers were approximately 10 feet in diameter, while the larger tower in the middle was at least 50 feet long and wide. The towers gradually became smaller, totaling 12 stories, their spires tucked into the clouds. The Seven Pagodas Holy Sect is a third-tier sect in the Waku Kingdom, one level higher than the Liang sect. It boasts two nascent soul stage ancestors and is a subordinate sect of the Corpse Yin sect. Its cultivation method is the Blood Pagoda magic technique. Key refining disciples must cultivate the foundation of a blood pagoda within their danshan. Simply entering this stage requires the blood of hundreds of people to irrigate a magical instrument, activating the phantom of a blood pagoda within the danshan. Once the pagoda foundation is complete, the cultivator's cultivation automatically reaches the foundation establishment stage. The foundation establishment stage's blood pagoda reaches 3 levels, the golden core stage 6, and the nascent soul stage 9. These blood pagodas, forged from the fusion of flesh, blood, and soul, can be summoned as magical weapons to ward off enemies. They possess immense power and can even corrupt magical instruments. Due to their cultivation methods, the cultivators of this sect have fallen prey to demonic influences, becoming bloodthirsty, perverted, and vicious, their hands stained with countless blood debts. Su Poman hovered high in the sky, a faint light flickering beneath his lower eyelids. He surveyed the tower, feeling as if he were peering into the 18 levels of hell. Every hidden room was filled with blood and sin, and corpses with twisted faces silently recounted the torment they endured in life. What a bunch of scum. They don't deserve to live in this world. This is the ethos of this entire nation. We must clear up everything before we can save the mortals of this nation. His eyes were cold, a hint of murderous intent emanating from them. A tiny glint of red flame gradually formed, and his eyes and temples became like red-hot irons. Capture the leader first. Swish. Su Poman set his primary target on the giant tower in the center. 2 fiery laser beams shot from his eyes, slicing dozens of times in an instant, forming a vast net that enveloped all the cultivators within. Under the gray sky, the mountain protection formation was powerless to stop an attack of this magnitude. Suddenly, dozens of crisscrossing rays of light flashed across the tower's surface. 2 nascent souls and 13 golden cores were hacked to pieces before they could even utter a single scream. Terror washed over the 2 nascent souls' faces, and they screamed as they tried to flee. Want to escape? No way, Su Poman snorted coldly, his hand forming a claw and grabbing through the air. His bio-force field instantly transformed into a massive hand, snatching back the 2 nascent souls. Then, opening his mouth, he swallowed them all into his maw. Burp within his spiritual altar. The devouring soul burped, its spirit growing slightly stronger. The remaining nascent soul energy was absorbed by the purple source wheel, transforming into over 10 million energy points. A foundation establishment cultivator in a blue robe happened to witness the scene unfolding. He watched helplessly as the holy pagoda crumbled, the various senior masters perished, and the ancestor's nascent soul was devoured alive. He stood there, stunned, seemingly terrified by the brutality of the scene. Demon, he's a demon, the blue-robed cultivator roared at the top of his lungs, his face pale, his eyes filled with terror. In his panic, he even forgot to control his flying device and quickly fled out of the sect. Before he could take a few steps, a flash of red light flashed, and the blue-robed demon cultivator's upper body instantly separated from his body, flying out and crashing heavily to the ground. Before he lost consciousness, he vaguely saw his lower body stumbling and falling. Those legs, they looked so familiar. Then, his mind fell into endless darkness. Rumble. The giant tower disintegrated on the spot, scattering in smoke and dust. Immediately afterwards, the red beam of light swept across the 4 directions again. For cultivators below the giant stage, Su Poman didn't have to worry so much, he only needed to save the storage bags. Under precise control, the laser beams crossed, and the 6 small towers were quickly cut into rubble, killing all the demon cultivators within. Before Su Poman reached the giant tower, the bio-force field transformed into tentacles that reached into the ruins, quickly unearthing 13 round golden cores and dozens of storage rings. The cores were transformed into energy points, and the storage rings were stored in his soul space. Over 3,900 storage bags were unearthed from the ruins of the 6 smaller towers. Blood oozes from the rubble. His supervision revealed the hidden storehouse beneath the stone towers. After breaking through the formation, he discovered a vast storehouse of cultivation resources. As a sect superior to the Liang sect, while possessing fewer disciples, its overall strength and abundance of resources far surpassed the Liang sect's. Various ores, elixirs, and medicinal pills were neatly organized and stored in storage bags on the warehouse shelves. Su Poman wasn't overly happy about his plunder of resources. Instead, he thought of the innocent lives tragically lost, and a strange sense of heaviness washed over him. A vast amount of blood, imbued with spiritual energy, gathered and flowed along the low-lying terrain, quickly forming a stream, with all sorts of debris bobbing in and out. If Su Poman had previously drawn the blood of a second-generation Pangu zombie, he would undoubtedly have coveted the spiritual blood. However, as a first-generation Pangu, he generally lacked a lust for blood and felt no attraction. Su Poman chanted a short incantation, and a massive fireball the size of a wheel suddenly materialized before him. Infused with the sun's true fire, it resisted the yin energy and blood. The fireball crashed into the ruins of the stone tower, sending sparks flying and quickly igniting flammable objects. The flames quickly grew, so intense that even the blood, threatening to form a stream, could not stop the spread of the flames. As the various objects ignited, a multicolored cloud of smoke erupted, accompanied by crackling sounds. Su Poman hovered in midair, silently observing the sea of fire. Corpse ki, evil spirits, ghostly spirits, and yin energy exploded upon contact with the flames, like mist, suppressing the flames' momentum, causing them to flicker unsteadily. He chanted another incantation and unleashed another massive fireball. The flames' momentum instantly surged several feet high, overwhelming everything else. The blaze raged for a full day and night. The gray clouds in the sky dispersed in the flames, incinerating the lingering evil aura. The next day, sunlight shone upon the land for the first time. 100 miles around was a scorched earth, with wisps of white smoke still rising from some areas. Su Poman hadn't been idle during this time either. He counted the items in his storage equipment one by one, including 95 million low-grade spirit stones, 4.96 million mid-grade spirit stones, 330,000 high-grade spirit stones, 750,000 key refining stage elixirs, 12,000 foundation establishment elixirs, 462 golden core elixirs, 18 nascent soul elixirs, 18 magical instruments, 342 spiritual instruments, 18 golden core magic weapons, 6 nascent soul magic weapons. There were also spiritual clothing, spiritual rice, black iron ore, mithril ore, yellow dragon wood, sea-sunken wood, purple-leafed flowers, and flowing beard grass. There were also similarly sinister items like human blood, life-giving banners, and the corpses of yin children. He destroyed them all. Leaving behind some spirit stones, Su Poman converted all the energy-containing items into energy points, totaling 49.8 billion energy points. Looking at the string of zeros after the number, Su Poman's spirits brightened considerably. This is just the beginning. Su Poman raised his head and gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with brilliance. In a human settlement not far from here, an elderly man hunched over, looking toward the Seven Towers holy sect. His hair had completely fallen out, and he mumbled tremblingly as he trudged back to the catacombs on crutches. Few survived to his age, but Zhong Yan, relying on his wit and keen intuition, had repeatedly avoided danger and helped most of the village survive. Like a mole colony in the animal world, mortals working outside needed a vigilant lookout, constantly monitoring the surroundings and guarding against incoming attacks. "Uncle Zhuang, is there something going on over there?" a skinny, large-headed middle-aged man asked nervously, his expression stiff and his gaze fixed. Many children were hiding in the catacombs, their eyes wide open as they stared inward, ready to flee if things got any worse. Zhong Yan shook his head, a look of deep worry in his eyes. "Last night, a huge fire burned all night. It was in the direction of the holy sect. I wonder what those demons are up to. I hope it's not a precursor to the Great Hunt." A flicker of fear crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, but he showed no other expression. He asked dryly, "Are you still going out to work today?" Zhong Yan glanced back at the children and said firmly, "Go. I'll help keep an eye on them. If they continue to starve, they'll be nothing but dead eggs even when they grow up." "All right, then. Everyone, go to work today. Uncle Zhuang will keep watch." With a weak greeting, the skinny middle-aged man, dragging a handful of farm tools, emerged from the cave. With him were several other adults with dumb expressions. They formed a long line, exiting the cave and heading towards the cultivated fields outside the settlement. Zhong Yan followed at the end, crutch in one hand and gong in the other, his head turning from time to time to gaze at the sky or the horizon. His old eyes were already somewhat cloudy. Suddenly, he saw a flash of white light in the sky. Without hesitation, he struck the gong. The clang 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 sounded like a death warrant. The adults panicked and fled for the nearby cave entrance, abandoning their farm tools along the way. Despite his age, Zhongyan's movements showed no sign of slowing down. Crouching low, he leaped into a cave in 2 steps. Chapter 239 Eyes of Judgment. Su Poman slowly descended from the sky, his emotions tangled as he surveyed the tense crowd in the caverns. Don't be afraid, everyone. The 7 Towers demon sect has been annihilated. I will clear out the nearby wandering cultivators. After a while, you can all lead normal lives, free from the demonic cultivators' harassment, fueled by his spiritual energy. Su Poman's voice echoed throughout the area, reaching the many mortals within the caverns. However, their expressions were filled with skepticism, evidently disbelieving. They huddled in the cavern's corridors, not daring to emerge. Zhongyan suddenly remembered the fire the previous night, and a wave of fear and uncertainty filled his aged eyes. Could it be true? Seeing the people hiding in the caverns afraid to emerge, Su Poman could only offer a helpless smile, teleporting high into the sky and swiftly departing. There weren't many wandering cultivators in the Wanku Kingdom's immortal realm. 99% of cultivators were disciples of established sects. Because the sects here are numerous and diverse, those with inferior qualifications enter second-tier sects, those with slightly higher qualifications enter third and fourth-tier sects, and those with exceptional qualifications are sent to the 5th-tier Shi-Yin sect for training. Because a cultivator's flesh, blood, and soul are excellent training materials, some Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators, seeking to rapidly advance their magic, will hunt disciples from other sects. This often leads to wars between 2 sects, but the sect's leaders tend to exercise restraint unless they become desperate, generally leaving the younger generation below the Jindan stage to fight. As the only 5th-tier sect in the Wanku Kingdom, the Shi-Yin sect maintains a detached attitude, showing no concern for conflicts between subordinate sects and even offering encouragement. As long as offerings are paid on time, no one will bother them. Failure to do so will result in the entire sect being exterminated, and everyone will be refined into zombies or husks. Under such an ironclad policy, no sect dared challenge the Corpse Yin sect's dominance. Every 10 years, they dutifully sent their men to pay tribute. 3 months later, the next tribute payment was due. Before then, some resource-poor small sects would mobilize their entire forces, frantically slaughtering mortal settlements, collecting their essence, blood, and souls in lieu of tribute. This led to the term the Great Hunt in the mortal world. After clearing out any elusive individuals near the 7 Pagodas demon sect, Su Poman followed the map of the 10,000 Caves Kingdom and flew towards the nearest demon sect. The Yaksha sect was a second-tier sect in the 10,000 Caves Kingdom, located in a basin southwest of the 7 Pagodas holy sect. Its strongest members were 3 sorcerers comparable to Jindan stage cultivators. Su Poman slowly descended and slowly walked towards its mountain gate. Who dares to trespass into our Yaksha holy sect? Look for a flash of red light, and the evil key refining stage cultivator was silenced forever. The other man, horrified by the sight, retreated, uttering a broken threat. You dare to kill my disciples? You're dead, master. Quick, swish. Another one. 2 headless corpses collapsed to the ground, their heads rolling down the stone steps, eyes wide open. Su Poman continued his steady march toward the Yaksha sect. After passing the mountain gate, he used his supervision to survey the scene, his expression darkening. The Yaksha sect's cultivators practiced a sinister black magic, many of which required the use of mortals to perform the incantations. From Su Poman's perspective, he saw innocent mortals one after another. A frail, pregnant woman had been disemboweled. The evil cultivator, laughing wildly, reached out and pulled out a purple river placenta, then poured in dozens of tiny, colorful venomous snakes. The mortal woman, hanging on by a worm, watched helplessly as her child was devoured by the venomous snake. She was overcome with grief, her face twisted and tears of blood streaming down her face. Damn it, Su Poman was truly enraged. He knew he couldn't delay any longer, or there would be even more casualties. A bio-force field spread out, instantly enveloping the entire sect, tightly enveloping the mortals within. Come out and die. With a furious roar, Su Poman activated his doomsday zombie progenitor form. With a swish, his body grew taller and taller, his bulging muscles tearing his clothes apart. 2 pairs of massive, 4-meter-long golden dragon wings extended from his back, his hair standing upright like a Super Saiyan from anime. The tremendous roar attracted many Yaksha sect practitioners who emerged from their training, and they were stunned. What kind of monster is this? Haha, no matter what monster it is, if it dares to enter the holy gate, it will die. I'll take a piece of its flesh and blood to feed my treasure later. Whoa, you monster, dare to come to the Yaksha gate and be so presumptuous. Su Poman grinned cruelly, revealing his long canine teeth, his pupils glowing crimson. A gust of wind was heard. None of the cultivators present could see Su Poman. Then, clouds of blood mist exploded rapidly. Don't kill me, run. Where is the sect master? Why don't you come out and fight us? Ancestor, help! Cries of pleas for mercy rang out, but Su Poman showed no mercy, his hunting speed increasing even faster. But 3 streaks of blood-red light rose from the depths of the Yaksha sect. After taking in the situation, the Yaksha sect leader's expression was dignified. Who is this opponent? I can't even see him. Elder Jin, can you see him? A sallow-faced elder beside him shook his head silently. Then what are we waiting for? Let's run. Another elder's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. If we couldn't even see the opponent, what was the point of fighting? This is the only way. As long as we have the mountains, we will have firewood. Let's split up and flee. At this critical moment, the 3 of them agreed and fled in different directions. HMPH. Hold it, time suddenly stopped at this moment, and the 3 streaks of light froze in midair. When Su Poman reappeared, he was already beside the Yaksha sect leader. He reached out, his nails easily breaking through the flesh and unearthing a round golden elixir from his dantian. He then repeated his trick, digging out the golden cores of 2 more people, removing their storage equipment, and finally tying up the 3 of them and throwing them into the martial arts arena at the mountain gate. Untie them. Space and time rippled slightly, and the surrounding whales returned. Run for your lives. The monster is killing people. Master, help. Hey. Why are the master and the 2 elders in the martial arts arena? Oh no. Even the master has been captured. It's over. I surrender. Don't kill me. I'm innocent. Yes, senior, I surrender. I'm willing to withdraw from the Yaksha sect. Please don't kill me. The Yaksha sect master and the 2 elders were even more bewildered. It felt like they were escaping with flying lights just one moment, and in the next, they were tied up here. The sharp pain in their stomachs made them look down, their faces suddenly changing. My golden collar. My cultivation, the yellow-faced elder in green robes howled with a pale face. Another purple-robed elder, his face etched with rage, demanded, Master 2, which powerful individual have you offended to deserve such a murder? Hundreds of years of my cultivation have been wasted. If you don't give me an explanation, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I don't know. Do you believe me when I say I don't know him? Tu Xing said bitterly. You must have attracted this enemy. It's all your fault for insisting on crossing the border to hunt. Now you've got me in such trouble. The green-robed elder also turned his hatred towards Tu Xing, staring at him intently with murderous eyes. Tu Xing felt a chill run down his spine and quickly explained, 2 elders, now that things have come to this, why don't we quickly uncover their origins? Survival is paramount. HMPH, the purple-robed elder snorted, gazing upwards. However, after their golden cores were removed, their cultivation had been completely destroyed. All that could be seen was a cloud of blood mist exploding into the air. Before long, all the Yaksha sect disciples were wiped out. Their storage bags had been removed before the killing, leaving them unstained with blood. The air rippled slightly, revealing Su Poman's figure to the 3 men. Who are you? Why are you attacking our Yaksha sect? The hot-tempered purple-robed elder demanded. Tu Xing's face paled at this, and he quickly nudged him. How can you speak to me like that, senior? Ahem, senior, may I ask how our Yaksha sect has offended you? If there was any unpleasantness before, I offer my apology. Please spare my life. Yes, senior, I have never offended you before. Why are you digging out my golden elixir? The green-robed elder said bitterly. Although all the Yaksha sect disciples had perished, it was a minor matter for them. Surviving the current crisis was the most important thing. Su Poman sneered, you haven't offended me, but you deserve death. Look at them. With that, he used his bio-force field to escort out over 100 mortals dressed as villagers. Their clothes were tattered, their eyes gleaming with a dead light. Ever since their capture, they had lost all hope of survival. Many bore severe injuries, missing limbs or covered in scars. Women had stoic expressions, dried blood stained their lower bodies. Even in their naked bodies, they felt no shame, seemingly numb. Suddenly seeing the light of day again, They felt a trance. You are free. Su Poman snapped his fingers, releasing healing pills into each of their mouths. Amidst a rising green light, the villagers' wounds began to heal rapidly. After a long pause, one of the middle-aged men regained consciousness. He looked up at Su Poman and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are we truly free?" Su Poman nodded. To reassure the villagers, he waved his hand. And 2 fireballs the size of wheels slammed into the Yaksha sect's building. Boom! A blaze erupted, and a scorching heat washed over them. The flames and heat awakened many villagers, and as their wounds healed, they fell to their knees, chanting, "Thank you, Immortal, for saving us." Although Su Poman didn't resemble a normal human, his dragon wings imbued him with a strange allure. The Yaksha sect has been destroyed. You can live peacefully when you return. Don't worry, I will eliminate all the demonic cultivators in this area, Su Poman continued. More and more people regained consciousness, and upon being reminded, they quickly knelt, kowtowed to Su Poman. Woo, 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 the Immortal has finally come to rescue us. I never thought I'd make it back alive, all thanks to the Immortal. When I return, I'll definitely erect a longevity tablet for the Immortal and offer daily tributes. By this time, the 3 high-ranking members of the Yaksha sect had understood the entire situation. So, was it a bunch of mortals who destroyed the Yaksha sect? The leader of the Yaksha sect, overcome with grief, cried out inwardly, "Is it even worth it? Just for a bunch of 2-legged sheep, Senior, I've never troubled the mortals here. Please spare my life, I'm innocent." The green-robed elder quickly distanced himself from the matter and begged for mercy. Upon hearing this, the purple-robed elder quickly echoed, "That's right, Senior. We were both coerced by Tu Shen. Throughout our cultivation, we've never harmed an innocent mortal. Please understand, you 2 old bastards, you're actually trying to frame me. Senior, don't listen to their nonsense. We're being forced to do this by the corpse insect. If we can't gather enough offerings, we'll all be killed by the messengers and made into refined corpses. We truly have no intention of harming anyone," the Yaksha sect leader tearfully accuses him, almost believing it himself. Seeing this, the other 2 elders also chimed in, pinning the blame for persecuting mortals on the corpse insect. "It's better to let my fellow Taoist die than to let me die. In this situation, survival is paramount. Even the most powerful enemy will doubt the name of the corpse insect. How? Do you think I'm stupid?" Su Poman chuckled grimly. "But to prevent the wrongful killing of innocent people, I'll give you a chance." "What chance, really? If you say so, I'll cooperate, Senior, I'm absolutely innocent." Upon hearing this, the 3 men struggled to declare their stance, their eyes once again alight with hope. Under their earnest gazes, Su Poman slowly closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the roulette wheel's light screen. With his mind, he lightly tapped the words "click" to draw. "This time, I'm going to draw a new ability that determines whether someone is guilty." Focusing on eye power, ideally, I'd be able to tell at a glance whether a person deserves to be killed. 9 million energy points instantly vanished from the light screen, but compared to the base number of over 40 billion, this wasn't even a drop in the bucket. Click, click, click. The ancient and mysterious roulette wheel spun several squares, and rays of light and shadow representing different abilities flickered across it, constantly evolving and disappearing, constantly changing. Searching for the target confirmed that the target for this extraction is the Supreme Angel World, the Angel of Judgment, Gabriel. Establishing a link, extracting thing, spend 9 million energy points, extraction successful, gain the new ability, Eye of Judgment. Your eyes gain the authority of judgment, and can see sin and virtue. Sin is red, and virtue is gold. Chapter 240 Past Events. Purple Source Roulette. Name, Su Poman. Realm, Initial Stage of Foundation Building. Bloodline, Bronze Superman Body, 100%. Zombie Contract, First Generation Pantangu Clan Bloodline, 100%. Abilities. 1. Bronze Superman Template. Possessing all the abilities of a Bronze-era Superman, and can cultivate to the Silver period on his own. 2. Soul Devouring, Reverse Soul Method. 3. Water Resurrection, the current Resurrection Water area has been anchored. If the position is changed after anchoring, it will cost 10 million energy points each time. 4. Pangu Divine Body 5. Soul Space 6. Eye of Judgment, Energy Points. 49.8 billion. A minimum of 10 energy points can be drawn once. Number that can be drawn, 2 draws remaining this month. Current draw target, None brilliant holy light lit up in Su Poman's scarlet pupils. The circle outlined by fine lines enclosed the magic hexagram. The entire pattern revealed an incomprehensible sense of mystery, and at the same time, an inexplicable brilliance bloomed in the depths of his pupils. The silhouette of a 12-winged dark angel emerged from behind Su Poman, its purity and radiance inspiring awe. The rescued villagers were stunned by the sight. The next moment, their faces lit up with fervor, and they knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. An immortal has descended, a true immortal has descended. Great! Our Wanku nation is saved. Immortal, please accept your loyal followers and allow us to follow you. Su Poman opened his eyes, the imprint of a magical hexagram flashing fleetingly in the depths of his pupils. The archangel's silhouette behind him gradually faded. Good fellow, worthy of an angel, he can attract followers with just a shadowy presence. It seems this Gabriel really has some tricks up his sleeve, he grumbled, activating his eyes of judgment and surveying the assembled crowd. From his perspective, the world shifted. Amidst a shroud of smoke and clouds, a white light shone above the heads of the mortals. Occasionally, a few of them would have strands of golden light, as thin as hairs, interspersed with the white light. Clearly, they had done good deeds and accumulated some merit. Then, his gaze slowly shifted to the three high-ranking members of the Yaksha sect before him. What he saw was a massive blood-red light, as if it were tangible. Countless souls of the dead drifted within the blood-red light. In the flickering light and shadow, Su Poman witnessed a series of bloody scenes. You still dare to claim innocence? Su Po's eyes were filled with icy murderous intent, making the three people feel as if they were sinking into an icy cellar. However, for the sake of their lives, they still gritted their teeth and nodded. Senior, we are truly innocent. It's all because of the oppression of the Corpse Yin sect that we've been forced to do such a heinous act. Yes, Senior, we were forced. Jin Day, at the beginning of your cultivation, you lured and killed over a dozen children to draw spirits into your body. Later, to improve your cultivation, you ruthlessly massacred your own village. Over 40 households, hundreds of people, all perished at your hands. And you used this opportunity to break through to the middle stage of key refining. With every word, the yellow-faced old man's face paled. He began to tremble, shaking his head repeatedly, mumbling incoherently, his voice growing louder and louder. No, that wasn't me, Jin Day roared fiercely. Stumbling to the ground, even ignoring his injuries as he slammed his head against the ground, his hair disheveled, a look of madness. Please, stop talking. His eyes were red, and in a trance, time seemed to have returned to that night. Ziohezi was captured, but fortunately, possessing spiritual roots, he joined the Yaksha sect and became a disciple. Fierce internal strife within the demonic sect, and exploited by his senior brothers, his resources were plundered, preventing him from breaking through to the 5th level of the key refining stage and becoming an inner sect disciple. Every day he failed to enter the inner sect, his life was at risk. With his 10-year protection period approaching, he knew he would perish if he didn't break through. Under immense pressure, he decided to hunt mortals, using their heart essence and blood to fuel his demonic power. Without inner sect status, hunting alone would surely lead to his being devoured by his either senior brothers. So, he petitioned the sect to allow him to return home to visit his family, concealing his whereabouts. That night, Ziohezi unexpectedly returned, much to his delight. Upon learning of his ascension to the holy sect, their joy deepened. Upon hearing the news, the village chief immediately notified every household and prepared a feast. The arrival of a disciple of the holy sect in the settlement meant a peaceful future for them. Though it was a banquet, the food was simple, consisting of the best that each household could muster. But to Ziohezi, it all seemed rather filthy. Accustomed to the soft, glutinous, and delicious spiritual rice, he lost all appetite for these dishes. Ziohezi, I held you in my arms when you were little. I never could have imagined you'd grown up so quickly. Yes, when I was little, I saw you as clever. Now you've joined the holy sect, remarkable. Hey, our village won't be hunted by holy sect emissaries anymore. Haha, all thanks to Ziohezi. Ziohezi, why aren't you eating? A calm-faced teenager sat in the highest seat. He looked at the group of adults, who were trembling and praising him with compliments, and broke into a broad grin. They're all just weaklings, like two-legged sheep. The elders in the sect were right. Once you become a saint sect disciple, you're no longer one of the same kind. You want me to eat it? Haha, fine. Then I'll eat your heart. Hurry up and dig it out and give it to me. The young man smiled faintly. but the content of his words sent a chill down the spines of the guests. His father, standing nearby, looked a little uneasy and quickly interrupted, "Ziohezi, what nonsense are you talking about? These are your elders, you should show some respect." While his tone was a lecture, it was clear his confidence was lacking. After all, his father knew the cruelty and ruthlessness of Saint Sect disciples. Having not seen them for 7 or 8 years, he wasn't sure if his son had also become a demon who treated human life as worthless. "Ha ha ha!" Ziohezi burst into laughter, his laughter so wild that he casually grabbed the edge of the table and, with a slight force, the large round table flew off. Crash! Everyone around the table was thrown to the ground, and the food spilled all over the floor. "Ziohezi, don't mess around." His father's face turned pale, and he quickly scolded him. Ziohezi drew his magical weapon, his long hair covering his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he sneered. "Father, I'm hungry. Time to eat." Then, in the dark night, a bloodbath ensued. Facing the immortal cultivator, these mortals had no chance to escape. In despair and terror, villagers perished one after another. The moment the young man tore out their hearts, they crushed them into blood plasma and poured it into his mouth. Fueled by the essence of his heart, his magic power automatically activated, and his cultivation level skyrocketed. The demonic nature generated by the magic power drove the young man even more mad. He attacked again and again, laughing as he took the lives of several people. The scene was so bloody that his mother fainted from fear. Third brother, wake up." The father knelt in front of a corpse, muttering to himself in disbelief, "Impossible, this can't be. He is not our child, he is a demon. I am so stupid. Our Zio died 8 years ago." The man burst into tears, and the crystals between his mouth and nose stretched out for a long time. The anger made his head split, and he kept beating his head. The boy's tender face was stained with the blood of neighbors. Looking in the direction of his biological parents, he licked the blood on his hands. "I am so close to breaking through. Why don't you be kind and help your son?" The side effects of the magic power have been fully revealed. At this moment, he has completely lost his mind and become a puppet driven by desire. "I hate it," the man roared, snatching a hoe from the doorway and charging at the boy with it held high. "Give me back my little Hezi." "Oh, father, are you going to kill me?" "I am your little Hezi," the boy grinned, revealing a mouthful of bloodshot teeth. His smile looked pure, just as it had been 8 years ago. Rushing closer, the man's heart softened as he gazed upon that familiar, childish face. The murderous intent on his face instantly vanished. He held the hoe high in his hand, tears of resentment streaming from his tiger-like eyes, as if illuminating his weakness and incompetence. At that moment, the mother, who had fainted, regained consciousness and opened her eyes to see a large and small figure confronting each other in the firelight. "Master, what are you doing?" The frail woman somehow found the strength to stand, stumbling a few steps to block the boy's path. With a clang, the hoe fell to the ground. The man, overcome with grief, was about to turn away when his eyes widened. Puff! A bloody hand emerged from the woman's chest, clutching a faintly beating heart in its palm. Disbelief filled the woman's face. Slowly turning her head, she stretched out her arm, attempting to touch the boy's face. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Ziohezi, stop playing around. It's getting dark outside. Get back into the cave quickly. It's so dark, I can't see you." Her eyes suddenly dimmed, and her arm drooped limply. "Mother, don't sleep. Wake up." The man grasped the woman's arms, his legs slightly bent. He tilted his head back and shouted at the top of his lungs, as if trying to wake his wife. The veins in his neck bulged prominently. Snap! The heart was crushed. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The magic power surged again. The boy's cultivation bottleneck was now shattering. He leaned forward, smiling and gazing at the grief-stricken man before him. "Since it's so painful, I'll escort you, so your mother won't be alone in the underworld. Don't worry, I'll provide for you." With that, the young man struck again. A huge fire engulfed the village, and the young man's figure vanished into the night. Throughout his cultivation, Jin-Day had never revealed this incident to anyone. It was his demonic power that affected his mind, causing him to accidentally kill his own parents. This pain, hidden deep within him, recurred in his dreams, becoming a near obsession. If not for this, given Jin-Day's talent and ruthlessness over the centuries, he would have reached the late Jinden realm by now. With his Jinden split open, his demonic power broken, and the reminders of the past, His mind was now somewhat clouded, and his inner demons took advantage of the opportunity, constantly tugged at his heartstrings. I worked so hard to obtain all this, only to lose it just like that, he muttered, looking up at the towering figure in the air. Su Poman shook his head slightly and said slowly, misfortunes sent by heaven can be pardoned, but those brought upon oneself are unforgivable. As he spoke, a cyan lightning flashed from his fingertips, and he tapped lightly across the void. Boom! The lightning descended, like a divine punishment. Jin Day was engulfed by the lightning, transforming into a puff of green smoke, leaving only a dark trail in his wake. Tu Sheng and the purple-robed elder shuddered, a slight chill in their hearts, racking their brains, hoping to survive. Then, Su Poman looked at them and said coldly, as for you, your sins are equally heinous and unforgivable. With that, the sound of a sword hummed, and a crimson flying sword shot out from his mouth, slashing towards the two men. After a few flashes of sword light, the two men's limbs were torn off. It hurts so much. Despite the severe injuries, Tu Sheng and the purple-robed elder were once giant in stage cultivators, their physiques much stronger than those of ordinary people, so they could still hold on. However, their faces were pale, and it was obvious that they could not hold out for much longer. Su Poman flew over to the group of mortals kneeling on the ground, pointed at the two men and said, they are high-ranking members of the Yaksha sect. Now that they have lost their cultivation, they are no different from ordinary people. If you have any grudges, go and seek revenge. With that, he disappeared from the crowd, and when he reappeared, he was tens of thousands of meters in the air. The entire martial arts arena fell silent, with only the sound of increasingly heavy breathing. Ha ha ha, a bunch of cowardly, incompetent sheep. Even if I've lost my limbs, it doesn't matter. I'm not someone you can insult at will. Anyone who dares to come up here is courting death. The purple-robed elder laughed fiercely, knowing he couldn't show weakness now. Otherwise, he'd be overwhelmed by these mortals, and with his power and limbs gone, he'd likely be beaten to death. Tu Sheng, standing nearby, also grasped this. A perverted and ferocious expression took hold, and he roared, I am the leader of the Yaksha sect. I possess the means to traverse the universe. Destroying you mortals is a piece of cake. I also have mystical black magic. Anyone who dares to approach will surely die. Those who were about to step forward were stunned, cowering in fear. The image of the demonic cultivators, as brutal as they were, had become ingrained in people's minds, and it would be difficult to dispel this psychological influence in a short time. At that moment, a young woman, whose expression had remained frozen, suddenly moved. A strange curve formed at the corner of her mouth, and she staggered, approaching Tu Sheng's back, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Ho ha ho ha, the young woman laughed, tears of blood streaming from her eyes, a laugh that chilled Tu Sheng's spines. You're dead. Tu Sheng tried to turn away, his face a ferocious, wolf-like expression, trying to scare the woman away. But at that moment, the young woman suddenly leaned forward and bit Tu Sheng's shoulder. Give me back my child. I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. You'll pay for it. The young woman's face was now ferocious, like a mad leopard. She bit at the spot with all her might, digging her hands into the flesh of his shoulder, scratching relentlessly. Tu Sheng took a breath of cold air. The intense pain almost made him faint. He yelled, Get out of here, you stinky woman, you are looking for death. Chapter 241 Ancient Saiyan Bloodline. The young woman harbored an unquenchable hatred. Despite Tu Sheng's threats, she remained undeterred. Instead, her attacks intensified. The grief of losing her son plunged her into a state of profound devastation. Before long, Tu Sheng finally gave way. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and he cried out, Auntie, I was wrong. Please stop pushing. It hurts. Meanwhile, more and more people were approaching. True to the immortal's words, the two demons of the holy sect were now like toothless tigers, all show and no substance. So, revenge was sought, and injustice avenged. Over 100 villagers surged forward, quickly engulfing the two. Pitiful wails echoed throughout the basin. Tu Sheng and the purple-robed elder had died a gruesome death, beaten to death. Because of the powerful vitality of immortal cultivators, they endured excruciating torture. Seeing this, Su Poman felt it was time to leave. He determined his direction from high in the sky and vanished into a white shadow. Along the way, he counted his gains from the Yaksha sect. Excluding some miscellaneous items, he had converted a total of 2.2 billion energy points, significantly less than the 7 Towers holy sect. Over the next month, Su Poman successively wiped out over a dozen sects, large and small, slaying countless demonic cultivators. His energy points now exceeded 100 billion. After activating his Eyes of Judgment, Su Poman would never kill a single innocent person. Consequently, not only did his sins not increase, but he instead gained a wisp of aura of merit. A dazzling golden light shone behind him, almost transforming it into a wheel of merit. However, after the extermination of over a dozen sects, some passing cultivators noticed the situation. Initially, they dismissed it as unimportant. After all, fighting and slaughter among demonic sects in the Waku Kingdom was commonplace, and exterminations were commonplace. However, as time passed, reports of the destruction of more and more sects were reported to the Corpse Yin sect, including a fourth-rank sect. When this news reached the Corpse Yin sect, it immediately drew significant attention. A fourth-tier sect had a spirit transformation stage cultivator in charge. If even such a sect was destroyed, the perpetrators must have been at least at the fusion stage. This meant the matter had reached the highest level of severity. Fu Nianshen, the leader of the Corpse Yin sect, convened a meeting of elders overnight. In the gloomy hall, the ground was covered with withered, shrunken black vines, and the lights flickered, casting a dim, paper yellow hue. 8 black-robed elders sat at a long table, with black coffins floating behind them. Elders, what are your thoughts on this matter? Fu Niansheng spoke slowly from his seat at one end of the table. At this time, a bald old man wearing a hood said in a very hoarse voice, "This time even the Yinlong mountain was destroyed, and not even a piece of information could be transmitted. It seems that the murderer is very powerful." The third elder is right. 18 sects were destroyed in succession. I think this may be a conspiracy of the Immortal Cultivation world of the Taiyu Kingdom. They have been clamoring to destroy my Corpse Yin sect because of the Wu Dingzi incident. Haha, if the elders of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance had not come forward to mediate, the national war would have started a few years ago. Another old man with purple eyes and black lips said slowly, with a hint of sarcasm on his face while speaking. The current leader of Taiyu sect, Meng Kuangshi, has an upright character. Once he goes crazy, he might really send masters to my Wanku country to cause trouble. However, my Shi Yin sect is not afraid of him. At most, we can summon the seniors of the main vein who are in the tribulation period to come to Kaingsing and destroy them with a palm. No. Although the Xiu Xian alliance of Kaingsing is corrupt and decadent, its strength should not be underestimated. It will definitely not allow strong masters from other Zilxing stars to step in and kill people indiscriminately. Once a national war breaks out, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. We cannot pin all our hopes on the main vein. That would make us seem too incompetent. Yes, once the masters of the main vein come, it means that we have violated the ban issued by Alliance Leader Yu. Even if we win the national war, we will still have to pack up and return to our ancestral planet. The channels and power networks that have been operating here for tens of thousands of years will have to be abandoned. The gain will not make up for the loss. Seeing the discussion veer further and further off topic, Fu Niansheng quickly coughed and warned, "Elders, let's get back to the point and come up with a plan. First, apprehend the murderer, then discuss anything else." Sect Master Fu, has this been reported to the ancestor? Asked the pale, beardless fourth elder. Fu Niansheng nodded. We've already reported it to the fifth ancestor, and he will send General Tongguang to assist us. That's good. Since they were able to destroy the Yinlong sect, that proves the murderer is quite powerful. Although we have the aid of our natal corpses, if the opponent is a cultivator in the fusion stage, it would be extremely dangerous. With General Tongguang here, we have nothing to fear. I suggest that 3 elders form a sniper team, and work with General Tongguang to hunt down the murderer. Second, from the vast shadow of the mountain of corpses, 3 beams of light, pulling a massive coffin, soared into the sky, shooting towards a certain direction. Many cultivators carrying black coffins through the mountains raised their heads, surprise on their faces. 3 inner court elders dispatched at once. Big news is about to happen. You don't know, but many sects in Wanku country have been destroyed recently. Many people suspect the Taiyu sect's culprits. The elders are probably out investigating. Those Taiyu sect hypocrites again. Are they going to start a national war? No way. We signed a truce under the witness of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance. It's only been a few years, so there shouldn't be a national war. Su Poman had no idea he was being targeted by the Corpse Yin sect. He hovered in midair, gazing at the sea of fire below, feeling incredibly pleased. With the destruction of another demon sect, the purple source roulette had gained billions of energy points. I always felt I didn't have enough energy points before, but now I have so many and I don't know what to do with them. What a happy trouble, Su Poman muttered to himself, the blazing flames reflected in his eyes as he pondered what new abilities he would need to draw on next. My physical combat power has already surpassed that of a normal fusion stage cultivator. Next, I can draw upon the bloodline of a Saiyan. Not only will transformations significantly enhance my combat power, but each time I recover from a serious injury, I'll become even stronger. Combined with my unlimited resurrection and cell regeneration abilities, if I find a suitable opponent, I'll be able to endlessly defeat bugs and continuously strengthen my physique through a recovery. Furthermore, with my current physical strength, I've definitely reached the standard for Super Saiyan transformation. Given the 50-fold increase in combat power from my initial form, my own strength could be significantly enhanced. Perhaps I could even clash with a cultivator in the void stage. Thinking of this, Su Poman slowly imagined a yellow-haired young man, his upper body bare, wearing a golden wristband and necklace, his lower body wrapped in red cloth tied to a golden belt around his waist, and white pants. Broly. In the Dragon Ball world, Son Goku may be the protagonist, but Broly's bloodline is pure. Broly is a legendary Saiyan, a creature that appears only once in 1,000 years. Though he looks like any other Saiyan, Broly possesses a combat power of 10,000 at birth, a power that only increases with age. The protagonist, Son Goku, was born on the same day, but possesses a measly combat power of 2, relegating him to the lower ranks of warriors. The difference in their bloodlines is immense, and were it not for the added bonus of the protagonist's aura, Broly would have vastly outmatched Son Goku in every aspect. After mentally selecting his target, Su Poman closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the light curtain of the roulette wheel. With his mind, he lightly tapped the words "click" to draw. 8 billion energy points instantly disappeared from the light curtain, transforming into a beam of light that fell onto the wheel. Click, 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 the ancient and mysterious wheel spun several squares, and rays of light, representing different abilities, flickered across the wheel, constantly evolving and vanishing, constantly changing. Searching for target confirmed the target for this extraction is Dragon Ball World, Broly, establishing a link, extracting ding, spent 1 billion energy points, extraction successful, obtained, ancient Saiyan bloodline, S cells fully activated, combat power greatly enhanced after near-death resurrection, you have obtained, beginner Super Saiyan form, transforming into Super Saiyan, combat power increased exponentially, stamina nearly infinite, the more you fight, the braver you become. Purple source roulette, name, Su Poman, realm, early foundation establishment, bloodline, bronze Superman body, 100%, zombie contract, first generation Pantengu clan bloodline, 100%, ancient Saiyan bloodline, 100%, abilities. 1. Bronze Superman template, possessing all the abilities of a Bronze Age Superman, can cultivate to Silver Age on its own. 2. Soul Devourer, reverse soul technique. 3. Water resurrection, the current resurrection waters are anchored. Relocating after anchoring will cost 10 million energy points each time. 4. Pangu body 5. Soul space 6. Eye of Judgment, energy points. 110 billion, minimum 10 energy points required for 1 draw, available number, 2 draws remaining this month, current draw target, none. Su Poman's body gradually began to transform. Wisps of violent energy emerged within him, constantly transforming every inch of his flesh and blood. The emergence of S cells caused his superhuman body to undergo another violent reaction. Amidst a burst of tearing pain, Kryptonian genes fused with Super Saiyan genes, ultimately transforming into a new, stronger cell. His bone marrow and flesh were constantly being replaced, and immense power was brewing within him. The power of the purple source roulette lies in its ability to fuse 2 completely unrelated bloodlines or abilities into one, while simultaneously producing beneficial changes. Under a microscope, one could see plump, elastic, hydrated cells, gleaming with the imprint of an S, imbuing every inch of flesh with greater potential. Su Poman's hair stood upright, like a gradient of color. Under the sunlight, it began to shimmer green. Though it appeared jet black, polarized light revealed a dark green sheen. Green. Su Poman opened his eyes, his face frozen in a questioning expression. What the hell is this hinting at? The ancient Super Saiyan bloodline had slightly altered his hair color, adding a touch of uncanny quality to his demeanor. He cast a water mirror technique, looking at his reflection in the mirror, and said narcissistically, "This hair color seems similar to Miss Polaris's, but mine looks more sophisticated and quite handsome." After a moment of satisfied admiration, Su Poman slowly raised his left hand and placed it before his eyes. His pupils instantly constricted, and with his supervision, he instantly noticed the changes in his body. The S mark was etched on every cell. I didn't expect Superman's body to be so closely associated with the S. I remember there was a big S on the chest of Superman's suit. Saiyan S cells, huh? Interesting. Next, let's try Super Saiyan. Su Poman deactivated his Doomsday Zombie progenitor form, returning to his slender form. Simultaneously, his spiritual weapon-grade training suit shrank considerably. Due to the dramatic transformation of the Doomsday Zombie true ancestor's form, ordinary clothing would be ripped to shreds. To prevent himself from streaking about naked after the transformation, Su Poman had specially ordered this white training suit from Fang, spending over 800 spirit stones. Not only did it possess impressive defensive power, it also automatically adjusted its size based on the body's size. Su Poman soared in midair, a vast expanse of flames at his feet. The flames grew in momentum, distorting the air above. He clenched his fists slightly, and a crackling sound echoed. The air between his palms compressed into destructive, high-speed streams, like gas scalpels. Several of these streams landed on the nearby mountain, carving deep gashes into it. Su Poman took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. A white light gradually shone in his eyes, his pupils disappearing into the white glow. Then, his hair stood on end, and a golden aura permeated his body, its color slowly turning golden. The ground trembled, and pieces of rubble, mingled with flames, levitated and soared high into the sky. Aha! A massive column of white energy shot up into the sky, blowing away the clouds on the horizon. Within the column of light, Su Poman's body was encircled by flaming golden energy, with occasional flashes of bluish-white lightning. His figure grew taller, his muscles swelled, and the air surged, forming miniature hurricanes. His golden hair stood up like an explosion, and beneath his golden eyebrows were eyes filled with white light. He looked like an ancient god descended to earth. But at this moment, a spatial fluctuation was heard nearby. 3 elderly men carrying black coffins emerged from the void. In their midst, a massive silver coffin the size of a 3-story building was chained to them. According to the aura index, the murderer should be nearby. Look, what's that? Who could have such an imposing aura? Looks like we've found the murderer. Yes, it's him. That sea of fire is the original Snapper Ghost Gate. Chapter 242 General Tongguang. Within the black fog, 3 figures stood in the air. Leading them was a hooded old man of medium build. Behind him were the pale, beardless 4th elder, holding a recorder, and the ruby-nosed 7th elder. They gazed at the imposing figure shrouded in golden energy not far away, their expressions tinged with caution. Strange. He appears to be only at the Foundation establishment stage, yet his aura is so formidable, the ruby-nosed elder said, scratching his matted hair, his mustache twitching. The 4th elder's narrow eyes gleamed with wisdom, and he said gravely, "This individual cannot be human. Look at his golden hair and that tail around his waist. Could he be a demon cultivator from another planet?" The 7th elder wondered suspiciously. The 3rd elder flipped his hood up, revealing his bald, oval head. He nodded and said, "It's possible. I've heard from the main lineage that many cultivators in the nearby star fields have been completely controlled by demon cultivators. He looks a bit like the demon cultivators from Fire Ape Star, but those fire apes have red hair." 3rd elder, to be on the safe side, let's first summon General Tongguang. The 4th elder twirled the recorder in his hand and said solemnly. "Okay." The bald elder nodded gently. He flipped his hand and produced 3 thigh-thick blood-red seal incense sticks. With a wave of his hand, flames lit at the tips of the incense sticks, and wisps of red smoke rose. The 3 of them bowed to the huge silver coffin behind them. "Please invite General Tongguang out of the coffin." A heavy breathing sounded from within the silver coffin. The flame at the tip of the blood incense suddenly flared with the inhalation. The slowly burning incense rapidly consumed itself, dispersing into a vast cloud of blood-red smoke that entered the silver coffin. Comfortable, why did you call me?" With a click, 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 the coffin's lid flew open. Within, a general clad in gleaming silver armor and crowned with a peacock feather opened his deep green eyes. 2 long, sharp teeth bared from his mouth. His torso reached a height of 10 meters, resembling a colossal deity. General Tongguang's presence was devoid of any trace of corpse energy. His red-tasseled cape fluttered in the wind, imposing and majestic, like a mortal general steeped in battle. Clang, the silver coffin behind him slowly shrank, transforming into a buckle embedded in the gleaming silver armor, fitting seamlessly as if they were one and the same. General Tongguang, we are ordered by the fifth ancestor to bring that demon back to the sect, the bald elder replied respectfully. A zombie in the fusion stage possesses the intelligence of a normal human, full of spirit and independent consciousness, capable of exerting a significant portion of its combat power without the control of a master. Yes, General Tongguang nodded, his dark green eyes piercing the black mist as he gazed at Su Poman, who stood not far away. Something's wrong. Why does he exude an aura of fear and awe? General Tongguang frowned, his sharp fangs itching as if electrocuted, and the corpse energy within him erupted uncontrollably. First, test his strength with a corpse refining. The three elders' faces flickered with confusion upon hearing this. Normally, since General Tongguang had been summoned, he would have taken direct action to suppress the situation, while the elders would have been responsible for coordinating from the sidelines. But this time, something was unusual. However, faced with this order, the three of them dared not disobey. They quickly formed hand seals and each pulled a corpse puppet from their corpse-raising bag. Since this was a test, they did not utilize their own innatal corpses. Go! 3 dark shadows vanished into the void. Su Poman had already spotted their whereabouts, but he had been so absorbed in the Saiyan's immense power that he didn't take them seriously. The corpse yin sect's strongest cultivator was only at the fusion stage, at most to the level of a dragon emperor. In his Super Saiyan form, his combat power skyrocketed dozens of times, so he simply didn't take fusion stage cultivators seriously. Furthermore, most of the corpse yin sect's cultivators relied on their own natal corpses as their primary combat force. His own identity as the true ancestor of zombies wielded a powerful bloodline suppression effect on all zombie-like creatures in the universe. Woo! 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 The space before him rippled, and in the blink of an eye, 3 spiritual transformation stage corpses emerged. Their corpse aura was so thick it felt like substance. Their fangs bared, their faces utterly ferocious, they formed a shape, surrounding Su Poman. Just when I wanted to test my Super Saiyan power, you guys showed up. It's like a pillow just when I'm sleepy. Just in time, Su Poman smiled, and with speed barely visible to the naked eye, he unleashed 3 punches in quick succession. Boom! 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 A massive wave of air formed a series of tornadoes, piercing through in 3 directions as if to poke a hole through the sky. As the 3 members of the corpse yin sect watched in shock, the 3 spiritual transformation stage corpse puppets began to shatter, exploding into a cloud of dust in the blink of an eye. The 4th elder's pupils constricted, a sense of shock building within him. While these corpse puppets weren't as powerful as the original corpses, they still possessed the combat power of the mid-spiritual transformation stage. Yet, they were reduced to dust by a single punch. Their strength must have already reached the fusion stage. General, this beast is formidable. You should take action yourself. The 7th elder's voice trembled, clearly frightened by the scene. The 3rd elder's corpse puppet was nearly as powerful as his own, and even such a corpse had been shattered. Even if he personally attacked, he would surely be reduced to smithereens. So weak. You coffin rats, is this all you have? Su Poman's lazy voice carried into the black fog. General Tongguang's expression was solemn, a hint of fear in his dark green eyes, but the arrow was on the string and had to be released. He took a step forward, his figure instantly disappearing. The next moment, his claws, sharp as knives, had already torn Su Poman's body apart. The 3 people in the black fog were about to smile, but were shocked to find that there was no blood flowing from the body. Illusion. General Tongguang's massive form stretched across the sky. Behind him, the golden-haired Su Poman emerged from the ripples of the air. A sneer played on his face as he slammed his fist into the gleaming silver armor. Bang! The 3-meter-tall figure plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a bottomless crater. Is this the strength of a fusion stage zombie? Much weaker than the Dragon King. Su Poman grumbled in disappointment. Looks like we won't be able to test the limits of the Super Saiyan form today. A roar echoed from the crater, followed by a blinding purple beam of light that shot up into the sky. Su Poman's brows raised at the sight, a look of delight on his face. Without dodging, he plunged directly into the destructive aura. Is he crazy? He's actually trying to withstand General Tongguang's great corpse annihilation. The ruby-nosed seventh elder's eyes widened. The moment Su Poman was struck by the purple beam, he felt a powerful impact and a tearing energy. However, despite its strength, this energy couldn't break through his defenses. Su Poman's expression was relaxed, his eyes gleaming with a dazzling white light, and the golden energy aura emanating from him burned like a blazing flame. He was now facing the purple beam, swimming upstream. "Come out for me." With a swish, the three members of the corpse yin sect stared in shock as the golden figure descended into the bottomless pit. Three spiritual senses quickly swept across, capturing the scene within. A massive corpse monster with bony spurs on its back was blasting the purple beam. The next moment, the golden figure descending from the purple beam swung its fist into its massive jaw, directly interrupting the beam. Immediately afterwards, another uppercut, delivered at the speed of light. Bang! The corpse monster, several dozen feet tall, was sent flying high into the air. The golden figure caught up with even greater speed, overtaking him with another powerful kick, like a ball. Swoosh! General Tongguang was completely stunned, his body flung back and forth through the air, unable to react. Each blow not only contained immense power but also an indescribably terrifying aura, rendering him unable to move. Even his battle dharma body was struggling. The two figures, large and small, were vastly different. But the smaller Su Poman was the one crushing the massive corpse monster, leaving it completely defenseless. General Tongguang roared in fury from the blow, his corpse energy rising and transforming into massive chains that entwined Su Poman. Simultaneously, he activated his fusion stage zombie's special ability, teleporting tens of thousands of miles in an attempt to break free from the oppression. Su Poman was unable to comply. As the space rippled slightly, he used his bio-force field to bind the corpse monster's body, forcibly interrupting its teleportation. General Tongguang was utterly depressed, and he could only think of other ways to escape his disadvantage. He roared, and a multicolored glow emerged from his bright silver armor. But the glow gradually grew brighter, transforming into a round shield. Finally, Su Poman's attack was blocked, giving General Tongguang a chance to catch his breath. He quickly flew hundreds of kilometers away, a surge of fear rising within him. This man's strength far exceeds my imagination. He's probably not something a normal fusion stage cultivator can handle. Without my master here, many corpse techniques won't work. This will likely defeat the purpose of this trip. As he pondered this, a golden figure descended again. Su Poman teleported in front of General Tongguang, smiling. "Next, I'm going to punch you with 1/10 of my strength. I hope you survive. After all, a sturdy punching target like yours is hard to come by. 1/10? Don't be so arrogant, you little brat." General Tongguang spoke toughly, but his heart sank. So he was just using me as a practice target? He's using even 1/10 of his strength to worry about my death, so isn't his true strength even more terrifying? This man, don't mess with me. Escape, we must escape back to the corpse yin sect first. With this thought, General Tongguang's bright silver armor glowed, as if ready for battle. It's getting late today. I plan to fight another day. I'm returning home. With that, the bright silver armor suddenly exploded, pieces of armor floating up, instantly forming a small teleportation array in the void. Spatial force immediately permeated, and the corpse monster was about to be teleported back. Stop! As if the words had been spoken, the surrounding world fell into a state of stagnation. The silver light of the array was fixed in the void, and its spatial force also ceased to operate. Come out! Reaching out, Su Poman snatched the corpse monster out of the teleportation array's area and flung it away. Release! The spatial force completed its operation, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the bright silver armor vanished from its original location. Corpse yin sect atop the mountain of corpses, a flash of silver light passed. With a crash, a massive suit of silver armor landed within the teleportation array. The disciple in charge of guarding the array was stunned. Who on earth is this senior? Why did only the armor teleport back? Near the Taiji sect, General Tongguang was stunned. He felt as if he had completed the teleportation and was about to return to the corpse yin sect, but the next moment he appeared outside the formation. Interrupted? That shouldn't be the case. Once the teleportation array on the armor is activated, it's essentially impossible to interrupt it, unless I voluntarily jump out. As General Tongguang pondered this, a terrifying, heart-pounding aura appeared in the sky. He looked up and saw a golden figure slowly raising its hand, wisps of bluish-white electricity coursing through it. General Tong Guang's expression was solemn, sensing a deadly threat. He quickly used corpse energy to create layers of defense before him. Then, emitting a green light from his mouth, he condensed the corpse energy into a single entity, forming a vast corpse energy formation. Corpse energy blanketed the earth like a black ocean. Su Poman locked his sights on the corpse monster at the center of the corpse energy formation and suddenly plummeted downward like a meteorite. Boom! A massive golden wave erupted from the center of the pitch-black corpse energy formation, instantly destroying it. His right fist pierced the air, creating pitch-black cracks in the space like fragile glass. ZHA, the earth within 100,000 miles of this area shook violently, and tectonic plates shattered one after another with a roar. Lava from the nearby volcano erupted, creating billowing clouds of dust. Golden light pierced the corpse aura, sending earth and rock scattering. When the smoke and dust cleared, a massive crater appeared at the center of the formation. At the very center of the crater, General Tong Guang lay completely unconscious. A transparent hole several feet wide had appeared in his body, his flesh and blood vanishing. Simultaneously, the rest of his body had been shattered by the aftermath, leaving him in a state of disrepair. They're still alive. Zombies truly possess a formidable vitality, Su Poman exclaimed in admiration, observing General Tong Guang lying on the ground. But with injuries like these, it's likely he won't recover for hundreds of years. As he spoke, Su Poman released his Super Saiyan form and returned to his normal self. Suddenly, a daring idea struck him. Slowly approaching General Tong Guang, Su Poman flicked a finger and placed a drop of zombie blood into his mouth. As the blood entered his mouth, black runes emerged from General Tong Guang's forehead, layer upon layer, appearing intricate and mysterious. Amidst the shimmering red light, the black runes continuously disintegrated. Simultaneously, the horrific injuries on his body healed at a visible speed. Corpse insect, ancestral land. Tong Guang has actually fallen. Who is it? I will finish him off with my palm. Fu Nianshen, come to me immediately, a voice of shock and anger echoed from the darkness. Chapter 243 9-Rank Sect. Seeing the dire situation, the three corpse insect elders were about to flee when a golden light suddenly appeared in their field of vision. A magical hexagram emerged from the depths of Su Poman's eyes, and he declared indifferently, "Sinners, I sentence you to death." As soon as he finished speaking, a fist gleaming with golden light instantly approached. The aura pulled them forward, forcing them to move without even the slightest effort. No, the bald old man's face was filled with fear. Before he could even utter a word of mercy, his body exploded with a bang, leaving only a cracked shadow suspended in midair. Su Poman first grabbed the storage ring, then opened his mouth and sucked. The soul devourer within him instantly activated its power, sucking the spirit into his belly like a whale taking in water. Burp! The spirit within the spiritual transformation stage's spirit was absorbed by the soul devourer, and the soul burped. Ding! Energy detected. Has it been converted into energy points? Yes, conversion completed. You have obtained 69 million energy points. This was the energy substance contained within the primordial spirit, which was also absorbed by the purple source wheel. Su Poman was extremely satisfied, and sighed inwardly. The primordial spirit of the nascent soul stage cultivator is much more valuable than that of the nascent soul stage cultivator. He then looked at the remaining two. Generally speaking, combat above the primordial spirit stage causes spatial oscillations, leading to spatial instability. Therefore, direct teleportation or teleportation cannot be used without leaving the battle. Forcing these methods would easily lead to being caught in spatial turbulence, an extremely dangerous situation for cultivators below the void stage. The fourth and seventh elders, witnessing the brutal scene of Su Poman blasting the third elder's body and devouring his primordial spirit through their spiritual senses, were nearly terrified. Without hesitation, they burned their blood and essence and fled, like frightened rabbits. Stop! The two, enveloped in blood, were frozen in place, and time around them came to a standstill. Su Poman approached the red-nosed elder, first removing his storage equipment, then shattering his body with a single blow. He then devoured his stagnant soul and transformed its energy into energy points. He then repeated his previous trick, dispatching the sinister-looking fourth elder with a single blow. Of the three, this fourth elder's sins were the most grievous, a vast cloud of sin forming above his head. After killing the two, Su Poman released his time-stop state. A gentle breeze blew, gathering a vast cloud of blood mist, raining blood over a small area. The abundant spiritual energy contained in the flesh and blood of the great cultivator in the spiritual transformation stage nourished the plants in the area, many transforming into medicinal herbs in a flash of light. Taken from nature, now returning to nature after death, it can be considered a form of recycling. Su Poman smiled, and with a flash of his figure, he returned to the Cheyenne Ken. By this time, General Tong Guang had transformed from a corpse monster into his true form. The horrific wounds on his body had vanished, his once 10-meter-tall frame had shrunk to just over 1.9 meters, and his complexion had returned to normal. Huh? General Tong Guang slowly opened his eyes, a flash of red in his dark green eyes. The moment he saw Su Poman, a deep sense of awe welled up within him, as if he were facing the Father God who had created his life. The Pangu clan zombie blood had transformed him from a yin corpse into a Pangu clan zombie, freeing him from the control of the fifth patriarch of the corpse yin sect. General Tong Guang's mind suddenly flooded with hazy memories, scenes from his past flashing through his mind like slideshows. In his memories, he was a general on the battlefield, unexpectedly buried alive in a place of extreme darkness when the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. Years later, at a time of yin energy convergence, an old man took the blood of his loved one and poured it over the burial site, fueling immense resentment in him. As one magical seal after another sank into his body, his memories of his past life were wiped out, transforming him into a refined corpse capable of only following orders. Due to his exceptional talent, his strength increased incredibly rapidly. Within just tens of thousands of years, he reached the realm of Corpse King, developing a newfound consciousness and being named General Tong Guang by the Corpse Yin sect. Shortly thereafter, he let out a long breath, turned, and knelt before Su Poman. With a fervent look in his eyes, he shouted, "Zhao Yunjing greets Master. Thank you for restoring my memory. From now on, I will be your most loyal servant." This was a zombie descendant Su Poman had developed through his bloodline energy. From the moment that drop of zombie blood took effect, he felt an inexplicable connection with General Tong Guang, seemingly able to decide his fate with a single thought. Furthermore, the energy contained within his bloodline imbued the descendant with a deep sense of trust and intimacy, like a biological parent, willing to do anything for their master, even sacrificing their own life. "Zhao Yunjing? Was that your old name?" Su Poman asked casually. Zhao Yunjing looked up with reverence on his face and replied respectfully, "Master, Zhao Yunjing is my original name. General Tong Guang was given by the fifth ancestor of the Corpse Yin sect." "Yes," Su Poman nodded gently. "Get up and tell me about the Corpse Yin sect." "Yes, Master." Zhao Yunjing stood up and followed behind Su Poman, saying cautiously, "The Corpse Yin sect is one of the 5 ninth-level sects in the star field." "What? Ninth-level sect?" Su Poman's face showed surprise. Zhao Yunjing nodded and explained quickly, "Master, you don't have to worry. The Corpse Yin sect in this Zilxing star can only be regarded as a 5th-level sect, a branch of the Corpse Yin sect main lineage." After Zhao Yunjing's explanation, Su Poman felt like he had discovered a brand new world. The Kangayan continent is located on a planet called Kaixing. It hosts a cultivation alliance comparable to a 9th-tier sect, its leader possessing the strength of a 3rd tribulation loose immortal. The Corpse Yin sect, a 9th-tier sect on another immortal cultivation planet, also boasts loose immortal level masters. Loose immortals are those who have failed the immortal tribulation, losing their physical bodies, but whose primordial spirits remain. Infused with immortal energy, they give birth to immortal infants within their spirits, allowing them to continue their cultivation and, through repeated tribulations, ultimately ascend to true immortality. Due to the birth of these immortal infants, loose immortals possess strength far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators at the tribulation stage. A first tribulation loose immortal can rival a Mahayana cultivator, while a second tribulation loose immortal's combat power far surpasses that of a Mahayana cultivator. In the mortal world, loose immortals represent the pinnacle of combat power. Every advantage has its drawbacks. While loose immortals enjoy an infinite lifespan, they must endure the loose immortal thunder tribulation every 600,000 years. Survive and continue to live, fail and their souls scatter, without even the chance of reincarnation. The thunder tribulations of a loose immortal are extremely terrifying, and the later they progress, the more powerful they become, like facing a divine being in the upper realms. Only 1 in 100 loose immortals can survive a single thunder tribulation, and even fewer still survive 2. The deeper the passage of time, the deeper the despair. Those capable of breaking through the 12 layers of thunder tribulations and ascending to the immortal realm exist only in legend. The most powerful loose immortal known to date has survived no more than 6 thunder tribulations. The Corpse Yin sect on Kaingsing is a branch of the main lineage. While it maintains contact with the main lineage, the Immortal Cultivation Alliance has restrictions on such outside forces, prohibiting the dispatch of experts in the void stage to maintain control, lest they disrupt the normal development of the local cultivation community. So, the strongest members of the Corpse Yin sect on Kaingsing are those 5 ancestors in the fusion stage? Su Po asked, his face filled with eagerness. Zhao Yunjing nodded and said gravely, indeed, but master, please be aware. Although those 5 ancestors appear to be cultivators at the fusion stage, they possess the ability to rapidly elevate their natal corpses to the void stage. This is one of their trump cards. Oh, that's not a big deal. What I want to know is, if I were to destroy the Corpse Yin sect now, would they summon the main branch's independent immortal masters? Yes. Upon hearing this, Su Poman fell into a brief moment of contemplation before coming up with a plan. Since he possessed the ability of unlimited resurrection, he wasn't afraid of being killed. He was concerned that his actions might trigger a war between the 2 cultivation planets, which would result in devastating human lives and a grave sin. Su Poman decided to fly out into the starry sky to observe the situation on other cultivation planets. Then, he would draw upon his transformation ability, transforming into a demon cultivator of a certain race, creating the illusion that alien demon cultivators had destroyed the Corpse Yin sect by then. The main branch of the Corpse Yin sect would surely not trouble the immortal world of Kaingsing, but instead deepen their hatred for the demon cultivators. Neither the Corpse Yin sect nor the demon cultivators are particularly formidable. If they could engage in a fight, depleting each other's strength, it would also benefit Kaingsing. According to Zhao Yunjing, humans and demons have been sworn enemies since ancient times. In this star region, demon cultivators also wield immense power, having enslaved numerous planets inhabited by life. On planets dominated by demon cultivators, humans are kept in captivity like livestock, becoming food for the demon cultivators. Demon cultivators differ from demon beasts in that they are humanoid monsters born from the transformation of demon beasts and other transformed demon beasts. They are similar in size to humans, but retain some demon beast characteristics. Born with demonic energy, they possess powerful innate abilities, rivaling even human spirits. Demons intermarry, and over generations, while their bloodline power has diminished, their population has expanded significantly, gradually evolving into the demon cultivator clan. Previously, Su Poman had been mistaken by the 3 members of the Corpse Yin sect for a demon cultivator due to his tail and golden hair. Demon cultivators in this world generally resembled this. Some had tails, some had scales on their faces, and some had wings on their backs, like the unformed demons in Journey to the West. Having made up his mind, Su Poman placed a finger between Zhao Yunjing's eyebrows and said slowly, I have a mission for you. Go to Nanayu to protect these people. Ask my master, Yang Hong, for advice on any matters. In my absence, you will obey his orders. Also, take this sound transmission talisman. Use it to communicate with me in case of any emergency. Yes, master. Zhao Yunjing respectfully accepted the Jade talisman, the image that had just flashed through his mind firmly in his mind. Also, take this flying sword back with you, to prevent my master from misunderstanding. Su Poman then handed him the dragon scale sword case. Zhao Yunjing nodded and said solemnly, Master, rest assured. As long as I'm still alive, I will protect them. Thank you for your hard work. It's my honor to serve you, Master. Zhao Yunjing teleported away with a burning shadow sword, and soon arrived at the border of Nanayu. At this moment, the Liangian and Kaianchuan nations had joined forces to declare war on Nanayu, sending a large army of cultivators to overthrow them from the border. As luck would have it, Sect Master Chizayu had vanished at this very moment. After days of searching, they could find no trace of him, and could not contact him. Now, it was up to Kangxi's Henren, Wu Bailing, the Dragon Sun Sword, and Hongluan Fairy, 3 giant and stage grandmasters, to oversee the situation. Although Yang Hong served in the Liang sect, he was only a vassal, not a full member. Therefore, he was in no rush to take action. Instead, he maintained the illusion that his lifespan was running out, oblivious to the world outside and absorbed in studying the art of swordsmithing. Ever since moving into the clifftop courtyard, He'd been teaching Kongqi and the others their cultivation whenever he had free time. Under the guidance of the nascent soul cultivator, they'd made rapid progress. Yang Hong also noticed something odd about Kair and Ruhu, and could faintly sense a dangerous aura. Fortunately, both women were respectful and polite to him, with innocent and kind personalities, which eased his suspicions and prevented him from delving too deeply. The peaceful days were soon shattered. The combined pressure of the two cultivation nations was simply too much for the Nanayu kingdom to withstand in its current state. After a short period of resistance, they were finally forced back to the mountain gate, relying on the mountain's protective formation to grapple with the situation. It seemed the Kaianchuan kingdom's cultivator army merely sought to distract the Liang sect and hadn't sent anyone to assault the mountain's protective formation. Although the Liang sect suffered significant losses at its outer resource points, it was relatively fortunate compared to the other sects. The cultivator armies of the Five Elements sect, Brahma Sound sect, and Ghost Spirit sect were steadily defeated by the Liangyan kingdom's offensive, suffering heavy casualties. Liangyan kingdom's patriarch Zhanglan even deployed a blood coagulation evil formation on the battlefield, gathering the cultivator's blood and ki. After more than 10 days of continuous fighting, he successfully formed a fetus with a power of 1,000 miles of blood and ki, and even killed 2 giant stage cultivators, thus becoming famous. The Liangyan kingdom's cultivators, buoyed by their morale, stormed into the heartland and laid siege to the Brahma Sound sect's mountain gate. Within days, Patriarch Zhanglan personally broke through the protective formation, forcing the Brahma Sound sect to surrender and become a vassal of the Liangyan kingdom. Immediately afterwards, Patriarch Zhanglan led his men to besiege the Five Elements sect, hoping to force their surrender with his nascent soul stage prowess. However, the Liangyan kingdom clearly underestimated the Five Elements sect's strength. As one of the 3 major sects of Nanayu, the Five Elements sect naturally possessed the fortitude to confront nascent soul cultivators. The sect leader unearthed a multitude of treasures and reawakened the mountain guardian beast, the sky-swallowing three-eyed clam. Elder Zhanglan engaged in a fierce battle, but, having recently formed his nascent soul, he was inadvertently damaged by the beast's three-eyed power. He had no choice but to retreat, waiting to stabilize his realm before tackling this tough challenge. Next, the Liangyan cultivator army turned its attention to the Ghost Spirit sect. Although wounded, Elder Zhanglan remained undeterred. However, the moment he broke through the Ghost Spirit sect's protective mountain formation, tragedy struck. A strange, blood-red, vertical-eyed figure emerged from a disciple named Fei Man. As the other cultivators watched in astonishment, it annihilated Elder Zhanglan's nascent soul through the air, then, carrying Fei Man, vanished into a spatial rift. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 72 Transformations. The death of Patriarch Zhanglan deeply shocked the Liangyan nation's cultivators. Meanwhile, the Fanine sect, which had previously surrendered, suddenly turned against them, joining forces with the Five Elements sect to catch them off guard. Coupled with the presence of the nascent soul stage swallowing heaven toad, the war quickly came to a whimper. In the Cheyenne King, Su Poman sat cross-legged, pondering what kind of transformation ability he could draw upon to conceal his identity. While he previously had a bronze mask to conceal his features, that artifact was clearly too low-level, easily visible to even the most advanced cultivators. Speaking of transformation techniques, the Monkey King Sun Wukong 72 transformations came to mind. However, since these were considered magical powers, he wasn't sure if they could be drawn upon through the purple source wheel. Still, he had to give it a try. If all else failed, he could always draw upon Mystique's abilities. Roulette, roulette, follow my wishes. Please manifest quickly and bless me to draw Sun Wukong 72 transformations. After selecting his target, Su Poman closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the roulette's light screen. He lightly tapped the words click to draw with his mind. Ding, the magical power you selected with your mind involves a great deal of lock power. After drawing, you will automatically comprehend it to perfection. The energy point cost will be doubled. Do you want to continue? The notification chimed in Su Poman's mind, and he couldn't help but smile. As a Kryptonian, I'm not afraid of your high prices, I'm afraid of you not having the means to spend money. Yes, 72 billion energy points instantly disappeared from the light screen, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that fell on the roulette wheel. Click, 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 the ancient and mysterious roulette wheel spun rapidly, and rays of light and shadow representing different abilities flickered across it, constantly evolving and disappearing, constantly changing. Searching for the target, a golden light appeared on the wheel, and the pointer finally landed on a monkey inlaid with a gold frame. He wore a golden and red scepter on his head, a phoenix wing purple gold crown, golden armor, and lotus silk cloud walking boots. A cherry red cape fluttered in the wind. What a handsome monkey king, wow, with a gold rim. It seems this monkey's magical powers are still golden legends. The target of this extraction is confirmed to be the Monkey King, Sun Wukong in the journey to the West World, establishing a link, extracting Ding, spent 72 billion energy points, extraction successful, obtained, 72 transformations. When cultivated to the perfect state, it can be large or small, can transform into all things in the world, can avoid the 3 disasters and 9 calamities such as thunder, yin fire, and be wind, and has 72 lives. Purple source roulette, name, Su Poman, realm, early foundation establishment, bloodline, bronze Superman body, 100%, zombie contract, first generation Pangu clan bloodline, 100%, ancient Saiyan bloodline, 100%, abilities. 1. Bronze Superman template, possessing all the abilities of a Bronze Age Superman, can cultivate to the Silver Age on its own. 2. Soul Devourer, reverse soul technique. 3. Water resurrection, the current resurrection water area has been anchored. If the position is changed after anchoring, it will cost 10 million energy points each time. 4. Pangu divine body. 5. Soul space. 6. Eye of Judgment. 7. 72 transformations, energy points. 38 billion, a minimum of 10 energy points can be drawn once, number that can be drawn, 1 draw remaining this month, current draw target, none along with a mysterious law fluctuation. Many difficult and obscure texts appeared in Su Poman's mind. According to common sense, it would be difficult for ordinary people to comprehend 1/10,000th of it, even if they comprehended it for thousands of years. But the strange thing is that he unexpectedly understood the mystery and has completed the practice of the key points. Thankfully, the purple source wheel is quite powerful, directly consuming energy points to allow me to skip the process of comprehension. Otherwise, even if I had drawn this magical power, it would have been difficult to cultivate to perfection in such a short time. Su Poman opened his eyes, his face filled with relief. Although the energy points consumed were enormous, the instantaneous comprehension he achieved was worth it. At this thought, a strange idea occurred to him. Since magical powers can be drawn, can the great celestial immortal art be drawn directly and then brought to perfection? Su Poman's face was filled with excitement. He quickly closed his eyes and excitedly tried it out. Ding! This technique isn't a Hongmeng level technique and isn't applicable to this world. Do you want to continue drawing it? After drawing it, this technique won't improve your immortal strength in this world. You don't have enough energy points to draw the perfected great celestial immortal technique. When Su Po opened his eyes again, a look of frustration crossed his face. It seems I was overthinking it. What kind of technique qualifies as a Hongmeng level? Oh, forget it. I don't have enough energy points to draw a Hongmeng level technique right now anyway. We'll figure it out later. Shaking his head, Su Po stood up, ready to test the power of his 72 transformations. He stretched out his arms, instantly transforming into a black feathered hawk, soaring high into the sky with a few flaps of his wings. After piercing through a cloud, the hawk transformed into an oriole, emitting a melodious bird song. The oriole swooped down, transforming once again into a grasshopper on a blade of grass. As the grasshopper leaped, it transformed into a toad, and upon landing, it transformed into a centipede. The centipede vanished after rolling over a rock, becoming a pebble the size of a walnut. Whether viewed with the naked eye or with spiritual sense, it was nothing more than a plain stone, devoid of even its original life force. As Su Poman continued to transform, the variety of forms he conjured grew: people, objects, men, women, and eventually, even anime characters. Roar! Godzilla's head poked through the clouds, roaring at the sky. Then, in a flash of light, emerged a giant, a trio of red, blue, and white, with eyes the size of duck egg bulbs. The over 50-meter-tall giant of light performed several embarrassing gestures before transforming into a container truck in another flash of light. Squeak, squeak, clang. Sizzle. After a whirring of metallic mechanisms and the clatter of rapidly revving motors, the massive truck transformed into a towering steel giant in a dazzling display of metal components. The massive steel giant swung its energy axe, took a few steps forward, and leaped into the air, transforming into Gundam wielding a lightsaber. Next, a blue four-wheel drive toy car, a child with a gourd on his head, and a Doraemon wearing a bamboo dragonfly were all visible. The scene became increasingly bizarre, and Su Poman employed his 72 transformations in numerous new ways. After a long moment, Su Poman returned to his original form, a faint smile on his face, expressing his deep satisfaction with his 72 transformations. He looked up, time to explore beyond Kaienxing. Then, Su Poman vanished from the spot, reappearing millions of meters in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before us was the legendary Gangfang layer, boasting not only bone-crushing gusts but also palm-wide spatial rifts. A single careless move could devour a body part. To force its way through the Gangfang layer, one must possess at least the strength of the Void Stage, capable of ripping through space and reaching areas beyond the planet. Beyond that, only a spirit boat of the ancient treasure level could safely traverse Kaienxing's Gangfang layer. In reality, the strength of each cultivation planet's Gangfang layer varies. Some planets' Gangfang layers are so weak that even nascent soul cultivators can't stop them, while others can annihilate even tribulation stage masters. Kaienxing's Gangfang layer is roughly at the strength of the Void Stage. Once one has reached the Void Stage, or a comparable level of physical strength, one needn't fear the dangers of the Gangfang layer. If one simply wishes to leave a cultivation planet, there's another, simpler method, the teleportation array. Interstellar teleportation arrays allow teleportation between two cultivation planets, but the downside is the sheer cost. The spirit stones consumed per teleportation are enough to bankrupt a small sect. After observing carefully for 2 seconds, Su Poman continued his ascent, slowly entering the gale force wind. An icy chill, a bone-shattering, invisible gale, and the intermittent appearance of spatial cracks. As he passed through the pitch-black spatial rift, he felt a powerful tearing sensation, as if his physical body were being torn apart from the very layers of space. A strange glint flashed in Su Poman's eyes, but he showed no fear. Instead, he reached out and inserted a finger into the pitch-black crack. A terrifying annihilation energy seemed to emanate from the dark crack, constantly eroding the biological force field wrapped around his finger. However, given his current level of defense, this level of annihilation was even slower than the speed at which his biofield could recover. Su Poman grasped the edge of the crack with both palms and exerted force. Sizzle. The spatial rift instantly widened several times. Seeing this, Su Poman thrust his upper body in without hesitation. What met his eyes was a vast expanse of pitch-black, destructive spatial energy. The empty, other-dimensional space lacked any sense of direction. Wherever his spiritual sense reached, he could faintly discern openings of light. Beyond that, they faded. Through the nearby light openings, his spiritual sense could see what lay beyond them. Some openings appeared in front, others behind, appearing completely random, unrelated to his position. Seeing this, Su Poman had a vague realization. It seems those Void Stage masters who can tear through space to travel are forcing light openings within this other dimensional space with their spiritual sense, thus reaching their desired destinations. While my spiritual sense is stronger than that of a giant stage cultivator, it's still not enough to forcibly lock onto a destination. It seems I need to improve my immortal cultivation as quickly as possible. He then withdrew his upper body from the void and, relying solely on his physical body, navigated the vast wind layer. The tiny spatial cracks proved no match for Su Poman's defenses, and so he moved faster and faster through the gale layer, becoming increasingly reckless. The rustling of the wind intensified, and soon, Su Poman could see beyond the gale layer. His supervision illuminated the magnificent spectacle of the starry sky. In the distance, the most striking object was the sun star, radiating a blazing heat, its surface blazing with flames as if welcoming his arrival. Beyond, the dark cosmic canvas was dotted with countless stars, some near, some far, some bright, some dim, like jade beads scattered across a black disk. The sound suddenly vanished, and Su Poman, free from the gravitational pull of the Kaiong star, was exposed to space. There was no air or material medium here, only a thin spiritual energy, the occasional violent energy leaking from the spatial cracks, and the radiation emitted by various stars. In this exceptionally clear environment, Su Poman's supervision could see infinitely far, provided there were no larger stars blocking the view. At that moment, he felt his body stirring, as if immersed in a hot spring. The unobstructed sunlight brought him a profound sense of comfort. Su Poman glanced in the direction of the sun star and suddenly realized, if I practice the golden crow transforming the sun near it, my progress should be very rapid. Let's go and feel it first. He spread his arms and transformed into a streak of white light, soaring towards the sun star. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain and running the horse to death. Although the sun star seemed close at hand, after more than 10 minutes of rapid flight, it was still a considerable distance away. The closer he got to the sun, the higher the temperature rose. Various powerful energy beams struck him, but not only did they not harm him, they actually increased the efficiency of his superhuman body by several levels. After a long moment, Su Poman turned around and was surprised to find that Kaingsing was still not far behind him, his entire field of vision still filled with it, preventing him from seeing its entirety. This planet is truly enormous. It looks at least thousands of times larger than Blue Star. Furthermore, the distance from the sun star is countless times greater. It seems that to explore the starry sky with my physical body, I must possess the ability to tear through space. Although I can do so, without spiritual sense to guide me, I'd probably get lost. Perhaps I don't have to go to the demon star to see demon cultivators. The texts circulating in the Kyong Star Immortal world might even record their images. Su Poman's face was filled with hesitation. He felt that traveling to other demon stars to observe the appearance of demon cultivators was an extremely foolish decision, unless he could find a faster way to travel than teleportation. Never mind, let's go take a sunbath near the sun first. If the demon star is too far, I'll return to Kyong Star to look for information. Then, Su Poman unleashed his full speed, transforming into a streak of light in the vastness of space. Against the backdrop of the stars behind him, his figure was as small as a speck of dust. Kaianayang Kingdom. Hori's Henzong, stepping onto the Shiante. A vast, ancient-looking science ship hovered there, its surface inscribed with dense array patterns, each emitting a heart-pounding wave. Not far away, a group of people approached. They were all young men and women. Though seemingly young, each one exuded the aura of a Jindan stage cultivator. Chapter 245 Hoang Dao Ti. A great cultivator with clairvoyance would undoubtedly have noticed the extraordinary qualities of these young men. Every cell in their bodies was as lustrous as jade, imbued with the myriad spiritual energies of heaven and earth. They seemed the darlings of the immortal path. For ordinary cultivators, bottlenecks in cultivation, as formidable as abyssal walls, seemed to these people like dead branches and fallen leaves, easily swept away, and they could break through smoothly. If they so desired, many could instantly form a nascent soul and attain the nascent soul stage. However, for them, the nascent soul stage was merely a stepping stone to a higher realm. They sought to accumulate strength and cultivate their foundation during the golden core stage, ultimately condensing a supreme nascent soul, possessing combat power unmatched among their peers and laying a solid foundation for future realms. Senior Brother Mu, I've heard you've already reached the 3rd level of your Harizhen Mogong. With this Linri event, you'll be able to fuse the sun's true fire with your spiritual energy, right? I'm so envious. A young man, about 13 or 14, dressed in a red robe, smiled. Beside him stood a stern young man in black. Although both were at the Jindan stage, the young man looked at the younger with a hint of admiration. The young man in black shook his head slightly, a wry smile playing on his lips. How could it be that easy? The sun's true fire is incredibly powerful. The slightest carelessness could lead to burns. While this trip to Linri was beneficial, I was only able to absorb a small portion of the sun's true fire at best. As for integrating it into spiritual power, that requires further hard work. By the way, Junior Brother Wrong, you were still blazing at me. You joined the sect 3 years later than I did. I heard that you've already cultivated your Haoyang immortal body to the 2nd level. You're truly gifted, brother, you're too kind. I've only just broken through, and haven't even had time to solidify my realm yet, the young man in the red robe said modestly. At this moment, a handsome, pale-faced young man approached and praised with a smile, Junior Brother Wrong, don't be so modest. We've all heard you possess the fire dragon spirit body, and you even have a single fire spiritual root. Such talent makes us seniors envious. No way, the young man in the red robe blushed, waving his hands repeatedly. At that moment, a brilliant light appeared above the stepping heaven platform, and then a 2-meter-high, Pitch-black spatial rift opened in the air. An elderly man with flowing hair and white eyebrows slowly stepped out. The white-browed elder had a simple appearance and wore a loose, star-blue Taoist robe. Between his brows glowed a brilliant light, like a miniature sun. Quick! Elder Song has arrived. We pay our respects to Great Elder Song. The young geniuses present all knelt on the ground. Great Elder Song was one of the few great cultivators in the Hoary True sect who had reached the void stage. To these young cultivators in the golden core stage, he was a presence like an ancient sacred mountain. Great Elder Song nodded slightly. Are all the people here? He didn't address anyone specifically, but a nascent soul cultivator quickly emerged from the crowd and shouted, reporting to the ancestor, all 27 core disciples are here, then let's set off. Elder Song waved his sleeve, and the cultivators present suddenly felt their vision blur. When they regained their vision, they were already on the deck of a giant science ship. The massive hull shimmered with intertwined spiritual light, and the formations quickly activated, forming layers of protective shields. The science spiritual ship shook with a tremor, and in the next instant, it disappeared from the stepping heaven platform. The nascent soul deacon raised his head and glanced high into the sky, only to see a small black dot transform into a star before disappearing into the clouds. Practicing the Haori Gong on the sun, wow, how enviable, the middle-aged deacon sighed. After a moment's sigh, he retreated to a quiet room nearby for retreat. The azure ship flew at high speed, and soon arrived at the gale layer. On the deck, many disciples sat cross-legged. At the front sat an elder from the Hoary Zhenzong, teaching the young disciples some common sense of the immortal world. This is the Gangfeng layer of Kaingsing. It contains not only the Hunun sleeping wind, but also space cracks. If you want to pass through safely, you must have an ancient treasure-level spirit boat, or have a cultivation base like Elder Song, who has the strength of the Dongsu period and can tear the space apart at will. The starry sky outside this Gangfeng layer is what we call the Xianwei Tian. The environment is very different from that on Kaingsing. It is impossible to survive in the Xianwei Tian space below the Yuanying period, so you must not think about secretly leaving the spirit boat to look for opportunities, or to get closer to the sun star. That will make you die without a burial place, and even your soul will not be able to escape. This spirit boat is engraved with many defensive formations that can absorb the harmful things in the sunlight and retain only the light that is beneficial to your cultivation. By then, the spirit boat will fly to the death zone within 5 million kilometers from the surface of the sun star. This is the maximum distance that a top-grade ancient treasure-level spirit boat can approach. Let alone you, even if I leave the spirit boat at that distance, I will be instantly burned into a pile of ashes by the sun star. The young men, participating in the journey to the sun for the first time, were quite excited, occasionally whispering to those around them. The older disciples, by contrast, were more composed, some cultivating with their eyes closed, while others silently observed the scene beyond the spirit boat. The giant science ship swiftly traversed the gale layer, crashing directly into smaller spatial fissures and swerving slightly to avoid larger ones. Amidst exclamations of surprise, the ship emerged from the gale layer and entered the heaven beyond heaven. The vast and mysterious starry sky dazzled the young men, making them lose all interest in Elder Neo's explanations. The sign light gradually accelerated in the vacuum, drawing ever closer to the sun. Feeling the benefits, the young disciples closed their eyes and began to practice the techniques of the Haori Zhenzong. The Hoary True Sect's inherited cultivation techniques encompass numerous categories, including the body refining technique Haoyang Immortal Body, the magic cultivating techniques Haoyang Demon Suppressing Technique, Haoyang Burning Heaven Technique, and Phantom Yang Technique. And sword cultivating techniques such as Haoyang Sword Technique and Thousand Flame Sword Technique. While the techniques cultivated by these core disciples vary, they all share a common characteristic: the ability to harness the power of the Haoyang to accelerate cultivation and simultaneously cultivate the various secret techniques within the technique. Therefore, these techniques are collectively known as the Haoyang Gong. The red-robed youth opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "This outer heaven is truly perfect for practicing the Haoyang Gong. It's 2 to 3 times faster than on Kaingsing. Haha, Junior brother wrong, it's still early. Once the spirit boat reaches the final destination, the speed will increase by dozens of times. That's where the true sacred ground for cultivation lies," the black-robed youth said with a smile. The young man in the red robe opened his mouth wide, as if it could fit a duck egg, and exclaimed in amazement, "Speeding up dozens of times? No wonder our hoary true sect is so dominant among the 7th-tier sects. That's natural. As long as one has good aptitude and diligent practice, their achievements will not be too low." The white-faced young man smiled, then quickly closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. Seeing this, the young man in the red robe didn't want to waste time on discussion and quickly closed his eyes to practice. As the spirit boat continued to advance, the faces of these geniuses glowed red. Each of them grasped the top-grade spirit stone in their hands, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy within. Seeing this, the elder surnamed Ni stopped talking and, with a hand seal, entered a state of closed-eye cultivation. The spirit boat, at the level of an ancient treasure, possessed the same intelligence as a cultivator, requiring no control at all. An unknown amount of time passed, but the cultivators were in the midst of their practice when the spirit boat suddenly shook, and the array patterns on its surface reacted violently. What's wrong? Did the spirit boat hit something? No way. This is an ancient treasure-level spirit boat. An ordinary meteorite wouldn't be able to cause such a dramatic reaction. Look outside, there seems to be a figure. A figure? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is almost the death zone. How could anyone survive in this environment? Everyone stood up and looked outside the spirit boat. In a dazzling light, they actually saw a human in a white training suit. Oh my god, look, there's actually someone outside. Who is the senior? How did they get to be blocking the way of the king's and divine boat? He doesn't look very old. He could be an old senior who has practiced for tens of thousands of years. In the world of immortal cultivation, appearances alone are not the only thing considered. There are so many cultivators with the secrets of maintaining their youth. Elder Ni looked at the figure outside with a serious expression. He quickly sent a message to Great Elder Cheyenne Song. Great Elder, something's happened. It seems the spirit boat just collided with a powerful individual. I already know. The huge science ship stopped, and a blue figure escaped from it. I wonder who the fellow Taoist in front is? I am the Great Elder of the Horasian sect. My Taoist name is Cheyenne Song. Just now, our sect's spirit boat accidentally rubbed against you. I deeply apologize for this. Elder Cheyenne Song's telepathic message appeared in Su Poman's mind. Su Poman smiled and replied with his spiritual sense, fellow Taoist Cheyenne Song, don't worry. I'm Han Li, a casual cultivator. Are you heading to the vicinity of the sun? In truth, Su Poman had discovered the spirit boat long before. The reason the spirit boat collided with him was intentional. He first transformed into a meteorite, deceiving the ancient treasure spirit. At the moment of collision, he transformed into an ordinary-looking young man. His reason was simple, he wanted to board the boat. Approaching 6 million kilometers from the sun, Su Poman discovered that the enhanced efficiency of his superhuman body had reached a terrifying level. He tried to continue, but unexpectedly, his clothing gave way. Despite the protection of his biofield, it was clearly insufficient. As he approached the 6 million kilometer radius of the sun, radiation easily passed through the biofield, passing through his clothing and being absorbed by his superhuman body. These rays were powerful, but they couldn't damage Superman's physique, which was why they were ignored by the bioforce field. Clothing, however, couldn't withstand the extremely high energy radiation. First, his white robes were incinerated, and then, his spiritual-grade training uniform began to fray. Under the starry sky, even nakedness wouldn't be seen, and he possessed the 72 transformations, allowing him to easily conjure up a set of clothing. Just as Su Poman decided to sunbathe naked, the massive azure spiritual boat flew towards him from afar, offering him another option. After a brief observation, he decided to take a ride, leading to the scene just now. Yes, I'm taking the young men of our sect to practice near the sun star. Fellow Taoist Han, why don't you come aboard and join us? Great Elder Cheyenne Song kindly invited, yet within himself, he harbored doubts. A casual cultivator in the void stage? You're kidding, but there's something strange about him. Su Poman nodded, smiling and bowing, saying, thank you, fellow Taoist Cheyenne Song, please. With a wave of his hand, Great Elder Cheyenne Song opened a vortex of hazy colors atop the science ship. Seeing this, Su Poman flew into the vortex without hesitation, unconcerned about the dangers within. A flash of light revealed an ancient courtyard, dotted with several strange black trees with fiery red leaves. A stone table and bench stood in the center. Great Elder Cheyenne Song also arrived, approaching the stone table, extending his hand and smiling, saying, fellow Taoist Han, please take a seat. With a wave of his hand, he produced an inky teapot and plucked a few fiery red leaves into it. A gurgling aroma soon wafted from the teapot. Great Elder Shinesong sat across from Su Poman, filling his cup with tea. Then, raising his hand, he gestured, "Fellow Taoist Han, try some of the Huang Dao tea I personally cultivated." "Thank you," Su Poman said, raising his cup and taking a gentle sip. The moment the tea entered his mouth, he felt like he was drinking magma, incredibly hot. This burning sensation flowed down his throat into his stomach, then exploded with a bang. Raging fire-attributed spiritual energy emanated, and Su Poman felt his cultivation level soar, like a rocket. Before long, a sweet and refreshing aroma filled his mouth, and warmth washed over him, his entire body awash in a sense of comfort. Su Poman appeared indifferent, but within, he was deeply shocked. At the same time, a profound transformation was taking place within his Danshan. The golden crow transforming into sun technique automatically activated, and a round droplet of spiritual energy grew larger. With the appearance of another droplet, Su Poman's cultivation level had broken through from the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage. Holy shit, what the hell is this tea? It works better than medicine. Su Poman didn't show any sign of surprise. He exclaimed, "Excellent tea, haha, as long as you like it, fellow Taoist. This fire tree Taoist tea is only harvested once every 10,000 years. Paired with a mysterious ice spirit spring I brought from the far north, it tastes absolutely delicious. It's my favorite thing in my life." Upon seeing this, Taoist Shinesong's doubts were dispelled. While this tea was excellent, it wasn't for the average person. Drinking it without reaching his level of concentration could cause serious injury. Chapter 246, Shineling 10,000 Races Pagoda. During the conversation, Su Poman took another sip of his teacup, his inner cultivation level skyrocketing, which made him extremely happy. Taoist Shinesong had originally been skeptical of Su Poman's strength, but seeing that he was safe and sound after drinking the tea, he immediately regarded him as a being of the same level. Thinking of his status as a casual cultivator, his heart suddenly warmed. I wonder which sex cultivation method fellow Taoist Han is practicing? Has any other powerful force been based there before? A method? Su Poman was stunned, then a thought flashed through his mind. My cultivation method originated from an unknown secret realm. I've been cultivating on my own and haven't joined any faction yet. Taoist Shinesong's eyes lit up, and he said, "With your level of cultivation, you should have been renowned long ago. Why haven't I heard of your honorable title before?" "To be honest, fellow Taoist, I've been cultivating in the secret realm ever since I received the inheritance. Recently, I've had a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I've come out of it, hoping to find some opportunities." Su Poman touched his nose and smiled, looking quite honest and simple, like a country bumpkin. "Oh, so fellow Taoist Han is actually a hard-working cultivator. How admirable." Taoist Shinesong was even more enthusiastic upon hearing this, personally adding some tea to his bowl. Su Poman didn't hold back, slowly savoring the essence. The cultivation within his Danshan steadily accumulated, now reaching the late stage of foundation establishment. Had it not been for his unwavering resolve, forcing his physical body to contain his aura, the fluctuations caused by this breakthrough would have surely aroused Taoist Shinesong's suspicion. The two chatted over tea. Taoist Shinesong, intentionally or unintentionally, steered the conversation towards the Hori True sect, explaining the benefits of becoming a Grand Elder within the sect. The implication was self-evident. He was trying to recruit this great cultivator of the Duangsu stage for his own sect. Cultivators at the Duangsu stage were considered powerful and repressive throughout the Kaingsing Immortal Cultivation world. Even serving within the Immortal Cultivation Alliance would be generously treated, at least earning the position of External Affairs Elder. Although the Hori True sect possesses tribulation-crossing ancestors, they are constantly prepared to endure the tribulation and rarely emerge from retreat. Once they do, they face certain death. The sect's current resources are insufficient to enable these ancestors to successfully navigate the tribulation. For this reason, the Thunder Tribulation is a death warrant. These ancestors avoid it if possible, fearing that a single aura could not be suppressed, triggering the Nine Heavens Thunder Tribulation. Their demise would severely damage the entire sect and deplete its foundation. Therefore, for 7th-tier sects, cultivators at the Void stage are the most powerful they desire. The pinnacle figures who truly control all matters within the sect. Tribulation-crossing ancestors are merely strategic backup weapons, serving more as a deterrent. Su Poman's origins are unknown, and 6th-tier sects might be wary of recruiting him. However, the hoary true sect, with a tribulation crossing ancestor at its helm, is different. With such a risk, they can confidently take it. As the two spoke, the light curtain of the formation above the courtyard grew brighter, the sunlight streaming in stronger and stronger. They were now approaching the death zone. On the deck, a group of young disciples closed their eyes and devoted themselves to diligent training, striving to avoid wasting a single moment. This journey to the sun would last 7 days, each day consuming a vast amount of spirit stones. The sect had invested heavily in training these disciples. Not only these disciples, but even the elder surnamed Nir took this opportunity to cultivate. Fellow Taoist Han, please excuse me. I'd like to take this opportunity to harvest some of the Haoyang Hua. It's truly difficult to keep my several Hoang Dao trees alive. With this, Taoist Xiansong chanted a spell, and a vortex of hazy colors suddenly appeared in the formation above. He then drew out an ice blue spear. Instead of a blade, the spearhead was studded with transparent crystals the size of glass beads. Go! Taoist Xiansong waved his hand, and the ice blue spear instantly plunged into the vortex, leaving only half of its shaft within the formation above the courtyard. Su Poman narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the situation outside. Under the dazzling and blazing light, the transparent crystals were filled with drops of fiery red liquid. Then, the ice blue spear shaft began to turn red, slowly spreading from the tip downward. After a few breaths, the red color had spread to the entire spear shaft within the formation. At this moment, Taoist Xiansong waved his hand, and the spear flew back. The originally ice blue spear body had mostly turned a bright red, like a piece of red-hot iron. The transparent crystals above it shone with a dazzling light, like miniature suns. Su Poman felt the energy within the transparent crystals, and suddenly his body was filled with an indescribable hunger, as if they contained the most precious delicacies from the land and the sea. Taoist Xiansong lifted his hand and removed the transparent crystals, pressing them into the soil beneath the flame tree. Amidst a brilliant light, the jet-black branches trembled slightly, and countless purple-black roots churned, dragging the fiery red crystals deeper into the soil. A faint red glow shone from the dark trunk, and it seemed to grow even more luxuriant. Although these fearsome Taoist trees are top-tier spiritual roots, they are extremely delicate. To maintain their vitality, they must absorb this bright sun's essence, which is why I planted them on this spiritual boat, Taoist Xiansong said, carefully fiddling with a few of their branches and leaves. Su Poman nodded gently and smiled. No wonder the fearsome Taoist tea tastes so good. It seems fellow Taoist Xiansong has made a significant contribution. If fellow Taoist Han is interested, you can come to the Hoary True Sect to have tea with me. You're always welcome, Taoist Xiansong said sincerely. Su Poman nodded. Haha, I'll be inconvenienced then, haha, fellow Taoist Han, you're too polite. I have an unused training room in my courtyard. Now that the spirit boat has reached its maximum distance from the sun star, why don't we take this opportunity to retreat and practice for a few days, Taoist Xiansong suggested with a smile. Su Poman was delighted upon hearing this. It was exactly what he wanted. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Inside the training room, Su Poman sat cross-legged, a transparent shield overhead. The radiant light of the sun illuminating the room. After sipping several cups of fearsome Taoist tea in the courtyard, he had diligently suppressed his realm. Arriving here, he activated the formation's restrictions and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the light of a three-legged golden crow illuminated his body, and the sun's true fire surged into his body like a tide. Boom! Within his dantian, 3 enormous droplets collided. In an instant, it was like thunder and fire igniting the earth. A golden light emerged from the center of the collision. 3 streams of golden and red spiritual energy merged into one, forming a round, radiant golden pill. Initial stage of the golden core. Su Poman's pseudo-chaos spiritual roots underwent another transformation, elevating his cultivation aptitude to the level of a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots. The golden pill shone brilliantly within the space of his dantian, swirling continuously. The surrounding sun's true fire surged in like a surging wave. Combined with the lingering medicinal power of the Hoang Dao tea, his cultivation level soared once more. The golden core spun endlessly, the shadow of the golden crow behind it becoming increasingly real. The ancient demon god's imposing presence gradually permeated the air. The restless and violent sun's true fire suddenly calmed down, like a quail encountering an eagle. With a wave of his hand, spirit stones appeared around Su Poman, hovering around him like satellites, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within them. At such a close distance from the sun, Su Poman's cultivation speed soared dozens of times faster than usual. Coupled with his superhuman physique's attraction to the sun's true fire, his giant and rotational speed accelerated even faster. As his physique rapidly strengthened, his cultivation also soared. On the second day, he reached the middle giant stage. On the sixth day, he reached the late giant stage. By noon on the seventh day, Su Poman's cultivation had reached the giant and great perfection stage. Not only had his danchan expanded dozens of times, but his spiritual awareness had also expanded significantly. Although only at the giant stage, the quality of his spiritual power, as well as the range and intensity of his spiritual awareness, surpassed those of ordinary Yuanying cultivators. Furthermore, his soul, nourished by an inexplicable energy as his cultivation progressed, glowed with a radiant light, like that of an ancient celestial god. This marked the final day of the journey to the sun, and the king's divine ship was about to return. On the deck, the young disciples had made considerable gains, their faces beaming with joy. Su Poman left the training room and entered the courtyard, where he saw Taoist Xiansong sitting at a stone table, sipping tea. The tea, still from the same pot 7 days ago, was a little bland. The two sat opposite each other, sipping tea and chatting. Meanwhile, the king's Shenzhou began its return voyage, turning and heading towards Kaixing. Not long after their flight, everyone could sense that the scorching air around them had become noticeably fresher, clearly indicating they had left the Sun Star's death zone. This trip has been really rewarding. It would be great if I could stay near the Sun Star to practice every day. I would definitely be able to practice to at least avoid stage. Haha, junior brother Leng, you're dreaming. In order to withstand the brilliance of the Sun Star, this 7 sky blue venerable divine ship consumes an astronomical number of spirit stones. If you want to practice here every day, the sect can't afford it. That's right, such a good practice environment, how can you enjoy it every day? It's like some heavenly and earthly elixir, which requires a huge price to enjoy once. If you want to enjoy it every day, it's impossible. Senior brother Mew, I feel that there are some changes in your aura. Could it be that you have made a breakthrough in your practice? I'm lucky to have made some improvement, junior brother Gu. Your spiritual body is developing more and more, and even this slight change has not been hidden from you. Haha, this is not just a slight change. Senior brother Mew's Haorizhen Mo Gong may have touched the threshold of the 4th level. 4th level? Senior brother Mew's practice is about to break through again. His comprehension is really abnormal. On the deck, the core disciples of the Hori True Sect discussed their recent gains. Elder Nia sat silently cross-legged on a high platform nearby. He peered through the spirit boat toward Kaixing, his gaze etched with an elusive meaning. Huh, what's that? His previously vacant gaze suddenly focused, and he abruptly stood up. This frantic movement caught the attention of the other disciples, who followed Elder Nia's gaze. High in the sky beyond Kaixing, a massive 99-story tower of light suddenly appeared. This tower, reaching from heaven to earth, made even Kaixing seem dwarfed by it. Oh my god, what kind of tower is that? It's so huge. This is incredible. Elder Niu, do you know anything about it? How could such a gigantic artifact exist in the world? Could it be a legendary immortal artifact? Niugu's face was a little dazed, but his eyes slowly lit up, revealing a look of deep surprise. Could this be the legendary Xianling 10,000 Races Pagoda? Xianling 10,000 Races Pagoda? Elder Niu, what exactly is this? Can you tell us about it? A disciple asked with a puzzled look. By then, Taoist Xiansong and Su Poman had also flashed onto the deck. They stood side by side, gazing towards the tower. Greetings, Great Elder, the cultivators knelt in unison. This is Han Li, a good friend of the same generation as me. If you meet him in the future, you must bow to him respectfully. Do you understand? Yes, Great Elder, I'm here to meet Senior Han. Su Poman smiled when he heard this, and said in a pleasant manner, no need to be polite. The young are really formidable. Fellow Taoist Xiansong, these young people from your Horizianzong look very extraordinary. Fellow Taoist Han, don't praise them anymore, otherwise they will become too proud. Although the aptitude of these young people is not bad, they still need to hone themselves. It's not possible to cultivate to the same level as us just by having good aptitude, Taoist Xiansong said with a smile after scanning the group of core disciples. Then he looked at Elder Niu, disciple, fellow Taoist Han is a hermit. Since you know the rumors about the immortal demon trial tower, Tell everyone about it, disciple, obey your command. Niugu hurriedly bowed, then respectfully saluted towards Su Poman, cleared his throat, and said, "This Shineling 10,000 Races Pagoda is a supreme immortal artifact from the upper realm, also known as the Tower of Trial of Immortals. Demons and monsters. This immortal tower appears once every period of time, sometimes every 3,000 years, sometimes tens of thousands of years, with no regular pattern at all. This immortal tower is also one of the foundations for the long-term prosperity of our immortal cultivation world. You know, with the increasing number of immortal cultivators, many elixirs, various precious treasures, or secret records of exercises have disappeared since ancient times. Therefore, the upper realm will open this Shineling 10,000 Races Pagoda every once in a while to preach to the sentient beings in the lower realm. At the same time, according to the speculation of the immortals, demons and monsters, this should also be the result of a compromise between the three races of immortals, demons and monsters. The immortal, demon, and monster trial is an invaluable opportunity for every cultivator. If you can seize it, you have the chance to soar to the sky, and even establish a sect in addition. It is also an opportunity for all cultivators in the tribulation crossing stage. If you can obtain precious treasures or artifacts, you will have the chance to survive the Thunder Tribulation and enter the Mahayana stage. Once you enter the Mahayana stage, the younger generation of disciples will have the confidence to become a loose immortal. Chapter 247 Trial of 10,000 Races. This immortal tower can split into thousands of bodies. The light tower we see is just one of its thousands of phantom bodies. Its function is very magical. After it appears, it can guide practitioners above the key refining stage to enter. According to legend, there are two forms of trials inside. One is climbing the tower, and the other is fighting. To climb the tower, you rely on your own strength to defeat the guardians of each floor to gain points. In the fighting, the cultivators of the immortal, demon and monster races will go up to the arena to fight. Every victory will earn points, and every loss will deduct points. The trillions of practitioners in the entire Kyanitan realm will be ranked according to their personal points, and eventually displayed on the 10,000 races ranking. When the trial is over, these points can be used to exchange for various treasures. Among them are not only ordinary treasures such as magic weapons and spiritual treasures, but even immortal pills and immortal artifacts. If the points of an ancestor in the tribulation crossing stage are enough to exchange for an immortal artifact, then he will be able to successfully cross the tribulation easily, and then the sect will be promoted to the 8th level. Every trial of immortals, demons and monsters is an unprecedented event. All the cultivators from various cultivation planets in the lower realm will participate. This is a rare opportunity that comes only once in millions of years. Once you can make it onto the ranking list of all races, you will be the top genius in the lower realm. Not only will you be favored by the forces in the upper realm, but many ancient forces will also take the initiative to extend olive branches and provide massive resources for cultivation. When they said this, everyone couldn't help but feel fascinated. However, the immortal, demon, and monster trials are extremely difficult. In the last trial, only one demon cultivator from the Fire Ape clan from our Leguang Star region made it onto the 10,000 clan rankings, and he was ranked very last. Niugu's voice was a little low. He glanced at Great Elder Cheyenne Song, and seeing no sign of anything unusual on his face, he continued, while our Kyong star has 9th rank forces, it's relatively remote among the countless star systems of the Kyanitan realm, and its spiritual energy levels are somewhat lower than those of other cultivation planets. Therefore, our overall cultivation power isn't as strong as the truly powerful forces further down the list, those who dominate entire star systems or even enslave countless cultivation planets. A cold shower of water poured down on them sobered the assembled group of talented disciples. We all possess spiritual bodies and possess decent spiritual roots. How can we not stand out? A young man asked, a look of resignation on his face. Elder Niugu shook his head slightly and sighed. Spirit bodies are also divided into different levels. Spirit bodies like you are mostly low-grade yellow spirit bodies, which are far from the real high-grade spirit bodies. For example, the lowest ranked human on the last 10,000 races ranking was Zhang Xianhu from the Zhang family of Black Dragon Star. He had the North Wind spirit body. This kind of spirit body belongs to the upper grade Zhuan level spirit body. It has the strength of the late key refining period at birth. Practicing and breaking through the realm is as easy as eating and drinking water. The foundation is established at the age of 2, the elixir is formed at the age of 5, and the accumulation is complete at the age of 12. It condensed a third-grade nascent soul and possessed a combat power that was unmatched by the same level. Yet, it can only be ranked more than 99,000 on the 10,000 races ranking. What? With such a strong talent, he is ranked more than 99,000? Aren't the ones in front even more abnormal? A disciple frowned. A young man standing in the corner sighed softly and said, Alice, it seems that we have no chance. The list is full of monsters. Seeing this, Nugu softened his tone and comforted him. You don't have to be discouraged. He has a 1-level top-grade spiritual body and the support of a huge family. This is why he can enter the 10,000 races list. Although he ranks low, he is a rare genius in his star field and tens of thousands of years. After the trial, many old guys took the initiative to find him and willingly serve as his protectors. It's an honor for the family. Your talent is slightly worse than his, but much stronger than other ordinary cultivators. Have you heard of Kujushi? Kujushi? Is he the one with great perseverance who broke through the calamity and became an immortal with 4 spiritual roots? Did he also participate in this immortal demon trial? Yes, although Kujushi's qualifications are not good, he is proficient in fighting and can defeat the strong with the weak. His ranking was even higher than the Shuafang spirit body of the Zheng family. But that was the last immortal demon trial? Too much has been made of this. The red-robed youth's eyes widened. Another round-faced youth could not help but sigh. Mr. Ku is truly a role model for our generation. With such poor spiritual root qualifications, he was able to make it onto the 10,000 races ranking. It's truly admirable. He's truly a ruthless individual. I've only heard rumors of Mr. Ku breaking through the tribulation and becoming an immortal before, but I never thought he could even make it onto the 10,000 races ranking. There's something legendary about this man. Elder Nugu saw that the time was almost right, and then his face turned serious as he said, the reason why cultivators of my generation practice so hard is to one day break through the tribulation and become immortals. You don't have to feel too much psychological pressure. When the time comes, climb the tower first, then compete in the arena. Each of you will earn some points. Of course, I suggest that you hand over the points to the sect for unified disposal. The sect will definitely not treat you unfairly and will purchase the points in your hands at a higher value than the points, whether it's spiritual stones and elixirs, magical weapons and spiritual objects, or even personal guidance from the ancestors of the tribulation crossing stage. I didn't expect that there would be such a grand event in this world. Su Poman had been listening silently, captivated by the details of the immortal, demon, and monster trial. So this world is called the Kyanigan realm, and the star region where Kaiixing resides is called the Literguan star region. This trial, in which all cultivators in the universe will participate, is truly exciting. Just then, Taoist Xiansong spoke up. Fellow Taoist Han, what are your thoughts on this immortal, demon, and monster trial? What do I think? Su Poman was stunned, then inwardly beamed, thinking, I can sit down and watch, lie down, or even watch. He feigned hesitation for a moment before slowly saying, this might be a good opportunity for us. Taoist Xiansong nodded solemnly. The next stage after the void stage is the tribulation stage. Without any exceptionally powerful means, one would surely be reduced to ash by the thunderstorm. The tribulation stage ancestors were anxious, but the void stage cultivators were equally concerned. Given the current state of the immortal cultivation world, refining a top-tier ancient treasure is exceedingly difficult. Successfully surviving the thunder tribulation requires at least 2 top-grade ancient treasures to achieve any chance of survival. Top-grade ancient treasures are considered the closest thing to immortal artifacts and are extremely rare. Furthermore, once a top-grade ancient treasure is refined, it becomes difficult to pass it down. A forced change of ownership degrades its spiritual power and reduces its rank. Consequently, the number of top-grade ancient treasures on Kaiixing is extremely limited, having already been refined by masters of the Mahayana or Sangsun stages, making borrowing them impossible. Therefore, for cultivators in the void stage or the tribulation crossing stage, this immortal demon trial is of paramount importance. Not only them, but also numerous powerful Sangsun masters have been driven mad by this tower. The once in 600,000 year Sangsun thunder tribulation hangs like a sword over each Sangsun's head. Receiving an immortal artifact during this trial greatly increases their chances of surviving the next thunder tribulation. Between death lies great terror. Hundreds of thousands of years might seem like a fleeting change to the mortal world, but for many wandering immortals, 600,000 years could pass with just a few more retreats. Driven by the threat of life and death, They cherished their lives even more than ordinary people, unwilling to see their hard-earned cultivation vanish in a thunderstorm. As everyone rushed back to Kaingsing, a startling order was issued from the Immortal Cultivation Alliance. Its content was simple: to exchange the Alliance's accumulated resources for ordinary cultivators' points. Everything from spirit stones and elixirs to cultivation techniques and secret arts were listed and clearly priced. The items exchanged for the same points were of a higher quality than those available within the tower during previous Immortal, Demon, and Trial events, making them more suitable for lower-level cultivators. This order also included a blood-red prohibition. During the trial, cultivators exchanging supplies with the Immortal Cultivation Alliance would be protected by the Alliance's guardians, forbidding anyone from seizing the treasures obtained through points exchanged from the Alliance. As soon as this news broke, the entire Kaingsing Immortal world erupted in excitement. Countless cultivators flocked to the scene. Some inquired about the massive light tower in the sky, while others peddled jade slips containing information about past Immortal, Demon, and creature trials. Still others headed directly to the exchange hall established by their nation's guardians, intending to hide there once the trial began. The fighting and strife between the various factions ceased at this moment, and the entire immortal world fell into a state of tranquility and peace. Every cultivator with a certain level of cultivation now had a miniature light tower reflected within their spiritual altar, with a celestial seal script glimmering above it. 10. Upon Su Poman and the others returned to Kaingsing, this small light tower also appeared within their spiritual altars. Initially, many young disciples were puzzled, but after Elder Neo's explanation, they finally understood the meaning of the celestial script. The Immortal, Demon, and Creature trial would begin in 10 days. At that time, everyone's spirits and bodies would be ushered in, allowing them to battle geniuses from various star regions within the tower's world. Fellow Taoist Han, do you have any plans? If you have nowhere to go next, you can stay in my Horizonzong for a while. After all, you will enter the tower trial in a few days, and no outsiders will disturb you in my Horizonzong, Taoist Shinsong invited sincerely. Su Poman thought for a moment and agreed. He returned to the Horizonzong's stepping sky platform with his spirit boat. But the formation closed, and Taoist Shinsong and Su Poman stepped off the giant green boat through the air, followed by the 20 or so core disciples. Several deacons in the nascent soul stage were already waiting below the stage. When they saw Taoist Shinsong and Su Poman appear together, they all started to wonder, who is this person who can walk side by side with the great Elder Shinsong? Could he also be a powerful person in the K-Void stage? Before the group of deacons were confused for too long, Taoist Shinsong spoke. This is my new friend Han Li, who is also a great cultivator in the Dongsa period. You should quickly prepare a quiet cave for fellow Taoist Han. Yes, great elder. The middle-aged deacon in the Yuanying period walked up to Su Poman with a flattering smile on his face and said respectfully, Senior Han, I will lead the way in front, please follow me. Okay, Su Poman nodded, then he turned around and bowed to Taoist Shinsong and smiled. Fellow Taoist Shinsong, I will come to you for tea after the trial, then I'll be waiting. If fellow Taoist Han doesn't come to find me, then this old man will come to visit him in person with a teapot. Taoist Shinsong showed a bright smile on his face. This scene stunned the deacons. Their chief elder had never been so kind to anyone before. Today was a complete first. This heightened Su Poman's status in their hearts. Shortly after leaving the heavenly terrace, the middle-aged deacon led Su Poman to a massive mountain peak and respectfully handed him a jade token for the formation. Senior Han, this is the key to activating the formation. I will not disturb you and will take my leave, the middle-aged deacon said slowly, bowing. Su Poman nodded, reached out, and grabbed the jade token from midair. Thank you, the middle-aged deacon shuddered at the words and bowed deeply again before turning around and quickly leaving the area. Su Poman began to survey the cave, secretly astonished. This seventh-rank sect is truly lavish. Using a mountain as its cave dwelling, he channeled his spiritual energy into the jade talisman of the formation, which emanated a radiant green light. The cave's gate, along with the formation itself, instantly opened up, creating a vast passageway. Without hesitation, Su Poman stepped inside. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed the entire cave's outlines. A reception hall, the size of a football field, was complemented by alchemy rooms, weapon refining rooms, a spirit beast room, a collection pavilion, a martial arts arena, and more. For training, a circular opening had been carved into the cave ceiling. Sunlight filtered through the formation, illuminating the entire training room with exceptional brightness. All manner of equipment was also readily available, including an alchemy furnace, a ground fire furnace, and even a spirit beast room stocked with bait specifically for feeding the spirit beasts. This is a 5-star hotel for cultivators. Although many of the facilities were temporarily unavailable, Su Poman was very satisfied with the layout of the cave. Now that my cultivation has reached the late giant stage, the ring should be able to be activated. I'll take advantage of these 10 days to see what treasures are hidden inside. With a wave of his hand, he closed the cave door and walked straight to the training room. Hori's Henzong, Dari Hall. A flaming fireball hovered in the dome, above which a crystal-clear lens shone through, shining sunlight directly onto the fireball. A bony old man with brown hair stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes seemingly contemplating something. He paced back and forth for a few steps, then looked at Taoist Xiansong, who was sitting on the red jade chair in the hall, and asked doubtfully, "Elder Xiansong, do you mean to bring the cultivator named Han Li into our sect?" "Yes, this person's origin should not be a problem. I have inquired about his background. It seems that he is an ascetic who is hidden in a secret realm. Moreover, he is quite powerful. He was hit by the kings in Shenzhou at full speed, but he was still safe and sound. Moreover, the fluctuation of his spiritual consciousness is relatively weak. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be a body-refining cultivator," Taoist Xiansong said slowly. Chapter 248 Kanggyun Ring. Body cultivator, the brown-haired elder muttered. Body cultivators who reach the void stage usually have had some remarkable experiences. This person can be recruited. After the immortal, demon, and human trial, you and I will personally visit him. Okay, Taoist Xiansong nodded, and the hall fell silent again, the only sound being the crisp crackling of the large fireball burning in the dome. In a luxuriously decorated training room imbued with an immortal atmosphere, Su Poman sat cross-legged on a white jade platform, clutching the jet-black ring. Golden-red spiritual energy invaded the ring. The crimson spiritual energy within it was originally rootless water, and some of it had been previously dissipated, making it even more difficult to resist. A quarter of an hour later, the seal within the formation pattern crumbled, and a flash of light appeared on the black ring's surface, revealing a series of mysterious patterns. This is, Su Poman's spiritual sense penetrated, and the next moment, his face froze. It's not a storage ring. Using his spiritual sense, Su Poman spotted a vast expanse of land. It wasn't large, about the size of 10 football fields, covering over 70,000 square meters. A small area in the center of the landmass was neatly divided into several medicinal fields, teeming with vibrant medicinal herbs that appeared to be at least tens of thousands of years old. Purple spiritual flowers, enchanting fiery red orchids, and unknown silver wormwood. Even a cursory glance revealed that these medicinal herbs were all rare, many of them extinct in the world of immortal cultivation. Beside the medicinal fields stood a thatched hut, furnished with tables, chairs, bookshelves, and other utensils. A massive luminous object, embedded in the hemispherical sky, illuminated every inch of the land. Within this land, not only was spiritual energy abundant, but a perfect cycle of self-sufficiency was formed, creating a truly idyllic paradise. Su Poman withdrew his spiritual consciousness, a look of astonishment on his face. "This treasure is truly extraordinary." He then imprinted his spiritual consciousness on it, leaving his mark, and slowly refined it with his own spiritual energy. Time ticked by, and 3 days passed in a flash. That evening, Su Poman finally fully refined the ring. At that moment, he suddenly vanished, leaving only an unremarkable jet-black ring on the white jade platform. Within the ring's world, Su Poman appeared beside a thatched hut. He looked up at the sky, then gazed into the distance, unable to help but exclaim in admiration, "What a hidden wonder! I wonder what rank this treasure is, to contain such a gift." He slowly entered the hut. 2 rows of bookshelves lined the entrance, filled with jade slips. Su Poman picked up one and gently placed it against his forehead, discovering that it contained instructions for deploying a sealing formation. After putting it down, he picked up a jade slip from the second shelf. Upon inspection, he discovered it contained instructions on alchemy. He flipped through several more slips, discovering they covered a wide range of subjects. Not only did they cover alchemy, weapon forging, array formations, and other cultivation techniques, but they also contain various cultivation techniques and secret arts of varying levels. There were over 20 cultivation techniques, ranging from key refining to Mahayana. along with over 3,000 spells and 5,000 different types of secret arts. Could this be the secret stash of some 9th-rank sect? Huh? Why is there another jade slip here? Su Poman walked to the table and picked up a cyan jade slip. It wasn't on the shelf. Could it have been left there by the previous owner of the ring? He pressed the slip between his eyebrows, and lines of text appeared in his mind's eye. Lucky Junior, your ability to read the words within the jade slip indicates that I have perished in the tribulation of thunder. The ring's original owner was Fang Miao, hailing from Malu Star, not Kyong Star. The jade slip detailed his life story. Born into a third-rate immortal sect on Malu Star, Fang Miao possessed below-average cultivation aptitude. After years of unsuccessful efforts, he remained a deacon in the outer sect, remaining largely unknown within the sect. However, during an unexpected adventure, he obtained the Kangyoon ring, a jet-black ring. After refining it, Fang Miao discovered the ring's secrets. It contained a world of its own, rich with spiritual energy and a slightly different flow of time than the outside world, allowing spiritual herbs to mature more quickly. With the ring's magical power, Fang Miao's life underwent a dramatic transformation. Leveraging the ring's magical power, he began collecting seeds of various spiritual herbs, earning a fortune in spirit stones from selling them. He also taught himself the art of alchemy. Through extensive practice with a wealth of spiritual herbs and meticulous research, Fang Miao not only successfully established his foundation but also became a master alchemist. Later, relying on the ring's magical properties, he escaped numerous fatal dangers. While hiding his identity, he began to cultivate quietly and discreetly. In this way, he unexpectedly reached the tribulation crossing stage. Fang Miao left Malu Star and traveled to other cultivation stars to search for the finest materials for the tribulation crossing stage. Thanks to the Kangyoon ring and his status as a Grand Master of Alchemy, he quickly gathered the resources needed to exchange for 2 top-grade ancient treasures through various channels, buying and selling elixirs. After purchasing these 2 top-grade ancient treasures from the Xianlin trading market, he became somewhat arrogant, believing that the next tribulation crossing stage would be easy. He eagerly summoned the heavenly tribulation, hoping to quickly break through to the Mahayana stage. Unexpectedly, during the thunder tribulation, the drawbacks of his years of ingesting elixirs to enhance his cultivation were exposed. His spiritual energy sluggishly weakened him, leaving him a level weaker than that of a typical tribulation crossing cultivator. He was unable to fully unleash the power of his 2 supreme ancient treasures, and thus was unable to withstand the force of the thunder tribulation. He failed to survive, his body reduced to ash by the thunder tribulation, while only his spirit, hidden within the Kangyoon ring, survived. Fang Miao then transformed himself into a Sangson, loose immortal. Understanding the terrifying nature of Sangson, loose immortal, thunder tribulations, he diligently studied various cultivation techniques, formations, and weapon refining techniques, hoping to develop a means of withstanding the Sangson, loose immortal, thunder tribulation. He purposely condensed a tribulation-resistant avatar from the energy of his immortal infant and instructed it to cultivate a body refining technique called the 100 Treasures Meridian Refining Technique. He tempered this avatar like a forging a magical weapon, hoping it would be effective during the thunder tribulation. Fang Miao had survived the first 6 tribulations by some means, but he had no confidence in the 7th, and thus left behind this jade slip. The final result was obvious. During the 7th loose immortal thunder tribulation, the incarnation that protected him was rendered useless. The thunder struck directly at Fang Miao's soul, and Fang Miao was defeated. However, his incarnation had somehow survived the tribulation and, for unknown reasons, was stranded on a deserted island on Kaingsing. This Fang Miao is definitely the protagonist of a farming and immortal cultivation story. Unfortunately, his ultimate outcome wasn't good, and he failed to overcome the tribulation and achieve immortality. I've never heard of a loose immortal being able to overcome 12 thunder tribulations and ascend to the immortal realm. Fang Miao is foolish. If he had prepared for tens of thousands of years before the tribulation, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He was just too impatient. He got 2 top-grade ancient treasures and became a little arrogant. Su Poman shook his head, withdrawing his consciousness from the jade slip. With a gentle squeeze, the jade slip instantly disintegrated into powder, which scatters to the ground. After glancing at the hut and finding nothing else useful, Su Poman walked out, his consciousness surveying the surrounding world. What a wonderful treasure. It seems even mortals can survive here. Perhaps Kair and Rozu can stay with me in the future, Su Poman pondered as he walked through the medicinal fields. Peach blossoms competed for beauty, their fragrance filling his nostrils. With every breath, he felt his cultivation improve slightly. However, before studying alchemy, Su Poman had no knowledge of these spiritual herbs, and he even harbored an urge to transform them all into energy points. He wandered through this world for a while. Faint traces of previous cultivation could be seen in the gullies on the ground. Slowly, Su Poman reached the boundary of this world. It was a dark barrier. He touched it gently, feeling it was remarkably elastic. Boom! Without warning, he threw a punch. The black barrier before him trembled slightly, then fell silent. Quite solid, Su Poman walked along the boundary membrane, finding nothing unusual or peculiar. Then, with a thought, he reappeared in the cave. At this moment, the word flickering above the miniature light tower in the spiritual altar had changed to 7, signifying the remaining 7 days until the myriad races trial. With 7 days left, let's study those jade slips. He slipped the jet black ring onto his right index finger. With a flick of his hand, a jade slip disappeared from the bookshelf in the thatched hut. Powered by his super brain, Su Poman read at an incredibly fast pace, comprehending them as he went. Alchemy. Formation patterns. Void talisman drawing. Explosive blood reversal. Blood escape. Soaring sky technique. Wind and cloud celestial phenomenon. Su Poman rapidly memorized numerous techniques and secret arts. After reaching the golden core stage, his spirit had been greatly strengthened. Even with such intense comprehension, he felt no fatigue. Huh? This is it! Su Poman's face lit up with joy, instantly perking up. The jade slip vividly depicted the appearance of each race, along with information about each race, including innate abilities, weaknesses, and the strength and weakness of their group. Looks like I won't have to go to the demon cultivator planet to observe this time. Su Poman meticulously examined the images of each race in the slip, paying attention to every detail, striving to create flawless transformations. A quarter of an hour later, the figure on the white jade platform within the cave began to transform continuously. Among them were the purple-haired, blue-eyed purple vultures, the massive blood mammoths, the blade-like arms of the shadow mantis, the three-eyed soul snatchers, and the fiery red, ape-like fire apes. These transformations were not only identical in appearance, but also in the unique aura emanating from their bloodlines and the strange fluctuations within their souls, making it impossible even for members of the same race to distinguish the true from the false. As Su Poman burrowed in his cave dwelling, poring over various jade slips, the entire Kyanigan realm was gripped by the turbulent events of the immortal, demon, and monster trials. In the Yun Star region, on the ancient Cheyenne star, the ancestral planet of the Cheyenne human race, home to over 20 Mahuyana cultivators and over 50 wandering immortals. Rumor has it that the Cheyenne human race descends from immortals, each possessing a spirit body above the Earth rank, and at Earth possesses at least the combat power of the Foundation establishment stage, making them considered the strongest lineage of the entire human race. The Cheyenne dynasty ruled over 3 nearby star regions, encompassing millions of cultivation stars, and the lives of trillions of beings depended on their whims. At that moment, deep within the imperial city of Cheyenne ancient star, from an ancient Taoist temple suspended in the turbulent flow of space, 5 handsome young men slowly emerged. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky. I happened upon this immortal, demon, and monster trial. I can finally have a fair fight with my royal brothers, the young man in the ink-black python robe said with a smile. The young man in the crimson dragon robe frowned. 5th brother, the most important thing about this trial is that we maintain the dignity of the human race. You must not act rashly. 3rd brother, I was just saying we're competing in individual rankings. After training in the Void Dojo for so long, I've been wanting to meet the dragon cubs of the Taeksa Dragon Clan. The young man in the black robe chuckled, his face showing an eagerness to try. The young man in the purple patterned robe glanced at the 2 men and spoke slowly. Don't underestimate the Taeksa Dragon Clan. They've topped the rankings for the past few rounds. Although we've trained in countermeasures in the Void Dojo, a true duel would still be quite formidable. I really don't know what the Taeksa Ancient Dragon Clan is thinking. They never admitted to being a demon clan before, but in these recent immortal, demon, and demon trials, the demon clan has been suppressing the human race. How infuriating, another young man in a turquoise robe with thick eyebrows frowned. Perhaps something unexpected has occurred in the upper realms, otherwise the Taeksa Dragon Clan wouldn't be so supportive of the demon clan, the last young man in a white robe slowly said. The purple-robed young man nodded. 2nd brother, you're right. This is all a game of chess between the higher realms. We, the Cheyenne human race, must defend our rank on behalf of the human lineage. It's said that the demonic and evil cultivators have also produced many great figures in recent years. We can't be too careless. Let's go, pay our respects to Father first, and then prepare for the next trial. In the flowing light star region, on Fire Ape Star, at this moment, beneath the colossal stone statue atop Ape King Mountain, stood a series of violent figures. Their fiery red fur, their long tails, their fangs sticking out from their mouths. "You are the purest bloodline of my Fire Ape Star," a thunderous voice echoed in the ears of hundreds of Fire Ape demon cultivators. "In the last immortal, demon, and monster trial, our clan's elder Tusha was the only one in the entire Liguang Star region to make it to the 10,000 races rankings. Therefore, we are the most powerful clan in the Star region. Now, a new trial is about to begin. As the youngest generation of our Fire Ape clan, capable of leapfrogging, you must shoulder the heavy responsibility and once again break into the 10,000 races rankings. Anyone who makes it to the 10,000 races rankings will be rewarded with a cultivation star as their territory, as well as 2 top-grade ancient treasures." Upon hearing this, the demon cultivators couldn't help but breathe heavily. An entire cultivation star. And top-grade ancient treasures. Such a reward made everyone's eyes turn red with joy. "Come on to the 10,000 races rankings, come on to the 10,000 races rankings," a deafening roar echoed. "Thank you all for your monthly votes and recommendation votes, and thank you all for your rewards." Chapter 249, Blue Star's First Monk. In the Chaos Demon Star region, on the Broken Bone Star, demonic energy condensed into black streaks, a dark aura flashing across the ground. Amidst a sea of corpses and blood, a pale, slender hand suddenly pierced through the mist and reached out. The demonic energy lingering in the air, as if finding its master, instantly emptied into the figure's body like a fledgling returning to its nest. Beneath the cold, solitary moon, the figure clad in a black and red cloak, his eyes filled with malice and perversity. His face resembled a child, yet his limbs were sturdy and robust, his lips purplish black. "How could the trial of the 10,000 races be without me, the demonic child?" "Ho ha ho ha!" A burst of frenzied laughter startled the corpse crows into flight deeper into the night. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning hours of that day, numerous cultivators silently awaited the opening of the Heavenly Spirit 10,000 Races Pagoda. Su Poman sat upright, his gaze settling into his spiritual altar, his jade slips placed aside. The miniature tower of light slowly spun, the immortal inscription atop it gradually crumbling, the 99 floors of the tower appearing hazy. "Ling," a clear, piercing voice echoed, and the miniature tower of light in his mind suddenly lit up, radiating brilliantly, its texture becoming increasingly distinct. An unknown will descended upon the tower, and Su Poman sensed a questioning presence. If he agreed, he would accept this will's invitation and enter the world of the Heavenly Spirit Pagoda of all races. Su Poman had recently read about the immortal, demon, and creature trials and understood that this was an invitation from the Pagoda Spirit. He then touched the Tower of Light within the spiritual platform with his mind. Buzz! The Tower of Light within the spiritual platform suddenly soared outward, growing ever larger, enveloping Su Poman's body and transforming into a blazing meteor streaking through the air. At that moment, countless streams of light shot up into the starry sky above Kaingsing, like a meteor shower in reverse. Mortals everywhere were stunned by this sight, believing it was a divine manifestation. They rushed out of their homes to burn incense and offer sacrifices, praying for divine protection. This same scene occurred not only on Kaingsing but on every planet inhabited by cultivators. Countless meteors simultaneously flew towards the vast light tower towering in the outer heavens, like fireflies scattering towards a candle flame. At that moment, the entire Kainan realm, trillions of cultivators, entered the Heavenly Spirit Pagoda of all races. Su Poman was engulfed in a warm, white light, and in a flash, he arrived at a vast palace constructed of immortal jade. In the center of the palace stood a massive stone tablet, reaching from the sky to the earth. Its surface was blank. As he paused in his daze, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the ground before him, and within it, a line of text emerged. "Please come up with a code name for this trial. You can use your real name. If someone already has this name, it will need to be changed for identification purposes on the leaderboard." Codename. Su Poman's eyes froze, and then he grumbled helplessly, "Is this just a nickname ID for the trial?" "That's right. With so many cultivators, it's inevitable that there will be duplicate names. If we don't distinguish them, it'll be hard to tell who's on the leaderboard with the same name. Then what code name should I use? Su Poman pinched his chin and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he scribbled 6 large characters in the shadows. Blue Star's #1 cultivator. No one should have thought of that name. After a flash of light, the shadows before him dissipated, and the words Blue Star appeared at the bottom of the massive stone tablet. Su Poman approached and took a closer look, and saw densely packed lines of text on the stone tablet. His message, emitting a faint white glow, was at the very bottom. Codename, the first monk of Blue Star Bone Age. 21 Cultivation, Golden Core Stage Race, Human Sphere of Influence, Litaguang Star Domain, Kayexing Points. 0 ranking among 10,000 races. 999,999. This immortal formation has been used to this extent. It's just like the internet on Blue Star, Su Poman sighed in his heart, and then he looked at the messages from other people. Codename, Yushin Sect Outer Disciple Tangi, Race, Human, Sphere of Influence, Langaya Star, Points. 0, rank among all races. 999,999. Codename, Flame Demon King, Race, Flame Demon Clan, Sphere of Influence, Shineling Star, Points. 0, rank among all races. 999,999. Codename, Little Dragon Princess, Race, Takesa Dragon Clan, Demon Clan, Sphere of Influence, Takesa Ancient Realm, Points. 0, rank among all races. 999,999. Codename, Leader of the Chen Clan, Race, Human, Sphere of Influence, Kangbei Star, Points. 0, rank among all races. 999,999. Rumble. Just as Su Poman was reading the contents of the stone tablet, 3 stone platforms, half a meter high, suddenly rose from the ground in the center of the palace. The leftmost was cyan, the middle was red, and the rightmost was white. Su Poman vaguely guessed the purpose of the 3 stone platforms. He dodged and landed on the red one in the middle. Buzz, insufficient points, unable to compete. A line of immortal seal script crystallized from the light and shadows generated by the surrounding formations. Instantly, Su Poman's mind flashed through the various rules governing the competition. After climbing the pagoda and earning points, one could choose a competition on the stone platform. The pagoda spirit would then transport the trial taker to a closed arena. Trial taker could choose to compete against opponents of the same level or those of a higher level. Opponents were completely random, and each opponent could only be challenged once throughout the trial. For same-level competitions, a win adds 1 point, while a loss deducts 2 points. For a higher level, a win adds 10 points, while a loss deducts 5 points. For a higher level, a win adds 100 points, while a loss deducts 10 points. Trial taker could also designate a challenge to a being far superior in cultivation. With the challenged's consent, they could stake some or all of their points on the competition. Climbing the cyan stone platform will result in opponents of the same level, while the red stone platform represents a higher level battle, assigning opponents of higher cultivation. Whether in the early or late Jinden stages, they are considered equal. Furthermore, the pagoda spirit will protect the life of the trial taker, instantly ending the battle before a fatal injury occurs. At this moment, several names on the stone tablet began to rise rapidly, rising from the vast sea of tiny characters to the top. The font growing larger and larger. Interesting, it seems someone has already begun climbing the pagoda. Su Poman left the red stone platform and, in a flash, appeared on the white stone platform. Buzz! A brilliant golden light shone from the white stone platform. Su Poman's vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he had been transported to vast white space. Above the sky, 3 immortal seal characters shone with a golden light. Level 1, the white mist gradually dissipated, and 3 figures slowly condensed in mid-air. They were clad in golden robes, exuding the aura of a mid-stage Jinden cultivator. Su Poman peered intently and discerned the truth behind them. They were 3 combat puppets condensed from the power of the formation. While these puppets weren't true cultivators, their eyes sparkled with agility, their combat power far exceeding that of a typical mid-stage Jinden cultivator. As he observed, the 3 puppets materialized, expertly manipulating their magical weapons to attack Su Poman. Flying swords. Bewitching bells. Iron whips. These seemingly ordinary tactics combined to create a powerful combined attack. An ordinary late-stage Jinden cultivator would be caught off guard and easily defeated. Su Poman's lips curled slightly, and he reached deep into the air with his right hand, gently grasping. Bang bang, bang. The 3 combat puppets exploded instantly. Within the spiritual platform, the first layer of the miniature light tower instantly illuminated, and an immortal seal emerged from the void above. Only 10 points for passing the first level. Su Poman looked at the white stone platform that appeared before him and teleported up without hesitation. Continue the challenge. 10,000 Races Tower, 2nd level. 3 puppets at the late giant stage were born from the formation. The moment the combat puppets fully materialized, Su Poman attacked, and the puppets exploded. He cleared the level again, earning 20 points. 10,000 Races Tower, 3rd level. 3 puppets at the Great Perfection Giant stage condensed from the formation, with the same cultivation level as Su Poman, but they didn't last a second, being destroyed the moment they materialized. Su Poman cleared the level again, earning 30 points. As a result, his name stood out on the 10,000 Races leaderboard, and his ranking was soaring at a comet-like speed. 10,000 Races Tower, 4th level. Su Poman watched the 10 combat puppets, each at the great perfection of the golden core realm, slowly crystallizing. A smile crossed his lips. It seems this 10,000 Races pagoda won't let anyone challenge him right away. While the other races' geniuses were still struggling to hold their ground, Su Poman unleashed a single punch, annihilating the 10 combat puppets to a single shred. Meanwhile, within the myriad illusory forms of the shining 10,000 Races pagoda, countless cultivators were attempting to scale the tower. 3 puppets in the middle stage of foundation establishment are so powerful. This is truly a bummer, a dark-faced old man cursed in the white mist, flinging his talisman paper back like it was free. Talisman after talisman transformed into ice blades, fireballs, and poisonous vines, attacking the combat puppets behind him. He continually dodged, occasionally striking with his short-handled snake lance-like magical weapon, attempting to kill one of them first and break the combined attack of the 3. I'm only at the 3rd level of key refining. Why do I have to fight 3 6th level key refining puppets on the 1st floor of the trial tower? It's unjust. A young cultivator in a pale yellow Taoist robe vanished from the 1st floor's trial space, his face covered in dust. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to his sect. Seeing the empty surroundings, his face fell. I'm the first one to be eliminated. I should have prepared more powerful talismans. Many cultivators had never even made it to the 1st floor of the trial tower. With no points, they naturally couldn't participate in the upcoming battles and were immediately expelled by the tower spirit. On the 10th floor of the trial space, a crisp cry echoed, and the last spirit transformation stage combat puppet was instantly smashed into pieces by a delicate pink fist. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing a 1.57-meter tall little girl in a pink miniskirt and dragon horns. Her pupils were shrouded in gold, her eyes were large and bright, her nose was straight and pointed, and her lips were rosy red, like a character straight out of a comic book. Hey, it's already the 10th floor. Big Brother's ranking is definitely not as high as mine. Let's go out and see what my current ranking is. The girl blinked, then stepped onto the stone platform and returned to her palace. A flash of light flashed within the palace, and the girl floated lightly from the stone platform to the massive stone tablet. The moment she raised her head, her dragon horns tore 2 shallow rifts in the air. Her bare, unpainted face already possessed the grace of a peerless beauty. On the 10,000 Races ranking, the top spot was surprisingly held by a human cultivator known as Blue Star's first cultivator. She tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face. Blue Star's first cultivator? Who the hell is this guy? He's climbing the tower faster than me. Glancing down, she saw herself, codenamed the Little Dragon Princess, in 2nd place. Further down, the Dragon Crown Prince was in 3rd place. Although Big Brother's cultivation is higher than mine, when it comes to cross-level battles, the lower-level cultivator always has the upper hand. I guess this Blue Star's #1 cultivator is a key refining elite cultivated by some faction. Humph, even if he's powerful in the key refining stage, he's too weak once the fight begins, the little girl thought, wrinkling her nose. Not only her, but other factions had also noticed Blue Star's #1 cultivator's speed climbing the tower was unnatural, as if he was instantly destroying every floor. In less than half an hour, he had already cleared 25 floors and ranked first in the points ranking. Furthermore, they were even more shocked by the faction whose suffix Blue Star's #1 cultivator was actually located in the remote flowing light star region. It didn't seem like a place where true dragons could be raised. Many speculated that this Blue Star's number 1 cultivator had simply happened to be passing through the flowing light star region and happened upon the immortal, demon, and monster trial. The Blue Star in the codename also sparked considerable curiosity. Many cultivators who had passed the first level of the trial tower returned to their respective sects and began researching information about Blue Star. Su Poman was unaware of this. He remained absorbed in climbing the tower. Layer upon layer, the puppets grew from 10 to 20, then 30, and finally reached a staggering 100 combat puppets at the giant in great perfection stage. After defeating these puppets, a combat puppet at the early nascent soul stage slowly formed within the formation on the next level. Those capable of challenging opponents of higher levels possess either a natural spiritual body, powerful bloodline power, or a remarkable encounter. These various factors combined to create the ability to battle across different realms. Generally speaking, the ability to battle across a major realm was considered exceptionally gifted, placing one among the top few even among the most powerful clans in the Kyanigan realm. A transcendent individual capable of transcending 2 realms often appears only once every hundreds of thousands of years, a rare occurrence. Those capable of defeating a golden core with key refining, slaying a nascent soul with foundation establishment, and even destroying a divine transformation with a golden core are collectively called monstrous beings, their combat power inconceivable. Those capable of transcending 3 realms have never appeared, and no one believes such a transcendental cultivator could exist. Thanks to 18-year-old bookworm, Amitabha Buddha, Lazy Man, and other high-ranking individuals for their monthly votes. Thank you again to all the great bosses for your support. Chapter 250, Clouds Moving in All Directions. The nascent soul stage battle puppet had barely condensed when, in the next instant, it shattered under an invisible force field. Cleared. Su Poman wore a nonchalant expression, a hint of boredom etched in his eyes. With a flash of his figure, he returned to the stone platform. Continue the challenge. I wonder if I can reach the 99th floor in one go today. In a burst of golden light, Su Poman was transported to the next floor. From there, his momentum continued unstoppable, each floor taking only the time it took for the puppet to condense. This incredible speed of climbing the tower dispelled even the thought of catching up. Meanwhile, Su Poman's personal points soared, opening a gap of hundreds of points over the second-place finisher. A giant, shimmering golden lettering appeared at the top of the myriad races ranking tablet. The higher the ranking, the larger the lettering, and the more unusual the phenomenon. In each cultivator's palace stood a massive stone tablet. The first place on the tablet was occupied by the inscription, Blue Star's first cultivator. Amidst the radiant golden light, faint golden flowers shone, and celestial figures swirled. Simultaneously, countless cultivator planets and ancient cultivation factions watched the trial closely, as many rising prodigies officially entered their sights. Hey, the number 1 ranked Blue Star's first cultivator is actually a human cultivator from my own Liguang Star region. Quickly ask our ancestors to come out of seclusion and personally search for this individual on Kaingsing. What is the origin of this Blue Star's first cultivator? Quickly investigate. What, Kaingsing? Quickly fetch the relocation order. I will personally teleport to the Liguang Star region. After 6 hours, all those within the trial space were cleared. This was a special mechanism within the Shineling Myriad Races Pagoda, limiting the cultivators participating in the trial to 6 hours per day. Meteors returned from the vast light tower outside Kaingsing, and with an inexplicable force, the cultivators were transported back to their original locations. After a brief exchange of ideas, the Kyong Nation's Immortal Cultivation world erupted in excitement over the title of Blue Star's first cultivator. Countless people were discussing the exploits of this first cultivator of Blue Star, while others frantically sought to understand his true identity. In the past, the top spot on the Myriad Races rankings had been irrelevant to them. But this time, after the first day of climbing the tower, they were astonished to discover that the top spot on the Myriad Races rankings was actually held by a cultivator from Kyong Star. From the Immortal Cultivation Alliance to the lower-tier sects, everyone was discussing the matter. The Myriad Races still listed only 100,000 cultivators out of 1 trillion, and the title of Blue Star's first cultivator sparked discussion among all races. Meanwhile, in a hall suspended above the boundless sea, 2 wandering immortals and 5 Mahayana cultivators gathered to discuss the title of Blue Star's first cultivator. This individual possesses unparalleled combat prowess, capable of overwhelming the Taeksa Dragon clan. He's truly a rare genius in the Kyanigan realm. I wonder if this first cultivator of Blue Star is from our Kyong star, or is he just passing through, as the rumors suggest. Ahem, even if he's just passing through, we need to make a good acquaintance. Someone with such combat prowess has limitless potential for future achievements. Even in the upper realm, they could easily become a major figure. That being said, I doubt this first cultivator of Blue Star can hold the top spot on the myriad races ranking for long. It's only the first day, and many of the talented individuals probably haven't yet exerted their power. Just as the discussion was raging, an elderly man in a white robe, with a striking appearance and a long beard, slowly emerged from the main hall. Alliance leader, what brings you here? We greet you, Alliance leader. Everyone present rose to pay their respects. The bearded elder strolled to the highest seat, extended his arm, and gently gestured for everyone to take their seats. The 7 most powerful elders in the Immortal Cultivation Alliance seemed a little uneasy in front of the old man with a long beard, as if they were younger generations. After they took their seats one by one, they all looked at the old man in the highest position. The old man with a long beard smiled slightly and said slowly, I already know about the matter of Blue Star's first cultivator. This is a blessing for our Kyong star. Back then, the Fire Ape star produced a person who made it into the 10,000 races list, and because of this, he obtained a lot of cultivation resources and became the overlord of the Liguang star domain. This time, if we can seize this opportunity, we will have the opportunity to reverse the decline of human cultivators in the Liguang star domain, and it is not impossible to even surpass the Fire Ape clan in one fell swoop. Therefore, this old man decided to issue an order immediately and mobilize all forces to find out the true identity of the Blue Star's first cultivator and give him the highest courtesy. If his cultivation is not high, then we must protect him strictly to prevent assassins from other races. Such people will definitely arouse the hatred of the demon race and the demon cultivators. In addition, it's time to close the net. Start that plan in advance and pull out all the foreign spies. The behemoth of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance began to operate, sweeping away the previous old illnesses, and secret orders were quickly transmitted to every corner of Kyong Star through the secret guards. Meanwhile, a bloodbath was also underway. It seemed as if the entire Kyongsing sky had suddenly changed. In Ga country, the 4th-rank Shingsa sect boom. After a deafening roar, a pale-faced nascent soul escaped from the smoke and dust. It screamed in terror, Sect Master Liu, how dare you attack me? I'm an elder of the Shingsa sect. Haha, elder, I see you've already been possessed by demonic thoughts. Is there any point in pretending at this point? A middle-aged cultivator in a white scholar's robe slowly emerged, his voice icy. At his side, 2 grand elders in the spiritual transformation stage flanked him, their expressions equally murderous. The nascent soul's expression froze at this, the fear and paleness vanishing. Between its brows, a 3rd demonic eye emerged, stained the once crystal-clear nascent soul with a deep bloody hue. Hey, I didn't expect you'd find me even though I hid so well. You fools can't stop me. The blood-red nascent soul's face was filled with rage, and endless demonic energy emanated from its body. In an instant, blood-red light exploded, and it seemed to escape into the air. At this moment, a chain emitting a green light burst through the air. Ling. The chain-like magic weapon suddenly extended 5 sharp claws, faintly tearing through the air. Oh no! How do you have the heaven-covering demon-subduing claws? The blood-red nascent soul was horrified. The demonic eye at the center of its brow instantly detached from its body, transforming into wisps of demonic energy and hurriedly escaping. Humph! Too late, a dark guard wearing a black mask and green armor emerged. His 5 clawed hooks emitting a green light sealed the void, and then immediately snatched up the red light. Puff! With a shrill howl, the demonic eye shattered. Thank you for your cooperation. I have a mission to complete, so I'll be leaving first. The secret guard bowed slightly and, without waiting for a reply, turned and disappeared. The middle-aged cultivator and the 2 elders in the spiritualization stage bowed slightly, staring fixedly into space. It looks like the Alliance is going to take action against these foreign spies. Yes, it's most likely related to the first monk of Blue Star. If it weren't for a monstrous figure that suddenly appeared, this plan might have caught a bigger fish. If we can find that first monk of Blue Star, then my Kyong Star will have a great opportunity. Su Poman had returned to the cave at this time. On the white jade platform, he looked inward at the miniature light tower in the spiritual platform. After seeing the point's value, a look of satisfaction suddenly appeared on his face. Sure enough, the higher the level of the tower, the more points you can get. I don't know what good things these points can be exchanged for after the trial. I hope I won't be disappointed. That trial space is very magical. Such a means of creation is somewhat similar to the Kangen ring. After thinking for a while, Su Poman flipped his hand, took out another jade slip, and studied it calmly. At this time, in the Hori's Henzong, it was particularly lively because the first day of the trial had just ended. Many disciples gathered together to discuss the topic of trial of immortals, demons and monsters. The trial tower is too difficult. I really can't get past a 4th floor. There are 10 cultivators of the same level, and they are all good at combined attacks. How can I get through this, Brother Liu? I was also eliminated on the 4th floor. It seems that if we want to get more points, we can only participate in the competition. Alice, the competition is not easy either. There are hundreds of trillions of star fields in the Kyanid realm. The geniuses of the cultivators in each star field add up to a terrifying number. Although we are disciples of a 7th-class sect and the techniques we practice are also good, there are too many cultivators like us. Even the disciples of the 7th-class sect appear very mediocre in the competition. Didn't you listen to the elders? It is not recommended to start a competition before reaching the core disciple level. Even competitions of the same level are not recommended, not really. The disciples who can enter our sect are at least 3 spiritual roots, but there should be more 4 spiritual root cultivators participating in the trial. Do you know Brother Zhang from Qinglu Peak? I know. He is Elder Fei's direct disciple. He is very powerful. His points were all deducted due to consecutive defeats in the competition. Now he can no longer enter the trial tower. What? Even a genius like Senior Brother Zhang can't earn points through competition. Many disciples of low-level sects are aware of their own strength. They can't even pass the 2nd level of the tower. They will definitely not choose competition. Those who dare to start a competition are cultivators who are quite confident in their combat power. Although there are some arrogant ones among them, most of them do have some means. I see. If only I had the strength of the number 1 cultivator of Blue Star, I would definitely get a lot of points in competitions of the same level. Yes, the number 1 cultivator of Blue Star really makes us Kyong Star proud. It would be great if he really was a cultivator from our Kyong Star. Have you heard of Blue Star? Blue Star? No, someone seems to have checked before. There is a cultivation star called Geoland Star in the Motion Star domain, but there is no cultivation star called Blue Star among the countless star domains. Haha, it may be because there are too many ocean areas in Kyong Star, so he called his hometown Blue Star. You don't say. It's really possible. Take so ancient realm. Void energy surged and ebbed like the tides of an ocean. Here, terrifying spatial tides were everywhere. Gigantic dragon shadows streaked across the sky, their claws glimpsed faintly through the gray mist as the clouds parted. On a pitch-black island in the deepest reaches of the void, dozens of dragons, as thick as mountains, coiled. In its center stood a vast palace constructed from void crystals. Thick pillars supported the dome, and the entire palace possessed the power of a virtual mustard seed. The mountain-sized dragon shrank as they approached. In a girlish pink boudoir within the palace, a young dragon princess opened her eyes, a hint of displeasure flickering in her golden irises. HMPH, you're so much stronger than me. This is infuriating, the little girl gritted her teeth angrily. She clenched her tender little fist, sending ripples through the surrounding void. Just then, a noise echoed from the doorway. Who's angered our princess to Wanshan again? A tall, straight-limbed young man with sharp brows and sparkling eyes, and dragon horns on his head, walked in from the doorway. He smiled broadly, his eyes filled with fondness as he looked at the girl. Hey, big brother, how many times have I told you to knock before entering my room? If you do that again, I'll activate the formation. Long Kyanchuan huffed, looking adorably aggressive. The young man from the dragon clan smiled helplessly, walked over and touched her little head, and stroked a pair of dragon horns with his fingers twice, and said, Okay, brother knows. Tuanchuan, are you angry about that number 1 monk on Blue Star? Long Kyanchuan rolled her eyes and turned around. How is that possible? Am I the kind of dragon who can't afford to lose? Oh, so not. Forget it, I was going to find that human monk and vent your anger. Since you are not angry, then I won't send anyone to look for him. The young man from the dragon clan showed a look of sudden realization, and then smiled lightly. Long Kyanchuan spun around abruptly, oblivious to the dragon horn above her head carving a narrow crack in the air. She pursed her lips and said, No, 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 big brother, I want to teach him a lesson myself. You should hurry up and send someone to find that damned fellow. Don't worry, Tuanchuan. I've already sent my clansmen to look for him. Once they find him, we'll report back. Then, I'll take you to find him, big brother. Don't lie to me, haha. Tuanchuan, how can you say that? It really hurts me. From childhood to adulthood, have I ever lied to you? Humph, haven't I lied enough? Last time you said you'd take me to the beaming mountain stream, but you went there secretly without me. No way, little sister, that was hundreds of years ago. How can you still remember? You were only 80 years old then, and you hadn't even taken human form yet. Ancient Sky Firestar, 10,000 Demons Palace. Blue and red demonic energy swirled everywhere, polluting the entire Xiu star's air. An immortal who sets foot on this planet will be assimilated into a demonic being within moments. A majestic, cold voice echoed from the hall, resonating like thunder across the entire planet of cultivation. Order. Blue Star's first cultivator is designated 10th on the demon race's must-kill list. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with a semi-demon weapon and half of the heavenly demon manual. Kill, kill, kill. Instantly, countless great demons soared into the sky, soaring deep into the starry sky. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.